Over the last calendar year, nearly all of my free time has gone towards transforming this wild and untamed wilderness into a thriving zoo for all to enjoy. The journey was long, strenuous, and at times downright exhausting, but what's important is that we managed to persevere through and create a product that we can truly be proud of for years to come. This certainly wasn't your average Planet Zoo series by any means, as aside from simply building the zoo, we also created a dynamic storyline to go right along with everything that we did in the zoo, giving reason and logic behind many of the decisions that we made, and directly involving the community that we all shared together. Naturally, this took a lot of time to complete. So long, in fact, that this is only part 1, since the entire series quite literally was too long to upload to YouTube in one piece. So sit back, grab a snack, or maybe an entire meal, we're gonna be here for a while, and enjoy the entire story of Keystone Wilds all in one place. Oh, and by the way, you might want to watch this one first, as if this is your first time on the channel, it's essentially a prequel. There's 8.5 more hours of content for you. After years of hard work, we can confidently call Keystone Park an overwhelming success. What was once just a barren field truly has turned into a small beacon of wildlife conservation and education. The work we've done and the connections that we've made are truly priceless, and the best part is, we've only just now gotten started. Keystone Park is finally large and profitable enough to focus our attention elsewhere, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're leaving for good. Keystone Park will remain open to the public and is being left in very trusted hands. All focus and assets now are being redirected to our latest project, Keystone Wilds. Both Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds share more than just the brand name, they share missions and goals too. Keystone Wilds will remain heavily focused on education, environmental awareness, animal care, and conservation. However, we do have a few new tricks up our sleeve that will be revealed in time. The main difference between the two locations is that where Keystone Park had to start off very small and eventually build up to be a beacon of wildlife care, Keystone Wilds can ride the former zoo's success and has big plans right off the bat. The two zoos are also geographically close, meaning that animals can cross over at any time. For example, if an animal at Keystone Wilds needs treatment that only one of our more experienced vets at Keystone Park can provide, then we'll be returning to Keystone Park immediately. Expect frequent cameos and check-ins from some of your favorite Keystone Park residents. As for now, I believe we need to focus all of our attention on Keystone Wilds. Just because we're starting off in a better position this time than we did before, we're still bound to experience hardships and conflict along the way. Starting a new zoo from nothing is never an easy task, but here, we're always up for a good challenge. If you'd like to further support the construction of Keystone Wilds, consider becoming a member of Club Keystone. The link is in the description. Not only will you receive early access to videos, but you'll also have your name put in Keystone Wilds forever. Thanks to all of our current club members for your endless support. I truly couldn't do this without you. If you enjoyed today's video and the start of our newest adventure on the channel, consider subscribing. It's a great time since it's the beginning of a new series. Don't forget to like the video and leave a comment as well. It's especially important today. Since the series is so new, we need animal ideas. If there's an animal you'd like to see in Keystone Wilds, please let me know in the comments below. Welcome to Keystone Wilds, and as you can see, the scenery is a bit different here. Construction has already started, as we already have our ticket booths 100% finished already. Since we saved a bit of time there, let's go over some basic information about our latest project. If you couldn't tell, the zoo is heavily based on Disney's Animal Kingdom, found in Orlando, Florida. This means alongside some of the more quiet and standard exhibits, some more thrilling elements are going to be included also. Plans are already in the works for a complete safari ride, as well as a section themed around dinosaurs. This series is driven by the community that we create, so if you have any suggestions, both large or small, never hesitate to leave a comment. Your creativity is absolutely outstanding. Also, starting now, there's a link to our public Discord server in the description, so feel free to go ahead and join the team. As mentioned before, the ticket stands are already done, so effectively after that we're going to be starting from scratch. All 3 stands are the exact same, barring a few details, but only the middle one is actually functional. The wall looks highly detailed, but it's actually rather simple. It's a very basic green plaster wall with some aquatic faux rocks of varying colors of gray sprinkled throughout. This design comes directly from the entrance of Animal Kingdom, and I think I captured the palette incredibly well. From above, this is everything that we've accomplished so far. Starting from above, we have the Guest Relations building, which is incomplete, followed then by the actual entrance of the zoo. We then have our 3 ticket booths, followed by the parking lots down below. We have 2, the bus station, as well as the guest parking, which hasn't been started. Finishing up the incomplete Guest Relations building is going to be an excellent starting point. The reason that I started the Guest Relations building off camera is because a lot of the buildings in the entrance of Keystone Wilds are going to look rather similar. For example, the plaster that we used here is the exact same shade of green as the ticket booths. This is perfectly acceptable. The thing is, you have to make your build stand out among the similarities. We're doing that right now by making the back half of the building slightly taller. It's not much, but it does make it stand out. Now we're going to come back over to the already completed ticket booths and steal a little bit of the trim detailing. It was very easy to make. All it is beams from the conservation pack, recolored a bluish gray. We're simply going to take the trim from the ticket booth and place it on the guest relations building. One thing to note is always make sure you're placing things on the correct group. You can see what group you're placing it on in the top right. Not only is this a very easy way to stay organized, but it also makes uploading things to the workshop a lot easier, which I'm going to try to be better with in this zoo. The wood trims may seem like an insignificant detail now, but they're actually doing a lot more than you may realize. The gray of the roof and the green of the wall clash really heavily and don't necessarily look good together. However, these beams are doing two things. First of all, they're making that clash non-existent now that you can't see the gray of the roof. And secondly, they're adding just a slight amount of depth to where they pop out a little bit more and make the build almost 3D. It appears a lot more dynamic this way. Any amount of depth in your build is going to make it look a lot better right off the bat. We're now going to use the exact same tactic and borrow all of the wall detailing from the ticket booths and bring it over to guest relations. There's two main details at play here. There's rocks from the aquatic pack, and there's also moss decals colored the same shade of green as the wall. Any decal in the game is among the most flat construction piece you can possibly have, so in placing it on the wall, it's very important that you get it as close as possible so it's not sticking out awkwardly. You also want to make sure that details aren't bursting through the wall on the other side. This is very common when placing pieces inside of walls. Always make sure it's not peeking out. Just like the wood trim, these rocks are also adding depth to the bottom of the build. The wall's no longer flat, and it's a lot more interesting to look at now with the rocks in place. These moss decals are also insanely important to the build. They have one simple job: to break up the texture of the plaster. Wherever you notice the build getting a little bit stale and repetitive looking, this is exactly where you want the moss decals to be added in. When going for an extremely realistic build, sometimes the details aren't necessarily the prettiest. For example, right now we need a gutter system. If it starts raining and we don't have one, the roof could be damaged. Since gutters aren't the prettiest aspect of a build, I tried to blend them into the best of my ability. I came up with the idea of blending them into the conservation beams, making them the exact same color as the wood. This way, it just looks like an extension of the beams and adds even more depth to the build we already had. Whenever placing gutters or any sort of water filtration system, just make sure it has a place to go. If it sits up there, it's going to get stagnant, so you have to always add a place for the water to flow down to, typically to the surface. Lastly, since this area isn't special and it's just supposed to blend in with the rest, we're going to be adding some rocks over on this side of the wall as well. The base of the build needs a little bit more color, and I think I have the perfect solution. All we have to do is take some of the conservation wood that we already used, because I really do like the color that we chose, and make trims out of it with the doors. This is very easy to do since the shape is already pre-built for us. All we have to do is line the outside. Luckily, since all of the frames are the exact same dimensions, all we have to do is build one, and then we could copy and paste it over to the other doors. From here we could come over to the front of the build and add a lot of white details to truly make it pop among the darker colors. I always like to make my signs contrast heavily with their backgrounds so guests can easily see what building they're going into. In this case, it's especially important. I wanted to get some more work on the exterior of the building done, so I decided to come in and make some custom planters. These are some of my absolute favorite details because they're really easy to set up and look really nice. All you have to do is make some sort of small wall with any material, and then come in with some mulch and place it all over in the enclosure that you just made. We'll worry about the foliage later. For now, I'll just place some grass temporarily. So far so good, but now we have a really important step to focus on. There's one thing in this image that drives me absolutely insane. Can you guess what it is? If you guessed the pathing system, you'd be absolutely correct. Let's get rid of it. By far the easiest way to accomplish this is by using a different roof piece or a floor piece. They're typically thin enough to where you can place them right over the path and the guest as well as the staff are still going to have access. Since most of these pieces are already on the grid already, you can effectively cover up the entire path very quickly. One thing that you have to remain mindful of though is where the actual path underneath the custom path is, because guests still only will be able to walk where the actual path is. Just because there's a custom path doesn't necessarily mean the guests can walk on it without the proper path underneath. This also pairs very well with custom planters because you can make the path go right underneath them, and since you'll have mulch on the top layer, you'll never even know that the path is there in the first place. It can go right up to it and you'll never see the grass. Without using this technique, it can be really difficult to get precise angles to where everything looks absolutely perfect, but using this technique, you don't necessarily have to be absolutely perfect to get those precise angles. You can still give the path some life and detail by using the exact same trick of the moss that we used on the guest relations building. Simply recolor the moss a very similar color to the actual path itself and place it around. This can act as abrasions in the texture or pretty much anything you want. It really is amazing how one simple trick can transform a build and make it look so much better. Just because it's better without a shadow of a doubt doesn't mean it's even close to being done. I'm thinking now we need to focus on the actual entrance of the zoo. It's one of the most important parts to get right. Keystone Wilds still has a bit of a problem. After you receive your tickets from these expertly designed booths, you actually enter the zoo through absolutely nothing. The entrance to the zoo is one of the most important parts in the entire process, as it's your first true impression of what the zoo has to offer. In Planet Zoo specifically, your entrance is defined by these buildings from the Facilities tab. This is where guests are going to enter and exit the zoo, and nowhere else. I started off by using our classic gray and blue conservation post, but merging 4 of them together to try and make a bigger post. This is going to make the entrance look a lot more formidable. I then took our new creation and placed it on either side of the actual entrance. I then took these 2 posts and copy and pasted them over every single entrance. I then used the exact same post with a slight overhang to create that depth effect to connect up everything we've built so far. With the build set up the way it is, I knew I had to use a triangular roof design, so I ended up going with a very basic vertical wooden plank roof, colored the exact same shade of bluish gray. Naturally, with this big bulky roof on, we needed some more supports. For the supports we used the exact same planks that we'd been using, but lined them up very carefully if the supports already existed. To make the build look better and even more detailed, we came in with the same supports but on a smaller variant, and placed them in between the larger ones. With that, the structure of the entrance was complete. Afterwards I added in some light bulbs and some ropes for detailing, and even some flags on the top, but overall making an entrance that's highly detailed really isn't that difficult of a task, and every zoo should have one in my opinion. Overall though, the entrance pavilion is starting to really take its shape, but once you actually get through the entrance, guests are going to want something specific, especially in the mornings. We should probably fix that issue right now. To the right of the entrance, I think we have just enough space to construct a very small coffee shop that guests are really going to appreciate upon entry to Keystone Wilds early in the mornings. Construction should be rather easy, as it's pretty much going to be a culmination of the 3 buildings that we've already made, totally summarized. For the actual functional shops, I ended up deciding to use a Street Fox Coffee, as well as a Bernie Bakes. I always like to use the buildings that are already preset in the game instead of creating my own. It helps out with immersion and makes every zoo feel really connected. Starting off, I used the same shade of green we've been using for the entirety of the entrance, all over the place to make a convincing facade that's big enough to where there realistically could be a kitchen in here. I then placed on the roof and used the exact same technique with the trim and gutters that we used in the guest relations building. I want everything in the entrance to look very uniform and similar. To avoid the sun from beating down on guests waiting in line at 9 in the morning, I decided to recolor some of these Indian fabric pieces to something a bit more muted that would fit in perfectly with the build. Naturally, one detail leads to a lot more, so I used some of the supports we used on the entrance building as very simple supports holding up the fabric here. Adding in the rockwork was the exact same as we did for the guest relations building. Matter of fact, we borrowed the exact pattern from the guest relations building. One detail that is new is adding these surface damage decals. If you don't know, plaster typically is something that's very thin that goes over a main structure of a build, which means realistically it's not going to stay in perfect condition, so it's very realistic to have some damage underneath things that stick out from the build, especially windows and street signs. Overall, a really simple yet effective build. I have a feeling we're going to be expanding on it in the next video, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Also, check out the standard staff uniform for Keystone Wilds. It contrasts very nicely with the blue from Keystone Park. The scale of the coffee shop fits in perfectly with the rest of the entrance pavilion, but now I'm thinking we need to make something a bit more hidden for the staff. Keeping a happy staff is of utmost importance. To the left of guest relations, I want to make a decently sized staff area, and since it's right at the start of the zoo, it's likely going to be one of the biggest ones in all of Keystone Wilds. The problem is the guests don't necessarily like to see the staff area, so we're going to have to construct a pretty big wall of foliage to block their views. Whenever placing foliage or rocks in a natural formation, I always recommend turning on random rotation. What this will do is rotate your materials randomly in any direction. It really helps make that natural look because even you can't predict where it's going to go. After random rotation is on, I always recommend starting with a decent layer of buffalo grass whenever starting foliage. Think of buffalo grass as almost a requirement to be able to place the rest of the plant life. Another personal favorite of mine are the common saltwort plants. When sunken into the ground and placed with the buffalo grass, they look like a different species of grass that's slightly taller. You can further push this strategy to its limits by using the creosote bush. It's simply one of the most versatile plants in the game. Once your initial layer of grasses and things that are acting as grasses are finally in place, it's time to add some big things, mainly rocks and trees. This is when placing the foliage gets significantly easier because it's a lot easier to focus on detailing one simple area as opposed to the entire mulch patch as a whole. One pitfall that a lot of builders will fall into is overdoing it with flowers, and as sad as it is to say, realistically speaking, the less flowers the more realistic the build is going to be. They're not absolutely everywhere like you may think. They're perfect as an accent or a detail though. Place the flowers where things get a little bit dull with the greens and the grays. While the foliage does look good, and we certainly succeeded in that aspect, we absolutely failed with letting guests see through the foliage. I think we're going to have to do a little bit better with that, but for now I think we should start on the opposite side and start working on that staff area. It may just be easier to hide once we know specifically what we're hiding. No zoo is complete without a staff area, and for the last build in today's episode, I'm thinking we need to start with a keeper hut as well as an animal trade center to truly kick off the zoo in the next episode. We're going to be using the exact same path trick we used before of the entrance plaza, but since we're in a staff-only area, we don't necessarily have to make it look nice. This is precisely why we tried to hide it from the public's eye. If you're unfamiliar, this is a keeper hut, and it's the biggest of the two variants you can possibly have. They're incredibly important when running the zoo, as this is where the keepers are going to go to prepare food for your various animals. By using the custom path trick, we were able to get the concrete to go right up to the building, but remember, whenever using the custom paths, you have to ensure that the regular paths actually go to where you're placing them. Right next to the keeper hut, I decided to place arguably the most important building in the entire game, the Animal Trade Center. Without this, you can't buy or sell any animals. Right behind the Trade Center and the Keeper Hut, I decided to place a solar panel, not necessarily because we needed it, but because I figured if the guests were to peek through, they'd appreciate seeing a solar panel right at the start of the zoo. By toggling on your heat maps at the top of the screen, you can clearly see which buildings have a negative impact on guests, and if they do have a negative impact on guests, it's imperative that you hide them from their view. That's exactly what we're doing now. Once we get the green shell of the building on, it'll be a lot tougher to see. Staff buildings themselves also get a scenery rating bonus. That basically means if you look out the window and there's nice scenery, the staff are going to be well rested and work harder. The problem now lies with our staff area itself, as the buildings are pretty much just insulation and wood. This isn't going to work. Now, a staff area doesn't have to look as presentable as a guest area, however you still want it to be highly detailed. The more broken in and almost dirty a staff area looks, the more realistic it is because these areas are used constantly. Basically, a staff area is meant for function and purpose. It helps run the entire zoo, whereas a guest area is meant to look really nice so the guests are appealed. Just because the build is prioritizing functionality over looks doesn't mean we can't make it as detailed as the rest, it's just a different type of detailing. As you can hopefully see, we utilized a lot of the same details as we did for both the guest relations building, the ticket booths, as well as the coffee shop. We just made it in a slightly different style. Once the basic shell of the build is done, you can effectively throw anything at it to see what sticks. We can add some lights, a few windows at the top that would provide good natural lighting. I even tried my luck at making some circuitry backed by the solar panel. Polishing up and detailing builds is absolutely my favorite aspect of the process, as this is where you can truly let loose your creativity and tell a story with the builds. We'll certainly delve more into how to do that in the next episode when the first resident of Keystone Wilds finds his way home. And yes, I did say he on purpose, because the first resident of Keystone Wilds we've already met before at Keystone Park. If you have any guesses, be sure to leave them in the comments below. I'm curious to see how many people get it right. Overall, certainly a successful first episode. I'm really happy with the progress that we made. Keystone Wilds is certainly off to a running start, and by the next episode when we bring in the first animal, we're going to be sprinting. I hope you guys are as excited to watch this series as I am to record it. June has been a bit of a slow month, and I truly do apologize for that, but we're officially back on the grind now. Keystone Park absolutely has a bright future, and I'd be so happy if you take this journey with us. With all that being said, I have a lot of work to do behind the scenes to get this series off the ground. I really hope you enjoyed today's episode. Huge shout out to our Club Keystone members once again, you guys truly are the best, and especially thanks to Sparrow for designing the logos not only for Keystone Park, but also for Keystone Wilds too. I'll catch you guys next week for the second episode of Keystone Wilds. See you then! Kingpin out. After a very successful first push, Keystone Wilds has officially started with a stellar entrance plaza. Equipped with 3 ticket booths, a guest relations center, zoo entrance, small coffee shop, and even the beginnings of our first staff zone, our latest adventure has officially begun. Back at our original site, Keystone Park, all operations are functioning up to our standard even in our recent absence. All species are currently thriving and remain in excellent care at the zoo. However, not all species are thriving outside of the zoo. South America is ground zero for habitat loss, as the lumber industry wreaks havoc on local ecosystems across the continent, and local protests sadly have had little impact. This has unfortunately affected many of the species who call Keystone Park home, such as the white-faced Colombian capuchin monkey, jaguar, and more, but none as much as the giant anteater. Their population has taken a major hit since the start of the 21st century and the expansion of the South American lumber exports, leading to the loss of their homes in the Amazon rainforest. Being primarily solitary animals, and territorial on top of that, setting up a breeding program to save their population would be rather difficult, but not impossible. Conservation is one of the core values of both Keystone Park and our current project Keystone Wilds, and anything that we can do to help save the wild population of the giant anteater will do to the best of our ability. In this case, the only option available is realistically quite simple. We need to make more anteaters. Effective immediately, Bear, Keystone Park's beloved and only giant anteater, is being relocated to Keystone Wilds to try and secure a future for its rapidly disappearing species. Traveling with Bear is Keystone Park's second most senior zookeeper. With years of experience, including a majority of the construction of Keystone Park on his resume, we're confident that he's the right man to lead Keystone Wilds to success right on the front lines. We also have 2 more additional hires at Keystone Wilds, including our very first vet. This means, on top of building a beautiful starter anteater habitat, we're also going to have to build a fully functional medical treatment center, equipped with a quarantine, as well as a vet center, to be able to effectively house Bear and his future mate. If you'd like to further support the construction of Keystone Wilds and our giant anteater breeding program, then consider becoming a member of Club Keystone. The link is in the description below. Not only will you receive early access to videos, but you'll also forever have your name immortalized in Keystone Wilds. Thanks to all of our current Club Keystone members for your endless support. We truly couldn't do this without you. If you enjoyed today's video and the continuation of our newest adventure, consider subscribing. Don't forget to like the video and leave a comment too. By engaging with the video in any way, you're telling YouTube to push the video to more people, and the more people that watch, the higher quality content I can produce. We have a lot of exciting news coming very soon, so now's a great time to officially join the team. Don't forget to join the Discord server too. All links are found in the description below. Meet the first animal to call Keystone Wilds home, the giant anteater. With a wild population of only 5,000, this species certainly needs our help. According to the IUCN, they're listed as vulnerable currently, which isn't the greatest. Luckily, the giant anteater is quite the easy animal to build a habitat for, only needing about 660 square meters of land per one. Land is the only requirement necessary, making them a rather beginner-friendly animal. As mentioned before, the giant anteater is a solitary animal with the sole exception of a mother and her young. Speaking of the young, the giant anteater looks to appear to stay pregnant for 9 months and are easy to reproduce in captivity. As the name suggests, many of the giant anteater's evolutionary traits are equipped to dealing with ants. It's a majority of their diet. The giant anteater can eat up to 30,000 insects in a single day, so we're going to need a serious storage facility. For a solitary animal, the giant anteater has a surprising amount of cohabitation opportunity, including the Baird's tapir, the capybara, the collared peccary, the Colombian white-faced capuchin monkey, as well as the maned wolf. Unfortunately, since this habitat has the distinct goal of producing a baby anteater soon, we're not going to be including any cohabitation today. The first step to building this habitat is recognizing that Bear has spent the past few years living at Keystone Park. Knowing this, we'll have to give him something similar, but certainly an upgrade. The main draw of Bear's habitat at Keystone Park is the moat that separates Bear himself from the guests. It runs across the northern section of the habitat. This is what's called a natural barrier, effectively a landmass or lack thereof that makes it impossible for the animal to escape the habitat. It can really aid in guest immersion as well as safety. Bear's original habitat at Keystone Park, ironically enough, was heavily based off of Disney's Animal Kingdom. They have a female anteater named Annie, and if you have any name suggestions for Bear's future mate, leave them in the comments below. I love hearing them. With the outline of the habitat already being laid out, building the natural barrier is going to be quite easy, since any of the terrain options can't encroach on the already existing path. The first thing that we're going to do is use the chisel feature to ensure that we get this to the right depth. After it's deep enough, we're going to use the flatten to foundation terrain feature and quite simply trace the outline of the path. It's perfectly normal for the paths to have these jagged edges. We'll get rid of them later. For now, all we're trying to accomplish is almost making an island. Once the dimensions of our pseudo-island were relatively defined, I then raised the terrain ever so slightly on the main formation. Giant anteaters are shy, reclusive, and solitary animals and are going to need a lot of places to hide if the guests get too crowded. Building the terrain up is going to make this a lot easier in the future. Higher terrain elevation also makes it significantly easier when placing the water. It can be a bit janky sometimes. The natural barrier outline is now done, just undetailed. However, we need to start working on the back of the medical treatment center. This is going to act as the left-hand side of the exhibit. In preparation, we first had to make everything flat. It's going to be slightly higher elevated than the rest of the staff area to align with the anteater enclosure. Afterwards, we rather simply placed down both the quarantine building as well as the vet surgery and linked them up with some paths. Eventually in Keystone Wilds, I'd like to have more than one hospital, but for now, this'll do perfectly and also act as the backside of the anteater habitat. Not to spoil anything for later in the series, but this vet center is not going to be nearly big enough for some of the animals that we have planned. For now though, this is going to do just fine. Filled with state-of-the-art and modern equipment, our vets are truly going to be able to perform. The easiest way to tackle this highly detailed habitat is likely going to be from working outside in. This is absolutely one of the most important steps in the entire process, as we're building the foundation for the entire habitat now. Though it may seem rather daunting at first, there's a few tricks that we can use to really speed up this process. Let's get to it. First of all, we're going to be borrowing the rock retaining wall from the guest relations building. I really liked how it looked, and this anteater enclosure is very close to guest relations, so it's going to make it more cohesive. In order to make nice looking planters, what I typically like to do is get the walls as close to the paths as possible, but if it's not directly touching it, don't worry about it. There's a trick we can use to mitigate this. Just try to get a nice flow of the wall of your choice and make sure they don't intersect each other at weird angles. Once a majority of the retaining wall is in place, you can then come in with some big mulch pieces and cover up a lot of the terrain. This is certainly starting to take its shape, but there's still those really ugly gaps in between the actual planter and the path. Technically you could line the retaining wall up with the base game path, but that would take forever and is really unnecessary in the grand scheme of things. What instead we could do is take the exact same limestone faux path from the previous episode and place it right above the path, just like we did in the entrance plaza. As you can see, it completely gets rid of those ugly gaps. Not only does this technique look better, but it also takes a fraction of the time. The best part is it's not restricted to rectangles and squares. However, if you're doing an irregular shape, you can't rely on the 4x4 mulch piece. From here we can begin to use rocks, both large and small, to blend the path into the terrain, and also get rid of those jagged edges around where the path used to be. After the path is for the most part covered up, we can then use some much bigger rocks to blend everything together. Now is a great time to mess around with the angles, elevation, and orientation of some of the rocks so you can get some truly unique shapes. Just focus on the big picture right now. We don't have to worry about details yet. Trust me, there's a lot to come. It doesn't necessarily look perfect, but it doesn't have to. Foliage is going to come in later and cover up a lot of the imperfections. What's important now is that we have a structure that we can base the rest of the habitat off. While I think the outline of the build looks pretty good right now, it's certainly lacking a bit of color, and for a tropical habitat this is definitely an issue. Eventually, we're going to have to come in with the rocks and do the exact same technique on the other side of the natural barrier, so I'm going to use the grass terrain feature to mark out that territory now. Water also doesn't just appear, it's going to have to come from and go to somewhere, so we're going to be putting a waterfall from the aquatic pack on the far right side of the habitat and a drainage system on the far left closer to the veterinary office. Now we can finally work some color into the build, and the way we're going to accomplish this is by using these mossy rocks and merging them into the tropical rocks that we've already used. This creates an interesting texture, but it also makes the color appear in really interesting ways that you couldn't necessarily predict if you have random rotation on. The best part about this specific detail is that the dynamic mossy rock family looks like the tropical rock and the mossy rocks put together already. It's just done automatically. We'll use the mossy and the dynamic mossy rocks all over the perimeter of the build that we've already created to get color in to prepare for the foliage. Once that was complete, I set my sights on making a custom fence, and this is a lot easier than one might think. The first thing that I always like to do is start with a piece of mesh or glass or something that the guest can look through. Once that's in place, simply scour the construction menu for a piece that you think will look good. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, it's very unlikely that you'll get it right on the first try. This piece was a little bit too big. Eventually I found just the right piece I was looking for, and it was flexi color, so I got the exact color I was looking for, 2 in 1. After that I took a very similar piece of the exact same color, angled it about 30 degrees so the guest could lean on it effectively, and placed it at the top of the mesh. Now, with only those 3 pieces used, all we have to do is copy and paste our creation over until it covers the rest of the natural barrier. At the tips of the barrier, where it doesn't blend in quite well, we can use smaller rocks to help this process. Just try and make sure it's not bursting through the wood. Now the habitat thankfully is safe on both ends. The anteaters won't be able to get out, and more importantly, the guest won't be able to get in. The barrier's going to make sure of that. It truly is amazing how good 3 pieces copy and pasted over and over can look, but I have a feeling the shortcuts are going to end here. Whenever dealing with natural barriers, and especially in a tropical format, it's absolutely critical that you get foliage 100% correct. It's one of the more difficult aspects of the game in general. We certainly have our work cut out for us in this habitat. It has a lot of different height varieties, as well as different textures to work with, but this is going to be fun. I started off the foliage grind by actually using a construction piece. I believe this comes from the aquatic pack, and is really nice for lining the bottom of your planters. Making sure that I have random rotation on, I really like to use this as a base layer for all of the foliage in tropical sections. It also helps a lot that it blends in really nicely with the basic terrain grass texture. Typically, trees are one of the last foliage types that I'll add to a build. However, a lot of the foliage we're doing in this portion is going to be to disrupt sightlines and not enhance them. For example, right now, we don't want guests to be able to see the medical facilities, so we're going to be using some pretty big sizable trees to block off that portion of the view. Another semi-advanced tip is you can actually use different foliage types for various things. What I mean by this is right now we're using mangrove trees. I'm using them as bushes. I'm sinking the trunks really low into the ground to the point where you can't even see them, and using them as tall bushes to contrast with the trees. Using the mangrove trees in this way, we successfully blocked off a sightline to where guests can no longer see into the staff room, however the staff can see out into the anteater habitat while on break. When working with foliage especially, it's okay to look at the small picture from time to time. I really like the idea of prettying up this staff area and giving them a spectacular view while on break, so I decided to allocate some time over here and color it up a bit. Much better, and it looks like somebody even brought donuts from Bernie Bakes. Typically this would be a job for buffalo grass, however this Yorkshire fog grass is a little bit more pronounced and it peeks through the foliage a bit better, so we're going to be using this in a lot of the planters today. Just like we merged the two families of rocks together earlier in the episode, now we can add bramble bushes to the equation and make it appear that foliage is peeking through the surface. We'll do the exact same technique with the mangrove trees from before, but on the opposite side, because if they were too close to the guest viewing, you wouldn't be able to see through them. I really like using the tamarind trees for this purpose as well, because they have these really nice orange flowers that are hard to replicate with other foliage. They're also a fair bit flatter, meaning that guests will be able to easily see over them. It's also crucial that you don't forget to detail the surface of the water. I like to use underwater hydrilla plants because they really blend in the rockwork to the rest of the foliage. One aspect of building that's really important to recognize is that some areas are just tougher to work with than others. If there's an area that's particularly difficult and you don't want guests to see through it, just make a heavy wall of thick foliage so that there's nothing for the guests to look at when walking over here. Like mentioned in the last episode, creosote bushes are absolutely incredible at taking up a large amount of space and making it look really detailed. They're such a large plant with a very nice texture. In areas where the foliage tends to thin out, never underestimate the aquatic faux rocks. They're such a nice piece that are flexi-colored and you can make them match any environment. In this case, I made them a bit more of a gray color to contrast heavy of the browner rocks. After the faux rocks were in place, I used a lot of buffalo grass to really blend and tie everything together. Finally, I added a fallen log that connects the two sides of the trench. This gives the build a lot more character that it otherwise was lacking. Overall, I think this is some of the best foliage work we've ever done on the channel. I'm incredibly proud of how it turned out. However, remember this is only the barrier. We still have a long way to go. I think we should probably shift our focus towards the left side of the habitat. That means we have to work on the vet center next, and I could use a break from all this foliage. Let's do it. While it's absolutely critical that the vet center looks good from this angle because this is where the guests are going to be able to see it from, it's equally as important to make it look good from the back, but with a different definition of the word good. You'll see what I mean in a second. Before building something like this, I always like to shrink down to a guest perspective and see the building from the angles that they would so we know exactly where we have to build. Still wanting a little change of scenery, I started at the back at the staff area, using concrete to make the path not float in the air. Sticking to the staff area, I added the first habitat gate to Keystone Wilds. After all of the infrastructure was in place, I started working on the facades of the building, using the exact same metal plank palette we used for the keeper hut in the last episode. Generally, it's important everywhere, but in staff zones especially, cohesion is key. Since giant anteaters like bear have incredibly sharp claws and are capable of dealing some serious damage to a person, we're making a secondary fence just for the safety of our keeper staff. I utilized a lot of mesh pieces of varying sizes. They're really modular and link together rather well. Whenever using mesh though, you have to remember in order to make it realistic, there has to be something connecting it all together, whether it be metal or wood. After color matching the roof, this became the giant anteater's backstage. However, I am aware that they won't be able to actually access it, it's just for show. Once all of the features of the building were in, the details were easy. We already designed all of this in the last episode, and all we had to do was copy and paste everything over, starting with the planks, then going to the gutters, and even the drainage systems. After that, I added a very crude foundation, but crude in a good way. This entire area is supposed to look more utilitarian and used, not necessarily the prettiest. The exterior is certainly getting there. We still have a lot of little details to add, but the basic facade is turning out really nice. I think the best way to describe this backstage would be simple yet effective. I especially like the small detail of the windows of the vet surgery looking out straight into the anteater habitat. We should probably get back to that though, and finish everything up nicely. When looking at the build from this angle, it may appear that it's not even close to being done, but this isn't actually true. Realistically, we have 3 steps left. 1, we have to better blend in the staff area. 2, we have to add a nice backdrop. And 3, we need more foliage. To start, I wanted to finalize the terrain, and I had 2 aspects I wanted to accomplish. 1, I wanted a hill that doubles as cover for the anteater, but also a really nice view for the vets. And 2, using the exact same height as the hill we just made, I then started the rough outline of the backdrop. Contrary to popular belief, I don't plan out my zoos this far in advance. Right now, I'm kinda just seeing what sticks, and if it looks good, we'll roll with it. Giant anteaters aren't very good climbers at all, so I couldn't make anything very steep. I also couldn't figure out how to get the terrain really close to the staff building like I wanted. It acts just like the path. As you can see, when I tried to get it as close as possible, it made a really perfect line, so we needed a way to circumvent this. I then realized we could use the exact same construction pieces we used before, just being very careful not to ruin the immersion of the veterinary office by making them burst to the wall. I then used some dynamic mossy rocks to make sure everything blended smoothly into the ground. I actually got kind of carried away here and started designing some foliage preemptively. Since I already did the foliage at the bottom of the vet, I figured naturally we can go to the top next. One of the only plants you can do this with is the ivy family. Once all of the ivy was in place, I then copy and pasted over the exact same details from the guest relations building over to this one since they share the exact same green plaster. Not bad at all, I really like the view, but I can't help think that something's missing. This would be an excellent spot for a custom education board off the workshop. I actually used a couple of these around the build. I'm not very good at building stuff like this, and if these are your creations, let me know in the comments below. I would say definitively that everything on the guest side of the habitat is done, but now we need to work on the backdrop, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not looking forward to this. It's not that it's going to be hard per se, it's just repetitive. We've already done something very similar to this twice in the build already, building the trench. Rocks, plants, character. Done. Without a doubt, the most important step we've done so far is using the null barrier, and if you're unfamiliar with what the null barrier is, effectively, it's a habitat barrier that's completely invisible. This is exactly what allows you to make custom enclosures, whether you use the natural barrier, a custom fence, or anything. As long as you connect it to both sides of the habitat gate, anything goes. Everything is starting to truly take shape now, but the habitat certainly looks a bit bare in the center. I think we need some enrichment items. To start, I made a hay bed. I know the anteater can't actually get back here, this is just for show. I imagine this is where the keepers would let the anteaters go at night. I then placed the natural termite mound. This is going to be one of the centerpieces of the habitat. I placed their slow feeder about as close to the vet window as I possibly could, mainly to get a good shot for cinematics, but it also looks nice here in general. What didn't look nice was the water pipe. I couldn't find a coherent spot to put it in the habitat, so I hid it in the back. Lastly, I placed a wood rubbing pad next to a bunch of fallen logs. The enrichment items are purposely spread out in a way to force the giant anteaters to explore every inch of their habitat once both of them are in here. Before I forget to mention, it's also perfectly okay to have some foliage peeking through the enrichment items. They're still perfectly accessible. You can also check this on the traversable area, just in case. The main detail of this habitat for now is going to be the light soil path that runs throughout. This is going to be a simulated path. Both the keepers and the giant anteater are capable of traveling off of it, but realistically speaking, this is where the grass would be matted down because the creatures travel on it so much. To further sell the illusion, I came back in with some short grass and tapped on the light soil very gently to make it appear that it was even more faded. After this, I placed buffalo grass over every single inch of the habitat that wasn't covered in light soil. Don't think the light soil was safe from buffalo grass though, it just gets the parched variant. The habitat's officially done. Let me know what you think in the comments below. For the first habitat in all of Keystone Wilds, I think we did an outstanding job. My absolute favorite detail on the entire build is an intentional one. The giant anteaters are either going to be practically invisible or really easy to see. It all depends on what they want. Before the giant anteaters arrive, we still have a bit of work to do in the backstage. We should probably get to that because they're going to be here any minute. Now that the giant anteater habitat is officially 100% completed for Bear and his mate, I think now we can focus our attention to finalizing the medical facility. Thankfully, in case of emergencies, everything is fully operational already. It just needs a few key details. When detailing though, we're gonna have to keep in mind we can't do anything too crazy. Remember, the guests aren't supposed to know that the medical facility's even here, and we did a good job so far. The details in the backstage started off rather minor, with things like plugs and sockets. I also really enjoyed this recolored sign from the Australia pack. I think I'm going to use this to symbolize backstages for all of Keystone Wilds. Even though again I'm aware it's not functional, these walkthrough PVC strips are one of my favorite pieces in the game. They look incredible, and I'm glad I was able to incorporate it, at least in some way. Right outside of the backstage, I added some cleaning equipment from the Conservation Pack. It's one of the best DLCs in the entire game for building backstages, probably the best. And just like that, the backstage, as well as the build, was entirely finished. Let me know what you think. Personally, I'm really happy with it. It's quite simple, but it's going to be effective for our employees to get quality work done. We just got word from the head keeper that Bear is currently on his way to Keystone Wilds and is going to be here within the hour. We need to finish our final preparations fast and get the habitat fully ready for his arrival. Welcome back to the zoo, Bear. Long time no see. Thankfully, due to the leadership of our new head zookeeper, Bear's transfer went about as smoothly as possible. While Bear adjusts to his new home, I am genuinely curious. Do you prefer his Keystone Park habitat or his new and improved Keystone Wilds habitat? Thankfully, Bear passed all medical inspections upon arrival to Keystone Wilds. It's evident, however, that changing zoos is a big adjustment for him. He's simply not used to having this much space, which is a good thing. He's also not used to being the center of attention. Bear's the starter animal at Keystone Wilds now. That's a big step up. Before he was kind of tucked in the back of South America. As mentioned at the start of the video, Bear's future mate is still currently in quarantine. He needs time to adjust to his new home alone. That being said, however, if you have any good name ideas for a female anteater, feel free to leave them in the comments. Animal suggestions are also very welcome. I don't plan out my zoos too far in advance. I already know what we're building for next week, but beyond that, truthfully, I have no idea, so I'd love to hear your input. We're growing quite the strong community here, and I truly am thankful for each and every one of you. Sadly though, as the day comes to an end at Keystone Wilds, so does our time here today. I really hope you enjoyed this one. It was an especially fun build. Starting off zoos is always so exciting. Huge shout out again to the members of Club Keystone. That's it for today though. Kingpin out. See you guys next time. It is 3:30 in the morning. Get me to bed. After finishing our first exhibit, Keystone Wilds is off to a great start. Utilizing a natural barrier to not interrupt the view of the habitat, this enclosure is sure to be a hit with the guests and leave them with an incredible first impression of the zoo. Thankfully, our previous project, Keystone Park, was able to lend us one of their most popular residents for a very important project. Due to the giant anteater's current IUCN status rating them as vulnerable, we knew building a habitat for them at Keystone Park wasn't enough to save the species. Unfortunately, sometimes bringing awareness to an issue isn't enough, and action is required. In this sense, the action was starting Keystone Wilds off with its own giant anteater breeding and conservation program. In case you missed the last episode, we built our very first habitat at the new zoo, starring Bear the giant anteater, a longtime veteran of the series. If you're familiar with the aforementioned series, you should be familiar with Bear already, as he's been a well-loved member of Keystone Park for many years. Bear has been an absolute joy to work with so far at Keystone Wilds, and has luckily adjusted into his new home and larger habitat just fine. Bear is most likely not going to become a permanent member of Keystone Wilds, however, as his habitat at Keystone Park is to be left vacant until his return. This is a giant anteater breeding program, meaning, once Bear successfully completes his mission, he'll then return to his home at Keystone Park. As you probably know, a breeding program takes more than one animal to be successful, and if you didn't know that, just trust me and don't ask questions. Allow me to introduce you to Anita. She was quietly introduced to the habitat behind the scenes to give Bear the proper time to adjust to his new living situation. Giant anteater are primarily solitary animals with the exception of a mother and her young. Neither Bear nor Anita were used to living with another member of their species. Now, thankfully, both are well adjusted and introduced, and with time, hopefully we will be introduced to the newest member of their family. On another note, a majority of the starting facilities are in dire need of maintenance and repair, so effective immediately, we've brought on our first maintenance tech to Keystone Wilds. Hopefully these repairs aren't bank-breaking and are swiftly fixed. No matter how financially successful Keystone Park has been, starting a new zoo in the same brand is never cheap, especially since Keystone Wilds is hardly making any of its own money yet, other than the very generous donations of the members of Club Keystone. Without officially opening, the zoo simply isn't profitable. We need to ensure that once our doors open to the public, we can start to claw our way out of this debt. And luckily, with a cute and marketable baby anteater hopefully on the way soon, I think that I have just the right idea on how to accomplish this. One of the best and most profitable things to build right at the start of a zoo is a gift shop. Locating the shop right at the very front allows guests to visit both upon entry and exit, and if we can commission some top quality merchandise as soon as Keystone Wilds opens to the public, hopefully our financial situations will soon be in the past. Looking back at the Keystone Park financial records, our analysts have informed us that our gift shops comparatively underperformed when put against the rest of the zoo's income methods. As a result, we're going to have to find a creative way to get guests inside of the new shop. And aside from the top quality gifts and souvenirs themselves, I think we found just the right solution. If you'd like to further support the construction of Keystone Wilds and our latest expansions, then consider becoming a member of Club Keystone. The link is in the description below. Not only will you receive early access to videos, but you'll also get your name forever on the wall of donors. Thanks to all of our current members for the endless support. I truly couldn't do this without you. If you enjoyed today's video and the continuation of our newest adventure, consider subscribing. It's a great time since the series has just begun. Don't forget to like the video and leave a comment as well. By engaging with the video in any way, shape, or form, quite simply, you're telling the YouTube algorithm to push the video out to more people so that they can see, and the more people that watch, the more videos I can make at a higher quality too. Don't forget to join the Discord server, the link is also in the description below, and be sure to stick around to the end of this video, I have some very exciting news. All I'll say right now is you may be able to further engage with the gift shop that we make today from home. Meet the Lar gibbon, the first primate to call Keystone Wilds home. Sadly, the IUCN lists them as endangered, with an estimated wild population of only 15 to 20,000 remaining. It doesn't look like they need much land requirement at all, only 230 square meters. However, they need 60 meters of climbing space, which is a lot. Our barriers this time around are also going to have to be climb-proof. Gibbons can escape quite easily. Unlike most primates, gibbons are actually monogamous, which is quite interesting. If you don't know what that means, effectively they mate for life. This means gibbons can form very tight-knit family units and take care of their offspring all the way through adulthood. Among ape species, surprisingly this is quite uncommon. Like most primates, gibbons are exceptionally intelligent animals, needing a variety of habitat enrichment items to keep them entertained. This also extends to their climbing equipment, as they're one of the few species able to brachiate. We'll get into what that means later. Brachiation in the animal kingdom is surprisingly rare, however the Bornean orangutan and the siamang are able to do it as well. However, despite this, there's not going to be any cohabitation found in this habitat today. We have a rather large plot of land to transform today. The gibbon habitat is going to be right at the entrance of Keystone Wilds, with a path leading up to our brand new gift shop. Neither build is going to be particularly large, however, the gibbon habitat is going to be reaching some very impressive vertical heights. In the wild, gibbons spend a majority of their time living high up in the trees, and today it's our ultimate goal to give them ample space to be able to climb, swing, and play. As mentioned in the Zoopedia, gibbons are also able to brachiate, meaning they can climb on the underside of certain objects and materials. We're going to have to carefully position the climbing equipment in order for the guests to be able to get the best views possible. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves though. Before we can start building any climbing equipment, we first have to build an outline for the habitat and gift shop. Typically when I build, I try to stay away from the in-game barrier options, obviously except the null barrier. There are however some exceptions to this. I actually quite like using the pre-built glass piece because it perfectly maps the barrier of your habitat, but more importantly, it's watertight, and water can be difficult to work with in Planet Zoo. The reason why being watertight matters in this instance is that I want the front of the habitat to be a small pond so that the gibbons aren't going to be able to approach the front of the habitat, so they can't escape as easy. Once all of the glass was finally layered around the enclosure, I opened the terrain editor menu and put in some water. Surprisingly, I got the depth and everything correct on the very first try. This was a simple yet really important step because now we can plan the rest of the habitat around what we already built. Before moving on to any new steps, I always like to polish up and finalize what I've already built, and in this instance it was pretty easy. All we had to do is make sure our custom path aligned with the glass. It's the small steps and attention to detail like this that can truly make your zoo pop. The glass viewing is only going to be able to be seen at the front of the habitat, which leaves us 3 sides to where we have nothing. Habitat viewing doesn't matter at all from the remaining 3 sides. It's going to be such a tall enclosure that you'll be able to see it from anywhere, so I think we can cover up this hill with some foliage. To accomplish this, and make it cohesive with the anteater habitat that's right next to it, we're going to be using the exact same European rustic stone wall pieces to build the planters. While cohesion and matching is incredibly important in a build, it's equally as important to make your build stand out in a different way. For example here, we're leaving some gaps in between the European stone walls to make room for some rocks. Surprisingly, that was the hard part. Planters are such a simple and fast way to spice up your zoo. Originally, to cover the gaps, I tried to use the faux rocks from the aquatic pack. However, in honesty, this was a bad idea. This area is supposed to look natural, and faux literally means fake. I then settled on the exact same rock palette we used to make the giant anteater enclosure, the tropical rocks as well as the dynamic mossy. Once all of the rocks and European rustic walls were in place, I then came in with the mulch to make sure that there were no holes or gaps. The mulch blends the 2 terrain elevations together, but more importantly, allows us to place foliage on top. We'll get to the foliage later in the video, but for now, let's follow this path slightly up and start working on the outline of the gift shop. We'll get into the specifics on how to use both of these facilities later on in the video. Just know for now that so far, we've used a modular gift shop and some expanding tiles, as well as an exhibit. Starting off the gift shop, I added a layer of glass all along the front. Astute viewers may have noticed that I just covered the entrance, but don't worry, guests will still be able to walk through it. We'll place the door right here as well, because this door texture has glass already inside of it. Paired with the glass that we placed on the front of the building, you can't even tell that it's there, it looks perfectly natural. Now we can come in and reinforce the glass with some exterior walling. For the outside, I went with a very basic plaster, colored a drab tan. By using some relatively basic rectangles and squares, I was able to get a pretty interesting shape for the 3 windows up front. One thing that's incredibly important to remember in sandbox games, and especially Planet Zoo, is that sometimes the plans have to change. For example, in this build, I wanted the gift shop originally to have more of a hexagon shape, utilizing these nice curved walls in the sides. Putting it simply, the idea wasn't cool enough to put the effort to make it work, and what we came up with instead was even better. I realize now that the west side of the gift shop intersects at the east side of the gibbon enclosure, so we could put in some small viewing windows so that guests on the inside of the gift shops can see the gibbons in a hidden spot. Since terrain can't go over modular gift shop tiles, all we have to do is place some of the exact same mulch we used before to even out the terrain. Afterwards, I realized that the glass in the back of the gift shop didn't necessarily make much sense, because in my mind, this is where the staff checkout's gonna be. To fix it, I took some plaster of a slightly different shade and overlaid it on the glass. This adds a nice little bit of depth, and we can come in and detail it even more later. I was struggling for a while to figure out what I wanted to put on the outside, but then I realized we could extend the modular gift shop tiles out here and cover it up later. It's really basic, but overall I'm pretty happy with the shell of the gift shop, but in order to continue, we need to work on the outside. The look and feel of the gift shop is heavily connected to the habitat it shares space with, so before we continue construction on the gift shop, we're going to have to build up the gibbon habitat a little bit first. Let's start with the path. We've used this path trick in the past couple episodes, but in case you're new here, effectively what you have to do is use any flooring piece slightly above the path. The guests can still access it, but it makes the path look a lot more aesthetically pleasing. The trick is also really fast to implement, and if layered correctly, it goes right up to the buildings that you've constructed. Utilizing this trick really gives your builds a sense of scale, as the paths appear more like plazas where guests have multiple options to walk, when in reality they're still bound to the path beneath. To get rid of the exposed modular gift shop tiles on the outside, all I did was layer some more limestone a little bit higher. From above you can't notice it whatsoever, and it makes the textures feel all the same. Now that the pathing was done, I came back over to the far left-hand side of the gibbon enclosure and reused some different rock pieces from the various episodes. Before I could place more rocks down though, I had to build up the back end of the habitat so we knew exactly where to put them. I want this gibbon enclosure to utilize a few different heights of terrain layers, so they have to use the climbing equipment to get from section to section. I first built up another retaining wall using the exact same European rustic stone walls, as well as the rock palette that we used before. To avoid any holes and to make the foliage come in a lot smoother later, I used another layer of mulch on the top. The difficulty started when trying to blend in the retaining wall of the interior of the habitat, because I don't want any of the European rustic stone wall to appear in the gibbon's enclosure. It's not natural. These rocks are likely to be covered by foliage later on in the build process. However, I wanted a visual indicator that I could personally see that differentiates the two layers of the habitat. This will make building a lot easier personally for me. The best part about it is, if any of the rocks do manage to peek through the foliage, it'll simply look like a cliff face. The retaining wall looks pretty good, and it's clearly differentiating the upper and lower portions of the habitat. Now that the height has been established, I say it's time to go back and work on the gift shop. The main thing that I'd like to accomplish now is throwing a roof on the gift shop. Thankfully we made it a square, which is by far the easiest shape to do this with. With the shadows coming in on the left side, I think a glass roof over the right side, which is also where the checkout is going to be really aesthetically pleasing. Naturally though, we couldn't just go and throw the roof on, that would be too easy. First we had to completely redesign the walls, lowering a panel of the plaster down to make the windows a little bit smaller. The first part of the roof was about as basic as you could possibly make it. All it is was 6 pieces of concrete on the grid. The next step was a little bit tricky, but nowhere near difficult. All we had to do now was take the exact same color plaster and pre-plane out the glass dome. I want the roof to come to a fine point and still remain geometrically sound. Therefore I used these triangular pieces to make it a possibility. These are by far some of my favorite glass pieces to use in the entire game, but as you can see, building it on the grid didn't really work, so we're going to have to come in and separate it from the main group. After that, we can orientate it exactly how we want and make it line up with everything else just a little bit better. I used some more flat glass pieces to line up perfectly with the concrete. Now it's airtight. However, this isn't the only roof I was talking about. One of my favorite building tricks that I've learned over the course of Planet Zoo is that you can use the Indian fabric pieces and recolor them both to the exact same color, and it'll get rid of the weird designs on them. This makes them look a lot more like tarps than tapestries, and for the design of this build, that's exactly what we needed. Add in a few support beams, and now we have a really nice covered area for the employees that are working on the outside. It'll also save the merchandise from any inclement weather, like rain. At this point, the build was looking a little bit bland, and I really didn't like how the upper layer of windows looked, so I took a wallpaper piece and recolored it to match the texture and color of the plaster. I spread this new pattern all around, and it made the build look a lot more dynamic and interesting. Details are highly contagious, and once the upper windows were done, I decided to come back in with some trims on the lower ones. Like I said before, if you truly care and go the extra mile and add these little details that not everybody might notice, this is how you elevate the quality of your builds. You have to be willing to put in the time and effort to go the extra mile. While it's still relatively basic and under-detailed for my standard, I'm really happy with the facade of the building and how it's turning out so far. I am getting a little bit tired of working on it though. It takes a lot longer than it's portrayed in the videos. This alone just took a couple hours. Right now I think I'd rather work on the gibbon habitat, and since we expertly blended the terrain into the mulch into the gift shop, I think we can accomplish it. This gibbon habitat may appear not to be too large, however it's going to take a great amount of effort to do the foliage work with because it's going to have to be really thick. In essence, we don't want the gibbons to be able to traverse over every inch of the habitat, and there's a trick to make sure that they don't. This is elephant grass, and it has a really large hitbox, meaning that animals can't actually walk through it, no matter the size. This also works when it's barely peeking over the ground. From here it just looks like normal grass or reeds if it's close to the water's edge. By utilizing this elephant grass in strategic locations around the habitat, we can theoretically manipulate where the gibbons can and can't go, and we only want them to be able to use a small portion of the land, meaning we're going to be using a lot of elephant grass in this habitat. I started the foliage by placing elephant grass over the entire perimeter of the habitat, although a lot of it is unnoticeable, and it's going to be covered with other foliage later on in the process. Whenever there's a body of water of any size in a build, I always like to start a majority of the foliage there, because there's only a few ways you can detail a body of water. I always like to start with the underwater hydrilla plants. Once a majority of the larger foliage is in place, I'll then come in with some underwater eelgrass. This looks really nice on the bottom of the water. Wherever we didn't place any of the underwater eelgrass, I'll come in with some aquatic faux rocks that are colored to match the bottom of the pond. It's really important to make these gradually creep up the surface, because realistically speaking, sometimes the surface of the water is a bit lower and sometimes it's a bit higher. It depends on how hot it's been with a variety of other variables. We'll add a lot more in later, but I added some buffalo grass to the surface of the water on this side of the enclosure just to completely finalize it. Anything that limits the work we'll have to do later on is okay by my books. Some cattail reeds are also an absolute staple of any body of water. You just have to be very careful not to overuse them. Along with these mangrove trees, I especially like how the roots of the trees go right into the water. They add a really nice texture of wood that otherwise would be missing. I wasn't really liking how the elephant grass was looking, so I sunk some common reeds a little bit further into the ground and acted like it was elephant grass that was a little bit less old and matured. The only thing left now is the surface of the water, and there's realistically only one plant you can use in this instance. Just be really careful not to overdo it. Lily pads are best used in small quantities. The entire perimeter of the habitat is relatively completed, and I really like how it turned out. The retaining walls especially look really nice and finished. I don't think you can really beat the foliage work on the pond though. It's so simple yet so effective, but we still have a long way to go. I've already started the basics of the climbing structure, and truthfully, I wanted to do a little bit off camera just so I was confident in working with it. The job of this climbing structure is quite simple. Let the gibbons go from the high end of the terrain to the low end, and nothing more. Surprisingly, only one species of primate calls Keystone Park home, and it's the Colombian white-faced capuchin monkey, which is a fair bit similar to the gibbon in terms of what they require for their habitat. This time though, we're going to be taking things one step further, and a lot higher. The gibbon and siamang habitat at Disney's Animal Kingdom, which Keystone Wilds is directly inspired by, has these really interesting towers, and I'd like to replicate that. Thankfully, the foundation of the habitat was perfectly laid out to implement this. I've had this plan from the start. You're clearly going to be able to see these two towers before you even enter Keystone Wilds, which was the plan from the beginning. With a small bit of luck and a large bit of marketing, these are going to become two of the most iconic landmarks in the entire zoo. Now we just have to execute. For the base of the tower, which is the most important part because without a strong base the entire thing is going to come collapsing down, I decided to use these North African plaster pieces because they have a very interesting texture and aren't just plain cylinders. I colored everything a slightly different shade of gray to make it appear just like the tower that we're taking inspiration from. Once the color was set, I stacked them on top of each other until I got the tower to the exact height I wanted. Once the height was selected, I used this specific plaster piece in the exact same North African family and recolored it the same gray. I use this piece specifically because it's going to act as a great transition between the main base of the upper part of the tower as well as the base of the actual foundation. For the upper part of the tower, I used a much wider cylinder piece that's not very tall. The gibbons are actually going to be able to stand on this. Once it was in place, I copy and pasted the exact same piece and moved it slightly up. Now we have to connect the two. I connected two of the arched metal poles from the Zookeeper pack together to make this almost semicircle. I then periodically placed these all over the tower, making a cage of sorts. The tower actually came together a lot quicker than I expected it to, and I'm quite happy with the design. I think we nailed the inspiration perfectly. Luckily, the second tower was an easy duplication. All we had to do is make sure it was exactly even with the other one so we could use a straight rope. This is so the gibbon can brachiate from tower to tower. Now that the exhibit landmarks are in place, all we have to do is connect them up with themselves, as well as the climbing structure on the lower portion. The first step was certainly the easiest. Connecting the two towers was as simple as using the exact same rope piece 3 times. After that, to make sure the gibbons could actually get up to the towers, I made a vertical rope piece rotated 90 degrees and made it go all the way from the ground to the top of the tower. To further detail the build, I used a different rope that was curved at 2 meters to connect the two ropes together. This almost makes it look like a pulley system, and it's all one big part. After doing the same to the other side, I used a curved 4-meter rope piece to connect it to the climbing structure that we made off camera. Once both of the towers were completed and connected by the ropes so the gibbons could have access, I started working on a smaller climbing structure in the middle that they'll realistically probably use more. What I mean by this is when using the tower, the gibbons might glitch out a little bit. Climbing in Planet Zoo can be a bit finicky, but these are made with such simple pieces and such simple angles that the gibbons are bound to work perfectly on them. I wanted to include a slightly different element in the back climbing structure, so I ended up going with this natural rope bridge that's flexi-colored. I made it brown to fit in with the rest of the wood. I also took the base supports of this climbing structure and made them into trees so it fits in with the foliage that we'll add later. Lastly, I used some very small climbing logs that aren't actually going to be usable by the gibbons, just to act as some simple supports for the rope and the rest of the structure. It adds some realism. That took a lot longer than you probably think it did. Making a climbing structure is difficult because if you want to line everything up perfectly, it's quite tedious, but when the gibbons arrive soon, it's all going to be worth it. I just know it. From the bird's eye view of the tower though, I noticed that we're missing a lot of foliage in this habitat. The pond looks really nice, but the rest is quite bare. I think we should fix that. I'm quite happy with how the climbing structure looks, but it looks out of place without some foliage surrounding it, and we can fix that really easily. The first thing I did was use the faux rock step and color them the exact same hue as the tropical rocks. I used these so the staff would have access between the habitats, because obviously they're not going to be climbing on the gibbon structure. You can check the traversable area of animals as well as staff from the heat maps menu, and it looks like we were successful. Now that we knew exactly where we wanted the staff to go and where we want the gibbons not to go, we could place the rest of the elephant grass accordingly. Remember, this is to stop the gibbons from going to certain places of the habitat. I started placing some trees around the perimeter of the habitat next to the mangroves that were already placed by the water. I was very careful on what trees I selected because I didn't want any of them to reach higher than the towers. The towers are the defining landmark of this habitat, not the trees. I then used a heavy amount of creosote bushes around the rock perimeter so the gibbons couldn't get over. I was also careful to put some elephant grass underneath these, just in case they weren't enough. Now that all of the main and tall aspects of the build were in place, I used a variety of smaller plants as well as some rocks to blend everything together. As nice as the towers look, I want them to appear a little bit aged, so I draped some ivy down relatively far off of both of them. At the base of the fake trees, I also added in some relatively large roots that come down crawling over the rocks. This really contrasts well with the greens. I then helped blend in the elephant grass, the mulch, and the regular terrain in with some buffalo grass. It's one of my favorite plants in the game, and I use it in pretty much every build. Now it's really starting to take shape, but I'm not a fan of how you can almost see through it. We need to build up the back, and I fear that there's also not enough ways to get to the main climbing structure, so we should make another smaller one. If we made a smaller climbing structure back here as well, the guest in the gift shop should be able to see the gibbons actually use it. Overall, it was an easy build. We didn't use a single piece that we hadn't used elsewhere. Other than that, I thickened up the foliage in the back of the habitat to prepare for the fence that we're going to add in now. Thankfully, the fence was equally as easy. When placing the European rustic walls on the retaining wall, I was sure to add them in increments of 15-degree angle snaps. This was done intentionally to make adding this fence a lot easier because we can repeat the exact same geometry. For the fence itself, we used the exact same technique we did on the giant anteater enclosure. We used a very simple combination of mesh and some metal to hold it all together. After the fence focused on safety was complete, I came back to the front where the glass was. It looked a little bit under-detailed compared to the rest of the habitat. All I did was take the exact same wood pieces we used for the entrance of Keystone Wilds and repurpose them to reinforce the glass. The gibbon habitat's finally complete, and I'm really happy with how it turned out, especially the climbing equipment and the foliage. I think it's some of our best work here on the channel yet. Before the gibbons come in, however, we're going to have to finish the gift shop. Modular gift shops tend to be a little bit confusing to newer players, but they're actually a lot easier than you'd think. I'll show you, we'll set one up now. Under the Guest tab of the facility, you can filter specifically for only items that are usable in the modular gift shop. I always personally like to start with the shop counter, because where you put your counter and checkout section usually dictates the rest of the gift shop. Thankfully, every single modular gift shop item is flexi-color, so you can make it really match the aesthetic that your gift shop has. The shop counter is actually the easiest part of the modular gift shop, and it's not even close. Every single other piece you can actually put merchandise on, and the guest will come right up to it and purchase it. Spread these pieces all over the gift shop in any way that you choose. They come in a wide variety of shapes and sizes, and with different pieces you can put different merchandise on, so be sure to spread them out and have a variety of different kinds. Keep in mind when building your gift shop, though, that you can only have these modular gift shop expansions on the expansion tiles themselves. If something is outside of the gift shop tiles, guests won't be able to actually interact with it. I like the layout, but an empty gift shop is kind of a cursed image. We're going to have to put some merchandise on these shelves. In order to do that, simply pick one of the shelves that you've already used and click on it. After that, a drop box will appear where it says Items for Sale. You can then pick some merchandise to put on the shelves. It'll come automatically. When I stock my shelves, I try to put similar items right next to each other. For example, this entire wall is dedicated to plushies. Filling up the shelves is a great way to detail the gift shop, and it's functional as well. With the great view right into the gibbon habitat, plus it being at the start of the zoo, I'm sure this gift shop is going to be really popular upon opening. Speaking of gift shop though, while I detail the rest, I do have an important announcement to make. Throughout the beginning of Keystone Wilds, and especially throughout the later half of Keystone Park, I've always received so many comments of people saying just how attached they feel to these zoos, and that's really touching. My ultimate goal when making these videos, besides being as entertaining as possible, and a little bit informative too, is to make these zoos truly feel like a real place that you can experience. That's why we run the Instagram, the Discord server, the YouTube channel, everything. I want these zoos to feel like a tangible place that you could actually visit in real life one day, but you just have to do it virtually. Well, that changes now. What I mean by this is we've quietly been developing merchandise behind the scenes so you can take a part of Keystone Park or Keystone Wilds home with you. The first wave of Keystone Wilds merchandise is already well into production. I'll show some designs on screen now. Personally, I'm really proud of how they turned out, and I hope you guys like it too. More is going to be revealed in time, it just felt appropriate to drop the teaser during the gift shop build. The interior of this building might be some of the best work we've done between Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds. It looks so sleek, and the lighting effects on the floor make it look so clean. But I think the gibbons are on their way now. We should probably prepare for their arrival. Before we could officially welcome the gibbons to the zoo, they wasted no time getting on their climbing equipment. If you have a creative name for either a male or female Lar gibbon, leave it in the comments below. I love reading through them, and 2 of you will be picked for the next video. The gibbons' agility was immediately put on display. They're incredibly dexterous animals, and thankfully the climbing structure was perfectly made for them to brachiate. Both of the gibbons proved immediately curious of their new home, exploring both the ground levels as well as all of their climbing equipment. What was truly astounding is that they even began to start harmonizing their songs, and this is a big deal for gibbons. Not only is this how they communicate, but if you recall, gibbons are monogamous. The couples will actually practice these songs together, and it takes years to master. This is another prime example of why we chose the gibbon to be the premier animal at the start of Keystone Wilds. This is going to be your first impression to the zoo, and they're loud. Adding up their noise, size, and energy, these gibbons are the absolute perfect starter animal for any zoo, and I highly recommend trying them out for yourselves. I can say with relative confidence, these might be my favorite animals in the game now. They are so much fun to build for and watch. When Keystone Wilds opens to the public, it's going to be really tough to top the first enclosure that you see. Unfortunately, topping this enclosure is going to be a next week problem. I think that's all for today's episode. I really hope you guys enjoyed, and let me know what you think about the exhibit, but as well as the merchandise that I revealed. I really hope you guys enjoyed both. Thanks once again to the members of Club Keystone. You guys truly are the best, and if you'd like to join yourself, the link is in the description. Kingpin out for now. See you guys at Keystone Wilds next week. Keystone Wilds is certainly off to a successful start, and all of our animals, as well as our staff, are happy with their new home. As the property continues to grow, expenses follow suit. Keystone Wilds is still using Keystone Park as a financial lifeline, and unfortunately, Keystone Park is starting to feel the pay cuts. So far, thankfully nothing major has malfunctioned, and our polar bears are still in their habitat. Sadly, the polish that Keystone Park used to have simply isn't there anymore, and unfortunately, guests are starting to take notice. Broken facilities, small messes, little things like this are absolutely unacceptable on Keystone grounds, so we're gonna have to come up with a creative way to get a little bit more money circulating, and luckily, we found an excellent solution. In case you're new here, welcome to Keystone Wilds, our newest project here under the Keystone franchise, and so far, we've built 2 excellent exhibits. The first is a breeding program for the giant anteater, starring series veteran Bear. Unfortunately, however, Bear may be on his way back to his original home at Keystone Park ahead of schedule, as Anita, the female giant anteater, has become pregnant far ahead of schedule. This is absolutely excellent news, and the first major win for Keystone Wilds since construction first began. Giant anteaters stay pregnant for quite a long time, so for the time being, it's likely that Bear will stay in our custody here at Keystone Wilds just in case anything were to go wrong. Bear and Anita have seemingly grown quite close, which is particularly rare among the typically solitary species. Separating the 2 already could create stress in the early stages of Anita's pregnancy, which isn't good for anyone involved. For now, no decision will be made until a little bit more time has passed and we have more information. In case you missed the last episode and most recent expansion to the zoo, we built a sizable habitat for 2 nimble gibbons. Meet Stevie. He tends to spend a majority of his time on the move like most gibbons do, but he also enjoys to venture down to the forest floor and play with his favorite toys. His best friend Echo is more of the same. You can tell her apart by her much darker coat of fur. Just like Stevie though, she's always on the move high up in their habitat. Sadly, just like our giant anteaters, Lar gibbons are also endangered with only 15 to 20,000 estimated to be left in the wild. While neither Stevie nor Echo have shown any signs of mating behavior, we're hopeful that one day, a third, much smaller gibbon will one day roam the courses of their habitat. Connected to their excellent enclosure is Keystone Wilds' first gift shop, which also happens to be one of the solutions to the zoo's dire financial distress. In hopes to build up hype for Keystone Wilds and to feed off guest nostalgia for Keystone Park, we have officially decided to open our gift shop's virtual store. Like, in real life. The store is open right now. You can find it using the link in the description below, as well as the channel description. We have a variety of products starring animals of Keystone Wilds and some generic Keystone Wilds and Keystone Park products so far. More will be added each week, so be sure to check in and find something you like. A percentage of profits are going to be donated to real-life conservation efforts that are aiming to help our animals that we house at Keystone Park, as well as Keystone Wilds. It truly amazes me that this small and niche community that we've built by our own hands is now large enough to potentially be able to help animals in the real world. It's super special, and I can't thank you guys enough. Also located in Keystone Wilds gift shop is a brand new family of hatchling Hermann's tortoise. These vulnerable reptiles are sure to bring in guests and give them something excellent to look at besides our top-tier merchandise. When discussing future expansions to Keystone Wilds with some of our more veteran staff, the Keystone Park crew audibly gasped when reading our newest plans. A few years ago, Keystone Park unfortunately dealt with a severe strain of the avian flu influenza, stemming from our local flock of king penguins. Thankfully, all 21 of the penguins managed to survive relatively unscathed. However, this event took a massive mental toll on the zoo staff, and was by no means simple to handle. Long hours, stressful nights, and constant worry would take a toll on anybody. However, after extensive testing in our quarantine facilities, I do believe that Keystone Wilds is ready for its first avian flock to officially join our roster. If you'd like to further support the construction of Keystone Wilds and our latest expansions, then consider becoming a member of Club Keystone. The link is in the description below. Not only will you receive early access to videos, but you'll also get your name forever on the wall of donors. Thanks to all of our current members for the endless support. We truly couldn't do it without you. If you enjoyed today's video and the continuation of our newest adventure, consider subscribing. Don't forget to like the video and leave a comment too. By engaging with the video in any way, you're telling YouTube to push the video to more people. The more people that watch, quite simply, the more videos I can make at a higher quality. We're growing such a wonderful and excellent community here, and I'd love for you to be a part of it. You guys seriously are the best. 469,760. That is an oddly specific number to describe the wild population of the little penguin. Thankfully, with a wild population that high, the IUCN considers them a least concerned species, which is a first for Keystone Wilds. Little isn't just in their name. Their land requirement as well as their water requirement are both minuscule. What sets them apart though is that they're one of the few species in the game that requires deep water. Thankfully, they're so small, the water doesn't have to be too deep to pull this off. It appears that the little penguin are very social animals, needing a minimum requirement of 6 members in their group. It also looks like they're really easy to breed in captivity and don't stay pregnant for very long at all, so if we're not careful, the population can get out of control fast. Contrary to popular belief, most species of birds are actually exceptionally intelligent, so they're going to need a variety of habitat enrichment items. The Zoopedia also went out of its way to mention again that the little penguins can dive at incredible depths, so this deep dive is going to have to be important to their habitat. For the first time in Keystone Wilds, the little penguin doesn't benefit from sharing habitat space with any other species, but now we know exactly what we need to do to make the habitat a success, so let's get to it. With the release of the virtual store, I'd like to work towards the gift shop in today's episode. I'm thinking we can go in the plot of land right between the gift shop and the coffee shop we made in the very first episode. The main draw and gimmick of this habitat is that there's going to be 2 completely different elevations and viewings. We're going to have underwater viewing right here, with steps that take you down beneath the surface, and above the surface viewing right here. Overall, a relatively simple and easy plan, but when you're working with water, nothing is ever that easy. Trust me. If you'll recall from the Zoopedia, little penguins need deep dive in their habitat. It's an absolute requirement, and if you don't know what this means, effectively the water that you give them has to be a certain depth. All penguin species in Planet Zoo fall under the 2-meter requirements, so this water level has to be at least 2 meters deep. This is exactly why I placed this piece of Arctic wood on the ground. It's exactly 2 meters tall. We're using it as a makeshift ruler, so if the water level exceeds the Arctic wood, we know we made it deep enough for the penguins to swim. I preemptively lined up the habitat with the ground level of Keystone Wilds, so all we have to do is flatten the foundation all the way to the Arctic wood, and hopefully we got deep enough. We're not necessarily going to use all of this ground. It's always easier to make a little bit bigger of an area than you need whenever working with water, because it can be a little bit janky. Where the little penguin's pool is planned to be, I'm going to change the terrain. This is going to give me a visual indicator of where I'm building. If you're curious as to how I can edit the terrain all the way up to the path, it's because the real path is further back. Remember, this limestone is fake for the most part. Knowing I was going to use the in-game barrier glass for the border of this habitat, I decided to line the foundation of some concrete. Once everything was finalized, I laid the Arctic wood at the base of the pool to be. I then started lining the perimeter of the habitat with the in-game barrier glass. I think it looks really nice, and most importantly, it's watertight. Remember, this part of the habitat is specifically designed to be above the surface viewing, meaning that visitors should be able to easily see over the glass. After the glass was finally in place, I popped up the terrain all over the border of the habitat to make sure it was watertight. This isn't necessarily final, I just want to make sure the habitat and the water function correctly. It didn't. The way I always like to ensure that my builds are watertight is I'll make the glass physically intersect the terrain so there's no way for the water to escape. Alright, moment of truth. Alright, well this is an issue. The water level can't go any higher, it's not at the top of the glass, and the top of the Arctic wood isn't covered, so that means the penguins wouldn't be able to deep dive in this. The first solution I thought of was to simply drain all of the water and make the glass a little bit taller. I then tried the exact same thing again, hoping the glass wouldn't be too tall from the outside. I then tried to lower the glass to be exactly even with the Arctic wood that was already a little bit off the ground. Oh yeah, thanks for letting me place the water out here, that's really helpful. I was starting to run out of ideas fast, so I completely scrapped all of the terrain that we already built, redid the glass entirely, and then tried the water. Eventually I realized it was pointless to fight the water level, so I simply made the habitat a little bit deeper. I'm pretty sure that's the most tedious thing we're going to have to do in this entire build. Eventually, after many habitat revisions, I finally came up with a design I was happy with. It's a bit tricky to see, but the Arctic wood is clearly well below the water's surface, which means the little penguins are going to be able to functionally deep dive. Looking at the habitat from above, admittedly it did turn out pretty much exactly how I wanted it, with the underwater and the above surface viewing. It just took about everything I had to get to this point, so now we definitely can't screw it up. Personally, I think it's going to be easiest to start with the underwater viewing. It's the furthest away from the main bulk of the habitat, so this is almost like its own thing. The first step of preparing the underwater viewing was lining the entire path, including the stairs, with limestone. Remember, whenever using the fake path trick, you don't always have to be precise. We can always hide this later by adding some terrain, planters, or even fake walls. We'll certainly detail this a lot better later on in the process, but for now I want to get everything laid out in the basic form, just so we know exactly what we're working with. I used a lot of square mulch patches from the Nature tab to cover up what we've built so far. When it got a little bit more narrow, I transitioned to smaller squares to come to a fine point. To help retain the mulch and blend it into the rest of Keystone Wilds, I used a lot of the European rustic stone walls that we've been using frequently on the other side of the zoo. It may be a bit tough yet to see the vision, but I'm really happy with how this is turning out. I think I would like to stay down here for now though, and fully detail up everything that we've built so far before starting something new. I want this area to heavily contrast the left side of the zoo, which is a lot more lush and vibrant. We're going to be using some drab colors for this build. The standard aquatic faux rock turned out to be the exact perfect color I was looking for, so I used this to cover up any imperfections in the path that we'd made so far. I used more of the faux rocks to line the entirety of the concrete foundation that we just made. I really like the uneven and imperfect texture this is giving off. It makes it appear a lot more natural, even though we're using faux rocks, which are completely fake. I then recolored the gutters from the conservation pack a white to match the glass. All I'm trying to do is beef it up just a slight bit to make it look that much more formidable. Shifting my attention back to the faux rocks, I lined the wood of the stairs with the thinnest faux rock I could possibly find. I then duplicated this up and used some Australian wood to blend the two pieces together, making a convincing handrail. I then placed the education board right next to the little penguin's pool and lowered the rock to further blend it in. I was really liking the look of the faux rocks in this habitat, so I came back up to the top and used it to blend in this ugly wood piece. At this point, the base of the build desperately needed some colors, so I used this Australian wooden map almost as a floor, to where the limestone is just peeking through it. I also kept one of the Australia pieces completely intact, acting as a little Easter egg to show the heritage of the little penguins. I then matched the color by lining the inside of the concrete with the Australian wood, and blending it in between the wall and the faux rocks. This is looking a lot better already, but there's still plenty of work we can do on the outside of the build. I went ahead and planted a fine layer of buffalo grass on the mulch that we've already placed, and now we can actually use it. I placed a small pot in the top right of the underwater viewing, and inside I planted a ghost gum sapling, a tree native to the Australia region. It always amazes me just how quickly a build can start to take shape. I'm really liking this so far. From here, we added the standard Keystone Wilds foliage palette, always starting at the aquatic faux rocks recolored to a realistic hue. Since we're building on the back of the coffee shop, I was also careful to copy and paste some details over from the front, so it didn't look like a blank wall of plaster. I then wanted to make a nice sign that guests would see as soon as they entered Keystone Park, so I first borrowed the template from the Club Keystone sign. I first spelled out the words of the sign using a black color. This is going to appear as the shadow. I then copy and pasted the entirety of the sign's wordage in Keystone Park signature yellow, using the black as an outline. I really like how it turned out. It's going to give guests an excellent first impression upon entering the zoo. And speaking of first impressions, this is beginning to become an excellent starting habitat. I think it makes sense to start working on the backstage now, but where it's going to be positioned is a bit awkward because I don't want the guests to be able to see it. We're going to have to get creative with covering it up because it's clearly in plain view. Obviously we can't hide what we haven't built, so I started off by completely flattening the entire foundation. In Keystone Wilds, I want every single backstage and staff area to look relatively uniform, so I borrowed the palette that we already used in the backstage of the giant anteater area. In order to hide the build from the public, I purposely staggered some of the walls. This is going to make sense later, but I also didn't want the build to be perfectly square. This is a common pitfall I frequently fall into, and it's not realistic to have every building be a square or a rectangle. Remember, we're building for a species that literally has the word little in its name, so this backstage doesn't have to be huge. After the framework was done, I added the habitat gate and ran a path all the way around the backstage. Once all of the infrastructure was finally complete, I was able to add the null barrier to the rest of the habitat, mainly connecting it to the glass that we already built. I'm pretty happy with the exterior shaping, but for now I think we need to focus on the interior. First things first, we need to get rid of this ugly rock floor. I replaced it with an ugly concrete floor. Remember, this is a backstage and guests are never going to be back here. You have to prioritize function over looks. It's perfectly acceptable and almost encouraged to give the backstages an entirely different vibe than the rest of the habitat. You want to prioritize function over appeal, because who are you appealing to back here? Nobody's back here except staff. Not bad at all. From the keeper hut it looks really nice, and there's even some food in the habitat ready for the little penguins. Out here, however, the build looks less than stellar. We're going to have to find a way to change this, and I think I have an excellent solution. Let's get to it. We're going to be disguising the backstage using the exact same faux rocks as before to make the entire build appear as an Australian coastline. The main thing to keep in mind is make sure that none of the rockwork is piercing the walls. There's no collision detection in Planet Zoo like this. In theory, we only have to hide half of the building since the guests are only ever going to be able to see it from this angle, so this actually didn't take very long. The trick to rockwork in Planet Zoo, and especially when using faux rocks, is to make sure you have a bunch of different and creative angles. You get this by using a bunch of different rocks of the same family. Typically I would recommend turning on random rotation to accomplish this, but since I want these rocks in very specific patterns as to not impede the traversable area of the little penguins, I chose to go without for this build. Lastly, I added some mulch in areas where I knew I wanted foliage. It's realistic to have the mulch on top of the rocks, but you have to have something before you place the plants. It's tough to tell the backstage is even here after all the rock work we did, and I really like how it turned out. Once we add some foliage, it's going to look even better and mask some of the rockwork's imperfections. The shaping of the backstage also turned out pretty good. We were successful at not letting the rocks peek in. For as difficult and challenging as this build was at the start, I'm really pleasantly surprised with how it's turning out, but we still have a little ways to go before it's entirely finished. I'd like to start by detailing an often neglected aspect of a lot of builds. Detailing bodies of water is very similar to detailing land, in which first you have to carve out what exactly you are detailing. What I mean by this is first I like to build up a coastline. Not only does this make what I actually have to detail underwater a lot smaller, but it also gives a clear blueprint as to where to go and what to detail first. Once the coastline is officially in place, we can then start to place the exact same faux rocks underwater, but carefully blend it into the terrain and the rocks of the matching color. By gently tapping instead of holding down the button to place terrain, you can get pretty interesting patterns that almost appears to mix all of the terrains together. This is more realistic. To help the little penguins get in and out of the water a little bit easier, I added these jetty bedding platforms to the coastline. They even match colors of the faux rocks. One of my absolute favorite details in the entire build was this submarine buoy enrichment item that I tried to recolor to match the Australian flag. I added a few sprinklers and other enrichment items across the coast of the habitat as well. Shifting my focus beneath the surface again, I added a lot of the small faux rocks all around the bottom of the pool. These are going to help blend in various aspects of the habitat together. Where I placed a lot of the small faux rocks, I anchored a lot of the underwater temple plants. I think these look really nice and contrast really well with the underwater eelgrass. Underwater eelgrass is basically just the buffalo grass of the sea. It's really effective and it looks quite nice. It even sways in the current. To help habitat clarity, I added some aquatic lights beneath the surface connected to the concrete. This is really going to help light the place up. I then added some bubble special effects to key areas where a lot of foliage was present. Unfortunately, not every build is perfect in real life. Adding some wear and tear can really add that much more realism. I really like to utilize the crack decals from the Europe pack. A simple design for a simple habitat. I really like how it turned out. We packed so much detail into such a small place, and the little penguins certainly are going to enjoy it. However, now we have to finish the rest of their habitat, and I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit more difficult. In all honesty, the habitat looks like it's relatively close to being done already, which is a surprise. Normally habitats don't look this complete without a little bit of foliage, but I quite like the direction this is going. Step 1 of plant work is always the same. Add some buffalo grass over the mulch. I'd never used them before until now, but I've grown really fond of using these cabbage trees. This build was actually quite interesting to construct because typically rockwork is complementing the foliage in terms of a palette, but in this case the foliage is actually complementing the rockwork. It's not often that the rockwork is the main draw of the habitat. Every single piece of greenery in the entire build is meant to complement the rocks in some way, whether it's adding detail to them or helping them blend into the terrain. Once a majority of the foliage was finally in place, I extended the path out a little bit more to give guests one extra viewing area of the little penguins. All I did over here was use the exact same limestone trick to cover up the path, and then use some aquatic faux rocks to blend it into the habitat. It was really easy. Outside of placing the actual water, this habitat came together incredibly quickly, but we didn't shirk on any details. I really like how it turned out, and I'm quite proud of the final result. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. There are still, however, 6 things missing from the habitat, but I have a feeling that this problem's going to solve itself very soon. Now, in fact. Whoever named these penguins really wasn't joking. These things are quite small. Luckily, upon entry to their new home, the flock immediately began deep diving into their new waters. This is great news. It means we built the habitat right and don't have to mess around with water physics for at least another week. Jokes aside though, it's absolutely stunning and marvelous to watch the entire flock of 6 little penguins swim about in their new home. Truly a beautiful sight. To build up some hype for Keystone Wilds, we've even included a habitat webcam that's live right now. The webcam is amazing and good for guests that can't make it out to Keystone Wilds in person. However, seeing it in person truly is stunning. This is some of our best architectural work to date. It's so highly detailed and so rewarding to see the penguins this close up. For as difficult as it was to build, I don't think the underwater viewing could have turned out much better. We also managed to keep one final surprise from you. If you'll notice, one of our little penguins is very special. There's no blue at all on her. That's because she's an albino, a very rare skin pigment mutation. Albino animals are incredibly rare to find at zoos because it's not likely that they can survive in the wild due to not having any camouflage in their home region. This penguin truly is a beauty and a special sight to behold. If you have any name suggestions, like usual, feel free to leave them in the comments below. While you're in the comments, don't forget to suggest animals for Keystone Wilds. I don't really plan these episodes too far in ahead. In all honesty, I was going to build for the mute swan this week until I took a last-minute turn. I certainly am glad I changed my mind, however. The little penguins are so cute, and I'm really happy that they're a part of the Keystone Wilds roster. If you like little penguins as much as I do, don't forget to check out the virtual shop. With the launch of this episode, we also launched a bunch of little penguin merchandise. As of right now, I plan to update the shop one time per week with new merchandise of the Animal of the Week. Unfortunately, I do think that's where I'm going to have to call it for today's episode. It was a bit of a shorter one for a small habitat for an even smaller animal, but nonetheless, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you guys again so much for all of your support. It truly means the world to me, and I'm so privileged to be in this position to where I can provide content for you guys for you to enjoy. Thanks so much again. Kingpin out. I'll see you guys next Saturday. With all operations finally running at full efficiency, Keystone Wilds is progressing perfectly on schedule. Our head keeper continues to refine his routine and build strong bonds with the animals he's taking care of. However, the workload is getting a bit heavy. This certainly will require another keeper to be trained and put on payroll, which unfortunately is another expense that we have to deal with. More importantly though, it's yet another member officially joining the Keystone Wilds family. Running a zoo certainly isn't cheap, and further expenses continue to appear every day. Our giant anteater breeding program, for example, has needed a little bit of extra funding as of late. Unfortunately, Anita, our sole female giant anteater, has run into some medical complications entering the 4th month of her pregnancy. After performing an ultrasound and confirming that the baby still in fact has a viable heartbeat, our vet determined that she needed a second opinion, and so turned to our much more experienced team at Keystone Park for help. The Keystone Park veterinary team downsized a little bit over 2 years ago in an effort to help train up and modernize other zoos around the world. With their mission an overwhelming success and having saved the lives of countless rare and endangered species along the way, they can finally return home. Anita has successfully been transported and will call Keystone Park home for the foreseeable future, at the very least until the vets can get an accurate diagnosis on whatever's bothering her. She likely will remain off exhibit, as any amount of stress can cause more issues to her health. Back at Keystone Wilds, things would be a lot lonelier if it wasn't for our latest additions to the ever-growing roster. In case you missed the last episode, we ventured to Australia for the first time in the channel's history and built for one of the cutest animals to ever exist, the little penguin. The Keystone Wilds Little Penguin exhibit isn't necessarily the largest, but it's incredibly modern, featuring above and below surface viewing of a 3-meter deep pool for the penguins to enjoy. We also leaned heavily into the Australian theming, using a variety of plants, colors, and textures local to the region. The little penguin habitat has been an overwhelming success so far, and thankfully, the penguins adjusted to their new home with little to no complications at all. We learned from our mistakes. The most interesting member of the flock is Pearl, and as you'll likely notice, he isn't like the rest of his new family. This is because he's an albino, an exceptionally rare mutation in the animal kingdom, leading his skin and even his feathers to being white as snow. Pearl likes to spend his day in and out of the pool like a majority of the flock, and is gaining confidence and endurance with each passing hour. Another notable member of the flock is Pebble, as she's clearly the most energetic and playful among the 6 little penguins. She's curious about absolutely everything, and is exceedingly intelligent. Curiosity about the outside world is the first step to learning, and the little penguin flock is quickly learning that Keystone Wilds is an amazing place to be. Speaking of learning, did you know that Keystone Wilds' virtual gift shop is officially open to the public? If you'd like to take a piece of Keystone Wilds or Keystone Park home with you, feel free to use the link in the description to get to the store. All products are guaranteed high quality, and just like many real zoos, a large percentage of our profits are going to be directly donated to wildlife conservation efforts in the real world. We try to update the shop a few times a week, so be sure to stop in and see if you find something you like. I promise you won't regret it. Thankfully, with the success of the launch of Keystone Wilds' virtual gift shop, funding is less of an issue than it has been in the past. However, the zoo is still losing money with the zoo not being officially open to the public. Thankfully, a third-party benefactor has reached out to Keystone Wilds and offered to fund production of our next big expansion, lifting a huge financial burden off of our metaphorical shoulders. Education is an absolutely wonderful and educational subscription service that sends a box right to your doorstep each month. It includes excellent quality items for the price, and just like Keystone Wilds' gift shop, a portion of their profits are also sent directly to wildlife conservation around the world. Stay tuned on the channel for an upcoming review of one of their boxes coming very soon, and if you'd like to purchase a membership or subscription yourself in the meantime, feel free to use the link in the description for $10 off of your first order. Huge thanks again to Education for sponsoring today's episode. The work you do truly is incredible, and I'm proud to be your partner. Now, with the ever-generous efforts of Education, Keystone Wilds can officially break ground on our newest expansion to the zoo. Since Keystone Park is likely to remain busy with Anita for the foreseeable future, we're gonna need to bring an animal brand new to the Keystone name this time around. And trust me when I say, you're not gonna want to miss this one. If you'd like to further support the construction of Keystone Wilds and our latest addition to the zoo, then consider becoming a member of Club Keystone. The link is in the description below. Not only will you receive early access to videos, but you'll also get your name forever on the wall of donors. If you enjoyed today's video and the continuation of our latest adventures, consider subscribing, and don't forget to like the video and leave a comment as well. By engaging with the video in any way, you're telling YouTube to push the video to more people, and the more people that watch, the more videos I can make at a higher quality. The channel growth lately has been amazing, so let's keep the momentum going strong. Going from the little penguin to one of the biggest lizards on the planet is certainly going to be jarring for our keeper staff. Meet the Komodo dragon, an endangered reptile with 1,400 individuals left in the wild. Their habitat appears to be rather basic, only needing 600 square meters of land space. The lack of water requirement, as well as deep diving and climbing, lead me to believe that a moat is going to be effective at keeping them in. Unlike the last few species we've worked with, Komodo dragons are entirely solitary animals. Surprisingly, they're difficult animals to breed in captivity, due to them having a dominant system based entirely off of size. Pair this with the fact that 10% of a Komodo dragon's diet are other smaller Komodo dragons, it becomes abundantly clear as to why they're so difficult to breed in zoos. Since they hardly get along with each other, it's no wonder that the Komodo dragon doesn't benefit from sharing space with any other species. No cohabitation today. With the very generous sponsorship from Education, Keystone Park's Komodo Dragon exhibit is finally ready to be underway. We've successfully cleared the land behind the gift shop, and have been working day in and day out to make sure that everything is prepared for construction. The blueprints read as follows. Starting at the top, we're going to have an indoor viewing portion that's going to lead directly to the outdoor portion for the Komodo dragon. It's going to have frequent access to both habitats. Construction is already underway on a bridge that's going to take you to an entirely new section of Keystone Wilds, and this is going to be awesome, but I can't reveal what it is quite yet. As mentioned in the Zoopedia, Komodo dragons are very susceptible to environmental barriers, so a moat is going to be absolutely perfect to keep the dragons in. This means that the very first step of the build is going to be quite simply cleaning up some terrain. I actually enjoy this a fair bit. The method I like to use to accomplish this is by extending the faux path, and what I mean by this is if you recall, there's no actual guest path beneath these limestone pieces. All we're doing is using this for show. Since these pieces are aligned on the grid naturally, we can easily just kick the path out a little bit and completely cover up the bad-looking terrain. If you get a small portion that comes to a pretty sharp angle, what I like to do is come off of the grid using the exact same piece and rotate the limestone 90 degrees. This way the angles are a lot more manageable. The main issue that we're having now is that the two sides of the moats are completely different elevations, but this can actually be fixed with a relatively easy method. Utilizing some stickers and some special effects, we can create a relatively convincing dam that portrays the water flowing from the higher portion up top down to the lower portion of the moat so that the Komodo dragon can't swim to the mainland. Now that the dam is firmly in place as a part of the foundation, we can connect everything up and make it look nice. Looking at the build from above, it doesn't look like we've accomplished a whole lot, but this is precisely the point of foundation. Now we have the means to build the rest of the habitat well. If you've watched the entirety of the Keystone Wilds series so far, the undetailed Komodo dragon moat should really remind you of something that we've already built. If you'll recall, we used a very similar method to keep our two anteaters, Barren and Ida, in their enclosure. Natural barriers are absolutely one of my favorite ways to construct any enclosure because the guests get an unimpeded view of the entire habitat without glass or mesh or anything blocking their view. Just like the foundation, the first step of this build process is going to be entirely preparation. For now we need to make some very simple planters. The main reason that I always start my builds with foundations and planters and everything of the sorts is because it gives a clear blueprint of exactly where you need to progress. For example, once we finished this very basic planter, we now knew exactly how far we had to go with the rocks that are going to line the coast. By first starting at the outside of the habitat and working your way inwards, it makes the build process a lot more manageable and less tedious, but now we need to make sure this planter isn't floating in midair. A few large rocks can solve this problem immediately, and what we can do next is use the same rock palette that we used for the giant anteater enclosure, throw in some of the dynamic mossy rocks to get some color in there, and it looks really nice. Having planters acting as your barriers and scattered around random places in your zoo also allows you to get a lot more greenery in places that you wouldn't necessarily expect. One of my favorite details we added to the outside of this planter was this ivy corner piece. Turns out it fit perfectly with the alignment of the angle of the rocks. This was completely on accident. Shifting our focus towards the moat aspect of the Komodo dragon enclosure, I started off by merging some trees into the rocks that we've already placed. Not only do the variety of textures look nice against the rocks, but it's also going to keep the Komodo dragons away. They have notoriously large hitboxes and aren't going to be able to go near these trees. I also really like to use the saltwork plant family in tandem with the rocks. They look really nice jutting through the textures, just as the coastal mangroves do. Just because the Komodo dragon side of the moat is complete doesn't mean the habitat is even close to being done. Let's be honest, the guests are more likely to throw themselves into the habitat than the other way around. To prevent this, all we have to do is make a very simple guest barrier. We don't want it too tall, otherwise they won't be able to see over it, which was the entire point of building the moat in the first place. Admittedly, I was a bit stuck on how I wanted this barrier to look, but I eventually decided on using the Australian planks to give it some cohesion of the little penguin habitat from the last episode. I was really wishy-washy on how I wanted this wood to look, but eventually I decided on angling it forward at about 15 to 30 degrees. Not only does it look nice this way, but it was also leagues easier to attach to the other side, because there's about a 45-degree turn in the angle of this habitat. All that was left to do for the guest barrier was add the supports. We simply used the exact same Australian wood and covered up the glass every 2 meters. We've certainly put ourselves on the path to success. The Komodo dragons can't get out and the guests can't get in. Without a doubt, we still have plenty of work to do on the outside, and we haven't even started the interior portion yet, but I really like how this is going so far. I'd like to set up the rough dimensions and outline of the interior portion. That way we can know what we're doing with the rest of the exterior. The little penguin enclosure as well as the gift shop certainly have a unique color palette, so we're going to try our best to replicate that for the Komodo dragon habitat. It may be a little bit difficult to visualize right now, but it's going to be right here, right next to the outdoor enclosure. We successfully got the terrain right up against the faux path, so the first step that we're going to have to take is make a glass wall that separates the terrain and the path. Realistically speaking, this build isn't going to be big, for the main reason is that it's pretty much the only thing back here. We don't want to lure guests to a back corner of the zoo where there's not much to look at. Keeping this in mind, I tried to limit the size of this building, but it's difficult because as I mentioned before, the Komodo dragons have a notoriously large hitbox. Putting 2 and 2 together, effectively what we're doing is taking an animal that doesn't turn very well into a very small environment. Knowing that this is the case actually helps us out a lot more than you'd think, because we know for a fact that what we're going to build on our first try likely isn't going to be permanent, so there's no point in over-detailing it now when it's likely going to have to change in the future. As for the building itself, I tried my best to break up the flat facade with the rounded pillar pieces. I think it turned out nice and made the wall a lot more segmented, which made further details even easier in the future. I was then able to connect up all of the pillars with an even smaller and thinner segment, making some nice depth on the wall. Once the basic shaping of the habitat was finally complete, I added a very small and rudimentary backstage. Looking good so far, but the Komodo dragon hated it. One thing that I typically will gloss over to not break the flow and rhythm of the video is that I'll put the animal in the exhibit about halfway through just to make sure the traversable area works. In this case, it didn't. This is totally acceptable, all we have to do is kick one of the walls back a little bit more. Now that we know for certain that the Komodo dragon can actually access the outside portion of the habitat, let's start finalizing this. The first thing I did was build up the back retaining wall. This is basically going to be the exact same technique we used to make the trench, except it's going to go on the back of the habitat and above sea level. I also temporarily took out the null barrier that we placed so I could get the terrain to go right up to the building. Once the backdrop was complete, I used the terrain editor to make a bunch of sand on the interior of the building. I didn't really want to make anything too fancy in here because Komodo dragons tend to burrow around. The lizards certainly won't be able to escape now, but the lack of details is appalling. Let's fix that. To start, I connected the indoor and the outdoor portion of the build. Now that both were firmly in place, we knew exactly where we could and couldn't go. I then used a variety of tropical and dynamic mossy rocks to build up a retaining wall on the back end of the exhibit. Since the Komodo dragons have a pretty restrictive hitbox, as we mentioned before, I want this habitat to be more lush the higher up you get, aka in the places the Komodo dragons can't go, so the plants will in no way impede their traversable area. As you can hopefully see, a majority of the dynamic mossy rocks are above the cave and connected to the second layer of the terrain. After determining I wanted the second layer to be more foliage heavy and cut off sightlines to the rest of the park that I don't want guests to see, I decided I really wanted this initial layer to be really rocky. The foliage on this layer is going to act more as a tool to blend the rocks into the grass and the soil that's a part of the physical terrain. Komodo dragon are ambush predators, so I kept the buffalo grass a little bit higher out of the ground than I typically otherwise would, because Komodo dragon may like to hide in the grass in their natural habitat. One of my favorite foliage details I've been abusing as of late is the common reeds sunken into the ground. I really like how they look, but typically they're too tall. When you place them into the rocks like this, they look like a smaller version of the same plant. Now that we're officially trying to blend in the two layers of the rocks, we're going to go back to using the exact same foliage palette that we used on the first layer in the moat. This means a heavy amount of saltwort. Knowing ahead of time that this habitat bedding likely wouldn't be able to be reached by the Komodo dragon, I put it here anyways just for show. I also went ahead and added a scratching post, as well as a blood scent marker. When detailing in a realistic manner, it's really easy to get caught up in all the greens and the grays of the natural world, but it's important to remember to add some flowers and color into your builds on occasion. When I say on occasion, I really mean it. To build naturally, a majority of everything should be green and gray. However, use the color to really make certain areas of the build pop. Using some creosote bushes, I was able to bluff the illusion that the backdrop of foliage was a lot larger than it actually is. Now I was able to focus my attention on building an ivy pillar around the surface of the cave. This has got to be my favorite detail in the entire foliage portion of the build. I really like how the roots come out from the tree where the dirt hits, and then those roots come into the vines. I'm really happy with how the outside portion turned out. There's no way that the guests can get in, there's no way that the dragons can get out, and it looks really nice. They have ample space to hide, but the guests are also going to get a perfect view. I think the Komodo dragons are also getting a pretty good view. It's only episode 5 and Keystone Wilds is developing really quickly. Let me know what you think of the progress in the comments. Now that the outside is entirely complete, we need to focus all of our attention towards the interior viewing. After we finish all of the structure and skeletal work, I have some really interesting ideas on how we can make the outside really pop using some of the decals from the Europe pack. The hardest part about this build by far is going to be taking the relatively mundane interior and making it blend naturally into the really highly detailed exterior. There's not going to be any foliage in the inside, it's going to be primarily arid and desert, which is a direct contrast to the outside. To start, I took our tried and true plaster from the Africa pack and simply made some more supports around the glass panes. Now that the glass as well as the supports were finally firmly in place, I was able to get the limestone faux path to come right up to it, leaving absolutely no space in between. To blend all three elements together, I brought down the supports and rotated them 90 degrees to appear almost triangular. Adding in some square roofs in Planet Zoo always makes me laugh because it's kind of funny just how much real-life geometry you can actually use. For example, right here we have some squares and we have a triangular shape. All we have to do is simply rotate the square concrete 45 degrees and it perfectly fits the triangle. Pay attention in school. I know there's at least one of you watching that should be doing your homework. I used a different shade of brown plaster to blend the concrete into the structure. I then took the original shade of plaster and made a relatively interesting design, placing it all around the build. This is the exact same design I used in the gift shop if you're curious as to why it looks familiar. These buildings are right next to each other, and I want them to look pretty uniform. One of my absolute favorite details to add to all buildings are gutters. They especially look nice when you can blend them into the style that you're working with. One detail that I think I need to add more of in the future are electrical outlets. One of the most underrated details in the entire game are the color palettes on the decals. By messing around with these colors, you can make the builds really immersive. Collectively as a group, these are becoming some of my most used pieces in the entire game. I really like using them to show some wear and tear and age on some buildings. I have to say though, the moss decals recolored are my absolute favorite. It simply just adds a variety in the texture. This was the first time I tried out the grunge decal, and I have to say I really like it. Recoloring it to the base color of the plaster just made it look like some dirt and grime on the build. And just like that, the outside is finally complete, and I think it looks really nice. I especially like the tapestries. This build just keeps getting better and better. However, there is one glaring thing that we still have to do. We haven't touched the inside. The two aspects of the build that are especially bare are the walls and the ceiling, so I think that's a great starting point. The inside of this building is going to be very simple. The Komodo dragon is going to need as much space as possible to move around, so a majority of the details are going to be allocated to the walls. One of the only functional aspects of the interior is going to be this water pipe. The Komodo dragon needs water, obviously, and the entire point of the moat is to keep him out of the water, so this is going to be required. As for the walls themselves, I used these African panels but recolored all of the colorful parts to match the tapestries on the outside. I then started construction on a very small climbing frame. It's likely not going to be accessible to any of the larger Komodo dragons due to their hitbox sizes. However, if we end up getting hatchlings in here one day, they can hide up here to avoid becoming part of that 10% of the Komodo's diet. Underneath the climbing structure is where I decided to add their habitat bedding. Now they have habitat bedding on the inside as well as the outside of the exhibit. For the rest of the wall, I ran a very simple wallpaper using colors that mimic the outside of the building. Lastly, since this is all sand and connected to the outside portion of the habitat, I thought it would be nice to add in some grass to help transition the two. I'm quite happy with how the interior turned out. It's really simple, but it was designed to be this way. More importantly though, I'm pretty confident that the Komodo dragon is going to like it a lot, and reports say he's on his way right now, so let's prepare for his arrival. Meet the very first apex predator to call Keystone Wilds home, the Komodo dragon. With a 100% uninterrupted view of their outdoor habitat, the true scale and size of these reptiles is on full display. It didn't take the Komodo dragon much time at all to use his excellent sense of smell to track down the frozen blood pumpkin in his habitat. Once a Komodo dragon has its sights set on its prey, it's almost impossible to escape. Luckily at Keystone Wilds, there's no danger and no need to hunt. We have plenty of frozen pumpkins in the back. It looks like our Komodo dragon habitat has passed all initial safety inspections, which is excellent news. That means the Komodo dragon is perfectly cleared to make this his forever home. I think we should let our Komodo dragon adjust to his new home just a little bit longer though, and if you have any names for our male Komodo dragon, feel free to leave them in the comments below. While you're down there, let me know what you think of the habitat and what you'd like to see added to Keystone Wilds next. This is a community-driven zoo, and your comments are of utmost importance. Unfortunately, I think that is going to be the end of today's episode. Certainly a smaller scale project today, but not everything has to be epic. Small scale habitats such as this are the backbone of any zoo. You can't just have heavy hitters, you have to have some build-up and anticipation. That being said, however, I think Keystone Wilds is in just the prime position to have some heavy hitters finally be introduced, so stay tuned till next week. Huge thanks again for Edzucation for sponsoring today's video and habitat. You guys seriously are the best, and I'm so excited to work with you in the future. Kingpin out for now. See you all next week. After a lengthy stay at Keystone Park, Anita, our female giant anteater, is finally medically cleared to return to her home at Keystone Wilds. During her stay at Keystone Park, she was fully evaluated for any and all pregnancy complications, and thankfully, everything's now looking good. We can soon expect the baby to be born in the coming months, and have redesigned and reevaluated a few specific sections of the giant anteater enclosure at Keystone Wilds in preparation. Despite being outwardly based with fun and entertainment in mind, conservation truly is at the heart of the Keystone name. To be able to help a species that truly needs it is a special privilege, and one that none of our staff takes lightly. Speaking of species that need our help, in case you missed the last episode, we introduced our first reptile into Keystone Wilds, and a big one at that. Meet Charlie, the Komodo dragon. Charlie has adjusted into his new home very quickly, but certainly prefers to spend his day basking in the sun outside. His habitat has free choice built into it, meaning he can go inside or outside as he pleases, and guests will have an amazing view either way. This in its own right is actually a form of animal enrichment used at zoos all around the world, and can really help give a species a nice change of scenery at will. While inside, Charlie can choose to enjoy his favorite treats, a frozen blood pumpkin, and we're going through the supply very quickly. The interior portion of the habitat also has a webcam streaming live to guests at home right now, as do a majority of the habitats at Keystone Wilds. Just because our zoo isn't officially open to the public quite yet, doesn't mean that the guest can't get attached to our new friends. To further aid in guest engagement as the zoo prepares to open, we've also released a new collectible item into the Keystone Wilds online gift shop, available to purchase before the zoo officially opens. Upon each successful animal added to the zoo, we'll be releasing a custom-made sticker unique for each species, meaning so far we've collected stickers for the giant anteater, lar gibbon, Herman's tortoise, little penguin, and our newest addition to the collection, the Komodo dragon. You too can purchase these stickers yourself using the channel store. The link is in the description below. They're a lot of fun to collect. We'll be releasing a new sticker to accompany the Animal of the Week every single episode, featuring the new addition to the zoo's roster, and are currently working through Keystone Park's roster as well. With all of these recent additions to the Keystone family, our head keeper has started to get a bit overwhelmed and overworked. Knowing our financial situation, he was hesitant at first to ask for help, as another keeper on payroll is something that Keystone Wilds is going to struggle to afford. However, with the recent launch of the sticker collection through the gift shop, we can now afford some solid help. Conveniently enough, our new hire is a reptile expert, having owned pets from snakes to lizards throughout her entire life. I say conveniently because only after her being hired did we learn that her head keeper is deathly afraid of anything with scales. Now that I think about it, he never did step foot in the Keystone Park reptile house. Our new keeper, just like Charlie, has adjusted well into Keystone Wilds and was welcomed with open arms by the rest of the team. Continuing on with the theme of conservation, one of the most important aspects of the Keystone brand are our various breeding programs across both zoos. One of the more successful programs is located at Keystone Park and focuses on the release of giant otter families back into their home in the Amazon River. The giant otter habitat at Keystone Park features a large underwater viewing port and is among one of the most popular exhibits in the entire zoo. Knowing this, when we got the news that 3 young Asian small-clawed otters were in the Keystone veterinary system, we figured that Keystone Wilds would be a perfect home for the trio. The only issue with this is that we're not going to be able to set up a breeding program for the endangered species right away, as all 3 members of the group are female.
You're implying that a group composed entirely of female animals will breed?
No, I'm simply saying that life, finds a way.
That'll be a later problem, though, as the plans for Otter Grotto have officially been approved. Plans also include the construction of our very first restaurant at Keystone Wilds, which is going to tie into the habitat in a creative and stunning way for members of Club Keystone. You truly aren't going to want to miss this one. If you'd like to further support the construction of Keystone Wilds and our latest expansions, then consider becoming a member of the previously mentioned Club Keystone. The link is in the description below. Not only will you receive early access to videos, but you'll also get your name forever on the wall of donors. Thanks to all of our current members for the endless support. We truly couldn't do this without you. If you enjoyed today's video and a continuation of our newest adventures, consider subscribing. Don't forget to like the video and leave a comment too. By engaging with the video in any way, you're telling YouTube to push the video to more people, and the more people that watch, the more videos I can make at a higher quality. The channel growth has been absolutely amazing lately, so let's keep this momentum going strong. With an IUCN rating of vulnerable and a wild population of around 5,000, the Asian small-clawed otter truly is going to fit in perfectly at Keystone Wilds. They're small creatures, so they don't need a whole lot of space. However, they are going to need land requirement, water requirement, and deep water, just not very much of either. This is going to make their habitat relatively complex, but I think we're up for the challenge. Asian small-clawed otters are very social animals, needing a minimum of 2 in each group. Typically, they're dominated by a mating pair, which isn't going to be possible with 3 females in the enclosure, so I am curious to see what happens. They're also exceptionally intelligent animals, needing a wide variety of habitat enrichment items. Despite their outwardly cute appearance, their dietary options relay the information that they're also pack-hunting carnivores. Putting everything together, they might not be a beginner-friendly species. They do, however, have a very wide variety of interspecies enrichment, including some species that are already found at Keystone Wilds, and some that were recently discovered on the console version of the game. Today, however, we're not going to be using any. Everything that we've built at Keystone Wilds so far simply has been the entrance of the zoo. Now we're starting on our first wide-open pavilion. Otter Grotto is going to be going on the left. I've also laid out a second habitat, but that's going to be a later issue. In between the 2 habitats, we're going to be building Keystone Wilds' very first restaurant. Since the restaurant directly borders Otter Grotto, we're going to be building underwater viewing both in Otter Grotto as well as inside the restaurant. It'll make sense in a second. In my opinion, building for an animal that requires deep dive is one of the most difficult things to construct in all of Planet Zoo. We've only done it once in Keystone Wilds so far, and there's a good reason for that. The pre-planning phase of a deep dive enclosure is by far and away the most important step, as if you mess up now, you're going to have to redo the entire habitat, because each individual species has its own depth requirement that you're going to have to fulfill. Personally, to start, I always like to dig a hole exactly the depth that the animal has to go. In this case, it's 2 meters. Once the foundation is at the correct depth, I then like to lay the beginnings of the path. We don't have to finish everything yet, we just have to make sure it works. For smaller deep dive enclosures, now you can start building the actual habitat. However, this one's going to be a bit larger, so we're going to need an entrance as well as an exit. Personally, when I can and the exhibit is large enough for me to do so, I always like to have one side be stairs and one side be a ramp. This way, one is more efficient, but the other's more accessible. From here, you should have something that looks like this, and now it's really easy to simply add a glass barrier, throw in the water, triple check that it's deep enough, because you do not want to do this again, and with a little bit of luck, you should have a pretty good outline of a habitat. Since the right side of the restaurant directly borders the left side of the habitat, I think that's going to be a good starting point. First of all, though, this path looks hideous. Starting some basic shaping and infrastructure for the restaurant, I want the bottommost layer that's connected to Otter Grotto's deep dive pool to feel a little bit fancier and nicer. This is simply because scattered around Keystone Wilds, I want to have some areas that are exclusive to members of Club Keystone. Real zoos and theme parks often have areas that are exclusive to pass holder members, so this is going to add that much more realism and truly make Keystone Wilds feel like a real place. As for the build itself, I laid a backdrop of brighter plaster than we typically use, and covered it in an interesting texture of darker wood. Using only 3 different types of pieces from the construction menu, you really can make an interesting texture. There's a lot more going on than typical buildings at Keystone Wilds. If you're unfamiliar or newer to the game, you might not know that this is actually a restaurant, and effectively what happens is that guests will enter it here, and then teleport through this random black void. It doesn't make much sense, but roll with it. After walking through the void, guests will automatically spawn at restaurant tables or booths found in the facilities menu. If you're curious as to why we never placed a path underneath the wood floor, this is exactly why, because they don't technically have to walk here. Funny enough, this little loophole is precisely what inspired the entire habitat, because we didn't have to deal with the path restrictions against the glass. We've already made great progress on the restaurant, and typically now I'd segue over to the habitat, but I'd like to keep the momentum going here. I have a nice idea of where I want to take it. I made a second staircase and connected the backside of the restaurant to the lower level of Club Keystone. Again, other than the entrance that guests can actually use, all of this is just for show. There's no path underneath the wood. I mainly made the thinner entrance so all guests dining at the restaurant are going to get a view of the otters. However, the Club Keystone members' view is going to be premium. The rest of the interior detail was surprisingly simple. All we did was expand the floor, bring over the custom wall to the left side of the restaurant, make it all 1 story taller, and finally add in plenty of seating options for all guests. I also went ahead and added in a small restroom, and unlike the rest of the restaurant, there actually is a path leading up to this, so any guest can use it. Since the large plaza we're constructing is likely going to lead to 2 different branching sections, which we'll reveal in the coming episodes, this is realistically going to be the last opportunity we have to use the classic Keystone Wilds green, so we're going to be making about half the restaurant colored this way. The rest of the exterior is going to be identical to the detail palette that we used on the entrance of Keystone Wilds. I like the idea of making some of our more important buildings visually connect and use the exact same detail and color scheme. The hard part is finding ways to make it stand out among the similarities. Starting off with this angled overhang made of wood, I think we're doing a good job. After slightly changing up the shaping in the front, I really do like where this is going. Now we just have to add a majority of the details, and luckily we have a Hot Dog Squad quick service restaurant right here that we can borrow from. One of the most important details, and one that's often overlooked, are the trims that separate the concrete roof from the plaster walls. Whenever you have 2 colors or textures that are radically different, adding in something like this to blend the 2 together can really go miles in your builds. Shifting our attention to the bottom third of the walls, we can come over and borrow the exact same faux rock formation that we've been using on every building in Keystone Wilds. The trick is to make it not look repetitive, and the way you do this is simply by rotating the angles. This building style only works if it looks randomized, so you can't simply just copy and paste everything over. Underneath the trim, I always like to add these little windows, especially in a restaurant where natural lighting is pretty important. Who wants to eat in the dark? In real life, this would make our utility bills out of control, but I think it looks a little bit better if the door's open. I also noticed that the sun was beating down heavily on the Club Keystone seating, so I added a little bit of shade. With that, allow me to formally introduce you to the Oasis, our first restaurant. I'm quite happy with how it turned out, but let me know what you think in the comments below. It's going to look even better with time once more foliage gets planted around it. My favorite detail by far has to be the exclusive Club Keystone seating though. It's such a creative idea, and the view's going to be insane once the otters get in there. Speaking of that, this enclosure is certainly going to have a lot going on in it, so I think the easiest way to break everything down is going to be starting with the underwater viewing. Whenever I'm in a jam and can't really build what I have pictured in my head, I always start with the foundation. Quite simply is because it makes the overall process a lot more manageable, because it's easier to build in small chunks than it is to build in the big picture. Realistically, a lot of the foundation is going to be covered up by the end of the build process, and if you're worried about lag, a trick you can do is make it all in the same group and then delete it afterwards since it won't be seen. Originally, I wanted to have a lot of circular viewing ports as interesting ways to see the Asian small-clawed otters swim. Once that didn't work out, I tried the exact same texture we designed for the Oasis, however I didn't really like how this looked either. I then decided on making a relatively sizable faux rock cave. This turned out to be an absolutely perfect idea because the faux rock cave is the exact right size we needed. The size is accomplishing 2 things. One, when you're in here, it's large enough to be fully immersed in the otter's underwater world. And 2, from the outside, it's small enough to where it's not invading sightlines of other builds. The reason I went with the relatively grounded color of the faux rocks is because I planned on using tropical rocks as an accent color from the very start. I like the mix of these 2 hues together. The tropical rocks also have a variant that's flat enough to not necessarily impede the traversable area of the guests, but it's also not going to get in the deep water requirement either, because remember, that's very important. The otters are going to need some space. Now that the final dimensions of the deep dive pool were finally set in stone, get it? We were actually able to significantly downsize the size of the pool. This is going to be good for guest engagement because they're going to be able to see the otters more frequently. The guests aren't the only mammals we have to treat right though, and with this newly allotted space, we can now build a big backstage for the otter trio. The last major step of the underwater viewing is finalizing the roof, because I want it all to be enclosed. I started off with a fine layer of tropical rocks on top, and then added in some mulch that we can place foliage on top of later. It's obviously rather undetailed so far, but the shaping turned out really nice, and I'm quite happy with the direction this habitat's going. It especially looks nice from the outside, as it's going to be key in making this pavilion pop. I added plenty of mulch for foliage. Let's do some. The area that makes the most sense to start with is this peninsula, as it's the defining feature of the outdoor portion. There's also an underwater tunnel that goes straight through it, and if an otter were to pass through, it would pop out right on the other side, straight in front of the window of the members of Club Keystone. This means the peninsula is going to need a rock foundation to not only look nice, but also blend into the tunnel. Since faux rocks have a decently large hitbox and the otters have a decently small hitbox, this is also going to accomplish another feat. Since the faux rocks can impede on the depth of the water, we can use this to our advantage and manipulate certain areas that the otters are going to be able to deep dive in certain areas that they'll have to stick to the shallows. Once the foundation was done, I gave it a more tropical makeover with some sand. These foxtail palm trees are quickly becoming one of my absolute favorite plants to use in Keystone Wilds, and this is a perfect example of why I like them. The one tree appears as two when you sink it beneath the ground, and it perfectly splits the peninsula in half. To make the peninsula's texture really come to life and help blend everything together, I added a lot of buffalo grass but sunk in really deep into the ground. Otters are short animals. If the buffalo grass came up any more, it would be tough to see them. Typically, I'd wait a little bit longer into the build process to place my enrichment items, but I figured this would be an absolutely perfect place for a bubble machine. Placing these smaller faux rocks inside of the larger ones is almost as important as placing buffalo grass on blank texture. It really helps make it more dynamic and interesting looking. Underwater detailing is actually one of the easiest portions of foliage in the entire game, as there's only a handful of plants that can actually survive underwater. In the pool of the Asian small-clawed otter, there's two types of plants, ones that go on the rocks, and everything else. Underwater eelgrass is an especially useful plant. It takes up a lot of space and looks really nice on the bottom of any body of water. Now that we have the underwater viewing and the restaurant in place, I think it's finally time we start working on the staff room. This is going to cover the entire left side of the habitat and be the final border keeping the Asian small-clawed otters in. It's also going to be one of the more detailed portions of the entire habitat, and I'm excited to start. Building a detailed backstage is one of the big learning curves in this game in my opinion, because a lot of new players typically will neglect this phase of the build process. It's totally understandable too. Backstages typically aren't as interesting and don't have as much going on as the actual habitats themselves, but they're vital to a zoo's operation. To truly improve at something, you always have to take a step outside of your comfort zone, so if you've never tried to build a backstage like this before, I highly encourage it. It's really rewarding. They're also rather easy to put together. Typically only one side of them has to be beefed up with details because that's the side that actually intersects with the habitat, and you don't want to break the guest's immersion by making it obvious that this is a backstage. You have to try and hide it. Just like the Oasis, this building went together rather quickly, mainly because we already had the main detail palette already filled out from a previous episode. All of our backstages look uniform and consistent. Another detail I've grown really fond of as of late are using the conservation pack air duct pieces and making a convincing air conditioning system that runs throughout the backstage. Just because these behind-the-scenes buildings are supposed to look a little bit basic doesn't mean it has to look boring, so we're going to be adding a trim very similar to what we used in the Oasis. This is also where I always will add my gutter system. Building realistic details like this truly is the best. So far so good. The basic facade is entirely done, but now we can add some more advanced details. We're probably going to leave the backside alone for now because to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what's going to go back here. That's a later issue. We haven't done any interior work today, and if we can get it to look even half as detailed as the inside of the pre-built keeper hut, we're doing something right. One of the other major functions of the backstage is keeping the animals contained when you want to clean the habitat or contain them for relatively any reason. In order to do this, I tried my luck at making a pulley system that can either open or close at will. Obviously it doesn't work, it's just for show. Backstage detailing is also the sole reason why I personally believe the Conservation Pack is a top 3 DLC. By far the most important thing to remember whenever building any form of backstage is that it doesn't have to be perfect. What I mean by this is that this is a space that guests will never see. Zookeepers use this and animals use it too, so it's gonna get dirty. The more scratches and wear and tear that you add, the more realistic that it feels. This is a space that's meant to be used, so it's gonna take some damage. I really like the shaping on the back of the building, even though I'm still not sure what to put back here. The main tree, however, is on the inside. I used a fair amount of blueprint items in here, but this is still by far the most detailed backstage in any of the Keystone zoos. The best part is, including the pre-built keeper hut, it has 3 separate rooms. Now that absolutely all of the infrastructure is finally complete, I say it's about time we finish this habitat once and for all. Remember, whenever working with foliage in bulk, always remember to have random rotation on. The most important thing to do right now with the foliage is to cover up the backstage because it's pretty obvious and you can see it from far away. Luckily, by using some temperate trees and creosote bushes, we can hide the backstage and detail the underwater viewing at the same time. Creosote bushes in general are by far one of the most useful foliage pieces in the entire game. They're so good at blending everything together, you just have to make sure that they're not bursting through any walls, because they can get a bit big. They're also another one of those plants that you can sink quite far into the ground and make it look like grass. They're also quite helpful in letting you hide other plants inside of them, as you can sink the trunks of trees down and make them look like additional bushes inside of creosotes. The number one foliage flaw I see among new players is that they simply don't go far enough. Go crazy! In nature, there's not only a couple of species per plant whenever you go outside, there's hundreds, if not thousands. Use common reeds to act as a different type of grass. Coastal mangroves make for excellent bushes and blend into rocks really well. Saltwort is another nice family that looks really good on faux rocks. What I'm trying to say is that 99% of the time, the more species of plants that you use, by definition, the more realistic it's going to look. I wasn't able to get the foliage thick enough in the backstage to where it looked good, but it also wasn't bursting through the wall, so I used some additional ivy plants to help blend everything together and make it look a little bit more green. If you have a wall that looks just a little bit boring, ivy is by far one of the easiest and most effective ways to spice it up a little bit. I'm especially fond of how it's climbing up and starting to overtake this window. It's a bit overgrown. I also started hanging some vines off of the concrete. I'm 99% sure that the otters won't be able to get up here, but we're gonna have to double check that once they're actually in the habitat. Truly the best foliage tip I can possibly give is just use so much of it and see what sticks. If something doesn't look good, you can always delete it. By using a ton of foliage in logical and reasonable places, eventually if you use enough, it's impossible for a build to look bad. The buffalo grass in particular was a bit tedious to place in this build. Since the Asian small-clawed otters are so small and they're so short to the ground, I had to place it really far underground just so it's poking up a hair. One of the telltale signs that you're close to being done with the foliage portion is that you start going over details that you've already done previously in the build. In this case, we're going back underwater and placing more of the faux rocks to blend everything together one final time. The habitat truly is starting to come together. We even have our custom-made sign finally put in. The sightlines on the back, though, are looking a little bit bare. There's obviously nothing back there, but we don't want the guests to know that, so we're going to have to build up another layer of foliage. To start, I decided to use upside-down stalactite pieces from the Twilight Pack. These look really good as natural rock walls. I tried my best to blend them into the back of the concrete, making it visible in some areas and not visible in others. After the rock retaining wall was in place, I simply added some mulch behind it. After that, the rest was simple. This is without a doubt some of our best work yet. I'm really happy with everything above the surface, but that's only half the habitat. The underwater viewing is nicely shaped and all of the infrastructure is finally in place, but it's certainly lacking in detail, and that's something we can change right now. One of my favorite things I added was actually this piece off the workshop. I really like how I was able to layer it under some of the moss decals recolored for some grunge. After the educational signs were put up, a majority of the details were actually necessities, including a trash can, as well as this habitat camera I set up underwater. This might actually be my favorite section of all of Keystone Wilds now. I'm really proud of how it turned out. Of course, let me know what you think about it in the comments below. I'm always curious to hear your feedback. For now though, the only thing I hear are 3 Asian small-clawed otters on their way to the habitat right now. Thankfully, it took almost no time at all for all 3 of the Asian small-clawed otters to venture out of the backstage and jump into the pool for the first time. All 3 of their behavior at first was a bit bizarre, as they showed solitary tendencies more often than not. This can be chalked up to a variety of reasons. The stress of being in a new area, a brand new diet, we truly don't know. They just have to take time and adjust to their new home, and we'll watch them accordingly. They're clearly very curious animals, as they quickly explored every single inch of their enclosure. Eventually, after a few hours, they came to the conclusion that it was more fun to explore with a friend. When exploring together, they tend to be a lot more vocal. Those chirps that you're hearing is them attempting to communicate. Their curiosity truly knows no bounds. Their absolute favorite toy to play with in their entire enclosure was easily their bubble machine. These 3 are certainly going to be a hit with the guests as soon as Keystone Wilds opens up. They're surprisingly athletic animals and always putting on quite the show. The views that you get in this habitat are absolutely spectacular. I think we did a stand-up job. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. For now, guests at home are going to have to be content with the habitat webcam of the Asian small-clawed otters for the time being. Keystone Wilds still isn't set to open to the public for a couple of months. Seeing as that we did successfully complete the Asian small-clawed otter's habitat, we can reward ourselves with the sticker. Sometimes sandbox mode can get a bit easy, so I like implementing these progression systems on myself. It makes it even more fun that now I can physically own them, and you can too. Our new head keeper got used to working with the trio of Asian small-clawed otters very quickly. He had a major hand in helping raise our giant otters in Keystone Park, so the work must be pretty similar. Overall, a very successful expansion of Keystone Wilds, and be sure to let me know what you think. If you have any name suggestions for the 3 Asian small-clawed otters, feel free to leave them in the comments as well. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, including today's episode. Thank you so much for watching if you made it this far. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. Kingpin out for now though. See you next week. The routine of a zookeeper is typically the exact same each and every day, and when this routine deviates from the norm, it can either be really good or really bad. At Keystone Wilds, our keepers consistently arrive well before open to make sure all animals on site are thriving in their habitats. They then work hard throughout the day and well after close, making sure the zoo runs and operates to the Keystone standard. Today, however, the daily routine of our most decorated keeper was broken, as during a standard inspection of the giant anteater enclosure, there was one more anteater present than he remembered. Anita has successfully given birth to her first healthy baby. Wait a minute. Oh. Anita has successfully given birth to her first healthy giant anteater pup. Since Keystone Wilds has yet to open our doors to the public and guests won't be a factor, the pup will be able to remain in the habitat with his mother, hopefully to eliminate all potential stressors. The first few weeks of any baby animal's life are absolutely critical for development, as this is the crucial time to learn how to actually function and survive. Thankfully, this becomes a whole lot easier in a controlled environment like Keystone Wilds. When born, typically all offspring can do is walk around with the instinct to follow. It's up to the parents of most species of mammals to pass on the knowledge on how to actually survive and thrive. Luckily, giant anteater mothers tolerate their pups until they're ready for their typically solitary lifestyle, and first-time mother Anita will of course be getting the full attention and resources of the entire Keystone brand and support. For now though, all we can do is watch from a safe distance. The pup has been screened and cleared by our veterinary team, and all that's left for him to do now is simply learn how to function as a giant anteater. If you have any name suggestions for the giant anteater pup, leave them in the comments below. Be sure to upvote other ideas you like too if you can't think of any on your own. Community engagement truly is the backbone of Keystone Wilds, so please never hesitate to get involved and participate. Unfortunately, with the arrival of Keystone Wilds' first captive birth, it also means it's about time for our first departure. Bear, our male giant anteater, has successfully completed his mission at Keystone Wilds. Male giant anteaters usually don't play any sort of role in raising their pups, and subsequently, Bear will now return to Keystone Park. But to be honest, as a solitary species, he probably won't mind. The staff at Keystone Park are certainly excited to have Bear return to the roster, as the South American section simply wasn't the same without him. We'll be sure to keep you informed on his transition, but are confident it's going to go smoothly. In Bear's absence, Keystone Park has continued to thrive, with guest hype building for Keystone Wilds day in and day out through both our merchandise now being sold at Keystone Park, as well as the online habitat cameras. Guests all across the country are eagerly awaiting for the grand opening of Keystone Wilds, which should happen in the coming weeks, and we certainly have a lot planned for that very special day, so you're definitely going to want to stick around and be there. In case you missed the last episode, we built Otter Grotto, our newest expansion to the zoo. We also started construction on the Oasis, Keystone Wilds' very first and so far only restaurant. Otter Grotto is home to 3 beautiful Asian small-clawed otters, all of whom happen to be female. Meet Luna, Ellie, and Shelly. Who knew anteaters would have such a wide influence on this zoo? All 3 of the otters have adjusted quickly into their new home and seem eager for guests to arrive. Otters of any kind are exceptionally intelligent animals and need a wide variety of enrichment items in their habitat. Otter Grotto actually went over budget to make sure that the otter trio would be thoroughly entertained. We're especially proud of their brand new bubble machine, and they seem to love it too. We're currently in the process of trying to locate a male otter to join the family, but seeing as that this project has been so expensive already, this will likely have to wait for the time being. The otters will likely prove to be excellent candidates for a successful breeding program in the future, especially since our previous programs at both Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds have proven successful thanks to our expert medical staff. We've mentioned it a few times before, but in case you were unaware, Keystone Wilds has live streaming cameras located in every single habitat, so you too can observe our animals for a small price before the zoo opens our doors to the public. This system has been an overwhelming success, and for the most part, along with online sales from the Keystone Wilds gift shop, we're nearly at the point from being completely financially independent from Keystone Park. The habitat streams also allow for some guest feedback, which is extremely valuable in the zoo business, and one common complaint that Keystone Wilds has been receiving is that the zoo has far too many carnivores and not enough herbivores. This is a completely valid complaint, and something that's going to be addressed very quickly, as construction on a brand new herbivore habitat has officially begun. This habitat is also going to share space with a brand new, even larger gift shop, as if the sales of our merchandise prior to the zoo opening are any indication, we're going to need a much bigger inventory. Feel free to check out the online gift shop yourself after the video. The shop updates with each and every upload, and a large percentage of profits go directly to wildlife conservation. Whether you need a comfortable shirt, a stylish hat, or some stickers for your laptop or water bottle, I promise the quality will impress you. Building a large gift shop next to a brand new habitat could get pretty expensive, so we're going to have to think outside the box on how to pull this off in a cost-effective manner. Luckily, I think I have just the right idea, and just the right species to fit the role. If you'd like to further support the construction of Keystone Wilds and our latest adventures, then consider becoming a member of Club Keystone. The link is in the description below. Not only will you receive early access to videos, but you'll also get your name forever on the wall of donors. Thanks again to all of our current members for your endless support. I truly couldn't do this without you. If you enjoyed today's video and the continuation of our newest adventure, consider subscribing. Don't forget to like the video and leave a comment too. By engaging with the video in any way, you're telling YouTube to push the video to more and more people. The channel growth lately has been absolutely amazing, so let's keep this momentum going strong. With an unknown wild population and a least concern rating by the IUCN, the white-faced saki certainly is a mysterious monkey. They appear to have the standard habitat requirements of every primate, land requirement, as well as a little bit of climate. Between Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds, we've had a fair bit of practice with this, so we should be able to knock it out of the park. There's a fair bit of uncertainty in their mating system, as biologists aren't currently sure if they're promiscuous or monogamous. To hopefully aid in the research, we're going to be bringing in a single male as well as 2 females. Other than this slight blind spot, they appear to be well documented. Like most primates, white-faced sakis are incredibly intelligent animals and need a wide variety of habitat enrichment. Their diet also appears to be pretty diverse, which makes sense since they live in the Amazon rainforest. There's plenty of options for them to eat. Surprisingly, they don't have any interspecies enrichment, and I say surprisingly because a lot of South America is connected. If you can't tell, the Habitat Gift Shop Hybrid is going to be located directly behind our giant anteater enclosure. As the only 2 Keystone Wilds residents native to South America, I figured it would be fitting. This also means that the habitat is going to be relatively far back into the zoo compared to what we've built. However, it's not necessarily far in the grand scheme of things. If you'll recall, the pavilion we started building in the last episode is going to be the main bulk connecting all of the different lands of Keystone Wilds. What this also means is in order to get the full Keystone Wilds experience, you're basically going to be corralled and forced to walk right past this area, which means it's the perfect place for a gift shop. If you're curious about what major section is going to be first in Keystone Wilds and the plans beyond the gift shop, I'll give you one simple hint. Take a closer look at the logo. The sales floor and backstage of the gift shop is going to be significantly larger than the white-faced saki habitat. The monkeys themselves will have the choice of being inside or outside, with indoor and outdoor viewing being available to the guests. We've already discussed the mechanics of the modular gift shop in detail in the Lar Gibbon episode, so if you're not sure how it works, I highly recommend checking out that one first. If you already know though, let's get started. After the initial planning of a habitat is complete, one of the more important things to do is make sure it can easily blend into the environment that already exists. This is especially difficult with larger buildings, and as of right now, unless the plans happen to change midway through the process, this is going to be the largest building we have in Keystone Wilds so far. This is because it's going to have a fairly sizable backstage for the white-faced sakis, as well as a staff lounge. It's looking good so far, but we really need to integrate the backstage to get a true opinion. Personally, I really like to use these metal plank walls for any backstage or any area that guests aren't necessarily supposed to see. It looks really industrial. The ultimate goal of any backstage is to be able to help run the zoo from behind the scenes, and naturally in doing this, they're going to get a bit dirty and a bit grimy, so it's perfectly okay to build them with these details in mind. There's an absolutely massive difference in detailing an area that's primarily used by staff versus an area that's primarily used by guests. What makes this build particularly interesting is that, as you can see, we have a backstage for the staff, as well as a gift shop for the guest in the exact same building, so we're going to have to hide the backstage well because you don't want the guest to see this. Another issue that the zoo is currently having is that a lot of our buildings look the same, and this is perfectly fine 9 times out of 10 because you want the zoo to have a consistent style. However, this building is really close to the Oasis restaurant, and we can't have them looking the exact same while being a pretty similar size. To fix this, we're going to be giving the gift shop a really nice signature red roof made of these nice tiles. Another issue that I'm beginning to have with Keystone Wilds is that a lot of the buildings look the same, as in they're just squares and rectangles. Well, we can change that here. By utilizing the chisel feature on the terrain editor, we can start to map out the habitat on the outside. I want to completely avoid using any more squares and rectangles on the outside portion of the build, so we're going to be going for a circular habitat. The main gimmick out here is that it's going to be entirely covered by a large tree native to South America. However, we're going to have to find a creative way to stop the white-faced Akis from climbing up it. That's a later problem though. For now we need to figure out how to actually make a circle. We're going to end up making 2 circles, and the climbing structure is going to be significantly easier, as all it is just 4 simple pieces of climbable material. Utilizing the advanced movement menu and some really basic geometry, this was easy. An even easier way to make a basic circle though is simply by utilizing the grid. Some of the construction pieces have rounded variants. We obviously don't want the white-faced Sakis to be able to jump out, so we're going to be adding railings to the edge of the habitat. However, for now, to stop them from jumping, we need to move the tree to the dead center of the habitat. The breeze block that we've already used is going to work perfectly as a foundation, but we can mix in these temple block pieces to make it that much more detailed. One of the more tedious steps is working at the path, and by far the easiest way to make it go right up to the habitat without anything else in between is going to be to merge it into the actual habitat itself. If you're paying attention though, you'll realize that we're trying to merge a square into a circle, which isn't the easiest thing ever, so we're going to have to keep splitting the group and rotating the squares 15 degrees each time. Thankfully the habitat was integrated pretty seamlessly, however it needs a fence to not only stop the monkeys from getting out, but the guests from getting in. To start, all you have to do is place 2 pieces of the mesh exactly 180 degrees across each other. That basically means on the opposite side of the circle. From here you're going to want to grab both of the pieces and go into the Advanced Move and Duplicate menu. After this, rotate them 90 degrees. This is going to leave you with 4 pieces of mesh evenly spaced out. You don't have to stop at 4. I actually did 8 to make this step a lot faster, but what you're going to want to do next, regardless of the number of pieces of mesh that you used, is grab every single one of them, advance duplicate them again until the entire circle is complete. If you haven't tried this before, I highly recommend it. It's definitely not the easiest thing that you can do, especially for beginners, but it looks really nice, and it isn't too bad. The rough shaping of the habitat turned out absolutely perfect, and I'm really proud of how the mesh looks as well, but the habitat so far is criminally under-detailed, so let's change that. Starting off, we're going to be fixing one of my biggest building pet peeves in the entire game, and that happens to be when people leave mesh freestanding without any supports. In real life, typically mesh is pretty flimsy and not very strong at all, meaning that it's going to need some supports in between them to actually be able to hold it up. Now that the exterior portion of the habitat can actually hold in the Sakis and not let them jump out, we need to figure out how to get them from the inside to the outside. The easiest way to do this is going to be building up a small tunnel out of the exact same color of plaster as we used before. Usually this is the point in the build process where I like to give whatever I'm working on some character. Right now I'm trying to model this after a small hut, using some wood beams for support. Aside from the tree itself, the defining feature of this habitat is going to be the rope bridge that connects the inside with the outside, so we're going to have to do this right. To connect the rope to the tree without actually tying it, I decided to use these brace pieces, and they're made of metal, so it doesn't really make sense that the rope is going clean through it. In order to fix this, we can use these coil pieces from I believe the Oceania pack. I really like the look of these when paired with the actual climbable rope, and get used to this detail because we're going to be using it a lot in this build. Since the inside of the habitat is much further underground than the actual path, we don't have to really be precise when placing this mulch, just make sure random rotation's on so the pattern doesn't get too repetitive. An easy way to detail foliage really quickly and not put too much effort into it, but still make it look nice nonetheless, is by merging these planted wood panels with the soil that we just placed, sinking into the ground just a little bit so it appears that it's peeking up through the soil itself. To avoid the texture from looking too repetitive, feel free to add some smaller plants along the outside. I like to use buffalo grass and especially crowberry bushes for this. After a lot of the details on the inside of the habitat were complete, I started working on the exterior, and if you've seen any episode of Keystone Wilds, you know exactly how we did this, so we're not going to go too in-depth with it in this episode. Needing to find one final and very niche detail, I scoured the menus for a really long time trying to find the exact right piece I was looking for, and eventually, funny enough, I settled on a big block letter. This habitat is actually loosely based off of the koala exhibit at the Cleveland Zoo in Ohio. And if you'll notice, right behind the surprisingly active and aware koala is that the tree has some plastic on it to stop the marsupial from climbing up. Koalas are excellent climbers, but primates of any kind, especially monkeys, are an entirely different beast. I went with the O font for this detail because it's significantly thicker, and the monkeys definitely aren't going to be able to climb this. And since O's obviously are relatively round, it looks like it's wrapping around the tree. So far, I'm quite happy with how the outside is looking. Obviously the building itself still needs a lot of detail, but I'm really happy with how the actual habitat looks. For now though, let's shift our focus towards the inside. The outside's only half the job. I'm not gonna lie to you, the inside of the habitat looks pretty rough right now, but this is nothing some plaster can't fix up really quickly. Shaping the habitat was actually much easier than I thought it was going to be. Effectively, all I did was shape the walls and trace the outline, leaving a diamond shape in the middle. That'll make sense in time. I then fixed up and detailed the ramp that would lead the Sakis to the rope bridge that would in turn lead to the outside of the habitat. This is one of the more underrated parts of the build in my opinion. I really like how simple it turned out. The problem that we're facing now is that the backstage and the indoor viewing are on two completely different elevations, and we can't change that because the habitat gate is already in place. I knew that I wanted to use some form of climbing structure to get the Sakis from the lower ground to the higher ground, but unfortunately these metal bars just didn't work. While struggling to find a solution, I figured I'd have to add in a floor anyways, so I did that while I thought about what to do. I started to work backwards, beginning with the door that would let the staff into the main bulk of the habitat from the backstage. After this, I raised a piece of the floor that we'd just placed to align evenly with the base of the door. I then added in a small retaining wall of breeze block. Remember, this is a backstage, guests aren't going to see this, so it has to look used. This made it very easy to add in the final step, which is the stairs connecting the two elevations. I'm really liking how this is looking so far, but we need some climbing structures to really tie everything together, because the Sakis still won't be able to access the upper level. The space the climbing structures are set to take up isn't very large, but luckily neither are the Sakis, so it should work out just perfectly. Before we start the climbing structure, I'd like to throw a roof on here, just in case we make it a little bit too tall. Since this is guarding a habitat, we're going to be using the standard roof design that the rest of Keystone Wilds shares. It's simple concrete, wood, and gutters. Such a basic and easy design, but in all honesty, I think that's why I like it. And now that we have the official measurements and dimensions of the inside, the climbing structure should go together relatively easily. As for the climbing equipment itself, I used very simple materials and made a relatively easy parkour course for the Sakis to complete. The easiest way to make a climbing structure is to first place all of your wood in where you want the animals to actually be able to stand and walk. After all of the main structures are in place, simply connect them with some rope or other climbable material. Now that the inside and outside are definitely progressing, we should probably check in on the gift shop. If you think that the gift shop looks really dull and mundane so far, you'd be absolutely correct. Much better, and now we can detail the inside. But how did we do this so quickly? Quite simply, we used one of the most basic and easy details in the entire game, but also one of the most effective: trims. Trims are so mind-numbingly easy to implement, a lot of people will overlook them, but they look quite good. All you have to do is effectively outline whatever you built with a different material. Admittedly, I did want to get a bit fancy with it and add in a custom pattern, and I really like how it turned out. If you ever find your builds looking a bit more bland than you'd like, try adding on a trim and I guarantee you it'll look better immediately. The issue that we have now is we have this wide open space in the gift shop, but nothing to actually put merchandise on. Let's add some shelves. I ended up going with a relatively muted color scheme for the shelves that are going to hold the merchandise. That's because the shelves themselves are the last thing I want guests to focus on in the gift shop. Since this building really doesn't have an official front door, I thought it would be somewhat interesting if some of the shelves could actually bleed out onto the main path. We used this exact same trick in the previous gift shop build, and what's interesting is that they're actually still functional, as the modular gift shop tiles actually exist underneath the limestone. Every single building and every single habitat in Keystone Wilds, as well as Keystone Park, needs something that makes it stand out from the rest of the crowd. There's a lot of stiff competition. In this gift shop's case, I'm going to build a giant faux tree in the dead center and actually place some mulch around it. Surrounding and keeping the mulch in place, I used the exact same circle trick that we utilized before, but this time with the shelves. After all of the shelves and platforms were finally in place, we decided to officially stock the merchandise. Allow me to introduce you to the Little Explorer's gift shop. It's sure to be a hit once Keystone Wilds officially opens. I think the most popular part isn't necessarily going to be the items that we're selling, it's going to be the indoor viewing of the white-faced Saki, so we should probably finish their habitat now. I think finalizing the backstage is going to prove to be very effective, as it's still lacking a lot of detail and polish. Let's start here. The first step, and arguably most important, is building the climbing frame that's going to allow the white-faced Saki trio to get from the first level to the second. Since this room is pretty limited in the space it takes up, I want to build pretty much everything in here out of climbable materials so the Sakis always have places to go. Another backstage trick I commonly employ is using a lot of habitat bedding and habitat leaves to make the concrete a little bit more appealing for the animals. To make 100% certain that the Sakis could get from the first floor to the second, I added in a very small rope just in case. They should be able to get up there regardless, but this is a nice safety check. Animal safety's only half the game. We have to look out for our keepers as well, and whenever there's a ledge in a habitat, I always like to make some sort of railing. A simple design with mesh and wood is going to be more than serviceable. Remember, this is in the backstage, and the guests are never going to see this. Originally, I wanted to have a bunch of ropes hanging down from the ceiling off of these supports, but it wouldn't work with the traversable area of the monkeys or the staff, so I had to scrap the idea. However, I still really liked how the wood looked on the roof, mainly from a design and structure perspective, so I kept it. They also turned out to be the perfect place to hang some lights from, making the habitat a whole lot brighter. If I had to choose my absolute personal favorite detail in the entire game to add to any building, it's gotta be plaster plus recolored moss decals of the exact same hue. Decals of any kind are pretty much mandatory whenever building in a realistic style. They make your buildings feel a little bit more used and lived in, which is realistic. It's almost a shame that the guests are never going to see this, because I really like the end product, but now let's work on something that they will see. I really like the direction the interior portion is going so far. I think it just needs a few more climbing structures and connection points. I started off by adding a much thicker connection point right in the center of the habitat, making it look like it's holding the entire ceiling up. I then connected a 4-meter long rope to it so the Sakis could get to and from. After finalizing the main middle support, I threw a few smaller climbing frames around the perimeter of the habitat just so the Sakis have plenty of different variety. The white-faced Sakis are going to have a lot of different cardboard boxes to play with back here. Not only are they effective enrichment items that they can interact with, but I thought it was funny that this could almost appear as the backstage of the gift shop that the Sakis have infiltrated. This turned out exactly how I wanted it to, and if it looks a bit plain to you, just remember that this is only the indoor viewing. The Sakis are likely going to be on the outside portion of their habitat a majority of the time. Sometimes purposely toning down half of a habitat can really make the other half thrive, even if it itself isn't the most interesting habitat in the zoo. Sometimes the smallest and most simple habitats truly are the best. That's not to say that we're entirely done though. Matter of fact, I think the outside could use a bit of a backdrop of foliage. Let's add that in really quick before the Sakis arrive. This was one of the easiest steps in the entire build process. Really all we did was use the exact same rounded grid pieces and build up an additional layer right behind the outdoor portion of the habitat. Afterwards, of course, we naturally filled it up to the top with mulch. And finally, we placed a wide variety of tropical to temperate foliage, making sure nothing was taller than the tree in the actual habitat. The size and the scale of this habitat is probably my favorite part about it. It's small enough to where you could just walk past it, but if you really stop and smell the roses, I think it looks quite nice. Families with children are especially going to be drawn to the habitat, as obviously it's connected to a massive gift shop. I think that my favorite part about it personally is the shaping. The circle really stands out against anything else in Keystone Wilds, and I really think the Sakis are going to enjoy it here. Of course, just like every habitat in Keystone Wilds, you'll be able to see for yourself using our online web cameras. Let's bring in the animals and see what they think. That's the most important thing after all. Upon arriving to the habitat, the white-faced Sakis were a bit hesitant to explore their climbing equipment. Eventually, one of the females decided to be brave and check it out, and if you're wondering why she doesn't have a white face, that's because that's a trait exclusive to the males of the species. With the arrival of the much more marketable male, we're now awarded with the white-faced Saki sticker. If you'd like one yourself, feel free to check the link in the description. The newly acquainted group seemed to gain a lot more confidence once the trio was finally all united. Upon initially observing the white-faced Sakis, the first thing that became rather evident is that they're extremely curious about the outside world around them. They'll interact with and manipulate absolutely everything in their habitat that they can get their hands on, which proves that they're very intelligent animals, even if they haven't mastered gravity. One thing about the monkey trio admittedly did puzzle our staff, and that's that they never went to the outside portion of their habitat despite being allowed to. This could be for a variety of reasons, and honestly only time will tell. We'll have to keep a close eye on them to see if this behavior continues. Thankfully, the enclosure was constructed with this possibility in mind, and the white-faced Saki have plenty of things to entertain them on the inside. They seem especially enthralled by these boxes. One man's trash truly is another man's treasure. They also prove to be very capable problem solvers, which is a telltale trait of an animal's intelligence. They were able to get the fruit out of the frozen block very quickly. Unfortunately, I do think that's where we're going to have to call an end for today's episode. I really hope you guys enjoyed the habitat just as much as the Sakis do, at least the inside portion. Our staff certainly will have that fixed out by the time the next video airs, so don't worry. Until then, I'll catch you in the next one. Kingpin out. See you real soon. As Keystone Wilds continues to rapidly expand, we learn more and more about the animals who already call the zoo home. Most zoos typically aren't simple viewing galleries for various uncommon species. They truly do have the power and capacity to shape what we know about the world. Being able to study so many rare species who are quickly vanishing from the wild in a safe, controlled environment does wonders for wildlife conservation globally. Pair this with the inter-zoo communication sharing research between experts, and conservation efforts simply have never been in this state of success before. Keystone Wilds was recently able to add to this effort with some first-hand observation and research from our newly born anteater pup. We've noticed a lot of particular behavior out of him within the first few weeks of his life, especially what seems to be his bottomless pit of energy reserves. Thankfully, his mother Anita has regained all of her health and stamina after giving birth, and is in perfect condition once again. After recently observing and learning so much about juvenile anteaters, the one thing we've yet to figure out is his name. Under the Channel Community tab, there's going to be a poll live right now where you can vote between 4 options. Of course, all 4 options were chosen straight from the comments left on the last video. His name will be revealed shortly, after we get enough results to make a majority decision, so please don't forget to cast your vote. The anteater pup has been learning a lot from his mother, and it's truly been incredible to witness him learn in real time. Keystone Wilds' first massive win for conservation truly has been a huge morale booster amidst growing financial struggles, and gives us all hope that even more of our species will help us in learning more about the world we live in. Speaking of Keystone financial struggles, things admittedly have gotten a fair bit worse as of late due to our ambitious plans for our next expansion. Several key members of staff have even willingly offered to take pay cuts to help the zoo get into a position to open. Their dedication truly is to be admired. However, we instead took a small loan from the bank. Our overspending is not to be paid off by our hardworking employees. But the question does remain, what exactly did we go over budget on? Today, Keystone Wilds is proud to begin our latest expansion, and first heavily themed area of the zoo. Join us on a journey to the equator as we begin to tackle Africa. Compared to what we've built so far, Africa's going to be an absolutely massive and game-breaking expansion. You know this is the case when we get our own music made. Huge shout out to Bacon Bit Builder. If you like the tracks, check him out. He builds great zoos too. The bridge to the new area is already complete and heavily themed, but we're now left with the vast and untouched land to develop and terraform, not too unlike the start of Keystone Wilds in general. The motivation to complete this as efficiently as possible is that once Africa is finished, Keystone Wilds will finally be ready to open to the public. People from all over have been eagerly awaiting this day, and now that there's a rough timeline in place, the excitement is likely to skyrocket. The hype building around Keystone Wilds is already starting to expand further and faster than predicted by our forecast. Views of our habitat webcam streams are increasing daily, and people are eager to get to see our residents face to face. Sales on the Keystone Wilds virtual store are also rapidly increasing in preparation for the grand opening of the zoo. Matter of fact, our most recent addition to the inventory is about to sell out fast. The stickers have proven to be especially popular so far, as the store updates with the release of every single episode starring the animal of the week. This makes them really fun and valuable to collect. In case you missed the last episode, we built a brand new habitat for the white-faced saki, the second primate to call Keystone Wilds home. Their habitat is rather intricate and especially interactive, filled to the brim with climbing equipment and other enrichment items for them to enjoy. It features indoor as well as outdoor viewing, giving the monkeys two separate environments to explore. The latest research on the white-faced saki actually has some conflicting information on their breeding habits, as despite recent studies, biologists are unable to determine if the monkeys are polygamous or monogamous. In summary, a polygamous species will take multiple mates, and a monogamous species will typically only mate with one. This research is crucial to understand, as other zoos attempting to breed white-faced sakis on their own could be going about it completely wrong and wasting resources if their specific breeding habits aren't widely known to the public. For this exact reason, we have 3 white-faced saki at Keystone Wilds, 1 male and 2 female. Meet Mango, Papaya, and Guava. All 3 of the monkeys are rather timid upon entering the habitat for the first time, and truthfully, some tweaks were made on our end to make sure the enclosure was more comfortable for them. This seemed to work rather well, as they now spend a considerable amount of time outside, which before they absolutely refused to do. So far, the trio has yet to show any signs of breeding behavior, which is to be expected, as ultimately, they're still in the adjustment period of the zoo. Once they grow a little bit more confident and are used to their new home, hopefully we'll be able to research the monkeys' breeding habits in an effort to help and inform others. Just because the white-faced saki isn't currently endangered, or even near threatened according to the IUCN, with the expanse of the South American lumber industry, this information could prove crucial to learn sooner than later. Interestingly enough, Saki Outpost is the very last habitat before the new African expansion, and acts sort of as a soft barrier between the lush entrance of the zoo and what's likely to be a more arid-feeling pavilion. As mentioned before, unfortunately our financial situation is nearly at an all-time low, and the resources that we're taking from Keystone Park are starting to negatively affect our sister zoo, so we're easing back on support requests. This unfortunately came right at the start of our biggest expansion yet, so we're forced to get creative. After Bear, our male giant anteater, left the zoo and returned to Keystone Park, we were suddenly left with an abundance of live insects, far too many for Anita and her pup to eat alone. A male anteater can eat up to 30,000 insects in a given day after all. We simply couldn't afford to let this inventory go to waste, so instead, we decided to change course and break grounds on a new habitat inside of Africa a bit earlier than projected. Luckily, there's a species not too unlike the anteaters we've gotten so used to, and are in a much better standing in terms of their conservation. Using everything we've learned so far, I think it's time we can start Africa off strong. If you'd like to further support the construction of Keystone Wilds and our latest expansions, then please do consider becoming a member of Club Keystone. The link is in the description below. Not only will you receive early access to all videos, but you'll also get your name forever on the wall of donors. Thanks to all of our current members for your endless support. We truly couldn't do this without you. If you enjoyed today's video and the continuation of our latest adventure, please consider subscribing. Don't forget to like the video and leave a comment as well. By engaging with the video in any way, you're telling YouTube to push the video towards more people. The channel growth lately has been absolutely outstanding, and we're getting so close to 10,000 subscribers. We should hit it by the end of September. Keystone Wilds has so many exciting builds and plans coming up, you really aren't going to want to miss it. With an unknown wild population and a least concern rating according to the IUCN, the aardvark certainly is a bizarre creature. It makes sense as to why their population in the wild is unknown. They take up a huge amount of space in Africa, which is already a large continent. Thankfully for us, this doesn't translate to their habitat requirements, only needing a moderate amount of space. Very similar to the anteaters, aardvark are also solitary animals, with the exception of a mother and her cub. One important thing to note on this page, aardvark are shy animals, meaning they're going to need a lot of space to hide. As mentioned before, a large majority of an aardvark's diet are live insects, and luckily we have plenty. They're not particularly intelligent animals, however they do require a fair bit of habitat enrichment, so we'll be sure to add that as well. Surprisingly, they do share cohabitation standards with the meerkat, however we're not going to be adding them into the habitat today. Spoiler alert for later in Africa, but meerkats will certainly be making an appearance, but not for a while. By far, the most challenging aspect of the Africa build is going to be to differentiate it from the rather lush entrance of Keystone Wilds. Not all of Africa's desert, and trust me, we'll get to the Congo in due time, but for now we're going to be focusing on the more arid aspects. This aardvark habitat is going to be relatively grounded, coming in with a backstage all the way over here, an indoor viewing portion for the guests that's going to include an exhibit animal, and connecting the two is the main outdoor yard. Typically I like to put everything I have into the entrance habitats to make an incredible first impression, however what we have planned for Africa realistically is going to be impossible to top, so let's start basic this time. You could argue tackling any aspect of this build first, however I personally think it makes the most sense to start with the most detailed area, which is likely going to be the burrow. Aside from the aardvark itself, the exhibit animal is going to be the most important piece of this build. Luckily these things pretty much come pre-detailed, so this is really easy. While looking at our options for different exhibit animals, I was surprised to see that not a whole lot of them come from Africa. However, there was one that certainly made more sense than the others. Aardvark obviously have a heavy correlation of insects, so the sacred scarab beetle is going to be the perfect animal to include, despite them not actually having any overlapping territory of the aardvark in the wild. Upon placing the bugs in the terrarium, I was left with a pretty accurate model of how I want the rest of the habitat to look, barring the giant pile of shirts using the link in the description below. When playing in sandbox mode with research turned off, there's absolutely no reason not to fully deck out your enclosures. You might as well do the temperature and the humidity now too before you forget. Lastly, I'm also a big fan of using the pre-built 3D facades. They look quite nice as they're specifically designed for these enclosures. Now this actually looks pretty nice, and funny enough is relatively similar to how I want the actual habitat to look, so it's good that we did this first. According to the Zoopedia, aardvark are pretty poor climbers, so using elevation and putting the guests on a higher plane is going to make the habitat a lot more realistic. It should give an unimpeded view of the animal. Since the habitat is on low ground and the aardvark won't be able to climb out, we don't have to make the fence by the guests very tall, so effectively they can just look down into the pit and see the animal without a fence in their face. After some basic preliminary shaping, I decided to start working on the burrow again, and if you don't have the aquatic pack, good luck trying to replicate this because we're using 95% faux rocks in this habitat. Luckily the faux rocks come in some pretty helpful shapes when trying to make buildings. I especially like these big flat ones. I'm placing glass opposite the scarab enclosure because this is going to be the aardvark's indoor viewing. They're obviously not the biggest animals around, so we're going to have to build up a small plaster floor and figure out a way for the aardvark to actually get up here though. I'm pretty sure even for an animal described as a poor climber, they should be able to scale this plaster ramp pretty easily. Just in case though, let's blend it in just a little bit more. I'm trying to build this up in an Adobe style, which means we're going to be using a lot of plaster and minimal details on the outside. The faux rocks are going to cover a majority of the building, making it look a lot more detailed than it actually is. Plaster isn't exactly soft, but it's also not the most formidable building material in the game, so we're going to be lining the bottom of the entire structure with some painted bricks. Color-wise, they blend in almost seamlessly, and this is mainly in there to break up the mundane texture of the plaster, but don't worry, we have a plan for that on the top as well. The back chamber of the building that we're making now likely won't even be used in the end product, however it makes the shaping a lot more realistic, which is going to help us with details along the way. Whenever building for realism, getting the basic shaping down is absolutely critical as your first step. If you mess up the foundation of a build, the odds are if you ever want to make a change, it's going to be really difficult to actually implement. Eventually though, with enough foundational work, including some plaster on the inside, as well as a really creative use of these tree roots recolored, we were able to get the interior part of the habitat pretty well detailed for this phase of the build. I especially like how we used the plaster to make it appear as that there's two separate scarab beetle enclosures instead of just one huge one. Definitely a great start, but we also clearly have a long way to go. I think we should do some shaping on the front of the habitat just to get a better visual of how the habitat's going to look in the end. Typically the draw of my enclosures is on the inside of the habitat, but in this case it's going to be the outside fence. I want to make it really highly detailed. The structure of the barrier, on the contrary, is going to be relatively basic, using only 3 pieces, some bamboo, plaster, and a wood trim on the bottom. The reason I like to use plaster so much is because it pairs really well if the moss decal piece is recolored from the Europe pack. If you color it the exact same hue as the plaster itself, the detail is really seamless and it looks incredible. You can do the exact same thing with the grunge pieces. These are a little bit darker and just offer that slight color variation that makes a detail pop. Lastly, a lot of buildings in Africa are going to have a damaged undertone with exposed brick. Obviously this is all fake, but it makes it look that much more detailed. No matter how good a fence looks though, if you don't blend it into the environment correctly, it's not going to look good at all, so using some faux rocks to blend it into the actual building itself, I think we did quite a good job. On top of the connective faux rocks, I even placed some mulch so we can later come in here with some plants. This was a lot of fun because I hadn't built for Africa in some time. Now that the front of the habitat is looking pretty much exactly how I envisioned it, we need to start working on the back and get the rest of the shaping built. If you can visualize where the backstage is going to go, I think it makes a lot of sense to start with this, as the other fences on the outside of the habitat are going to connect here. The actual build was nothing special at all, just a simple layer of plaster with some metal walls on the inside, both materials that we've used frequently so far in Keystone Wilds. It looks especially good as a backdrop in the habitat in my opinion. Just like we did on the inside of the burrow, for the perimeter fences I used the aquatic faux rocks tree roots recolored, rotated them 90 degrees, and used them to completely line the perimeter of the habitat. And now that we know exactly how much space we have to work with, the rest is going to go a lot quicker. I went ahead and doubled up on the layers of the exterior wall, connecting everything with the fine layer of mulch. Now we can go crazy with some foliage and really make the details explode. What I believe is going to be by far the hardest part about detailing Africa is going to be the foliage, because we have to make it look entirely different from the entrance of Keystone Wilds, but also make it lush and detailed in its own. To do this, we're going to have to utilize a wide variety of new plants that aren't seen anywhere else in the zoo, as this is a completely new environment. A perfect way to illustrate this is by using blackthorn bushes and din grass instead of the standard buffalo grass that we use elsewhere in the zoo. Using drier variants of familiar plants makes the build feel infinitely more arid, which is precisely the effect that we're going for. Pair this with some sand instead of the standard soil, and the build's starting to turn out. I do want to give the aardvark a bit of lush terrain in the habitat, but it's going to be pretty few and far between. With the skeletal work all laid out, I think we can finally tackle the middle. To start, I wanted to place an actual burrow in the habitat. There's a web camera down here, so guests will be able to see him even if he decides to go down for a nap. After emerging from the burrow, they can then use their termite mound to eat. This is a really fun enrichment piece with some cool animations. With the main details set in stone, I then decided to use some grasses and rocks to detail everything up around them. Working from the outside in makes detailing foliage a lot more manageable in my opinion. I merged a lot of dry red oak grass with the faux rocks that are blended heavily into the ground. This made this area of the habitat in particular look really arid, which is exactly what I was going for. On the contrary, since green spaces in this habitat are very few and far between, I went a little bit overboard with the din grass in these areas in particular. This is to make them really pop and stand out amongst the rest of the habitat. To blend the lush into the arid, I used some regular dry din grass to make it all possible. Without this little buffer system in between the two areas of the habitat, it wouldn't look as good. The last subsection of the aardvark enclosure is this area all the way on the left in between the two backstages. It has a lot of rocks and almost no foliage at all. Overall, a job quite well done. I really like the arid look of this enclosure. If you saw a picture of this without context, I highly doubt you'd think it was from Keystone Wilds, which was exactly the point we were going for. While the bulk of the habitat's done, we still have several details I'd like to add before actually finishing, so let's start that. Obviously I stand by our foliage work. I think we did an excellent job. However, if there's one aspect of this habitat that I don't really like right now, it's the facades of the buildings. They look really plain. Part of this is by design, however we can go a step further. That would be by using decals from the Europe pack. Notice how they make the bridge look a lot more run down and worn than it actually is. Just like we did at the exterior fence, I'm trying to layer in brick decals in between the rock and the plaster. This makes it appear damaged. By utilizing other damaged decals and coloring them the exact same shade as the actual plaster facade, we can make different forms of damage that are a little bit less severe. Grunge and moss decals are absolutely critical in breaking up plain textures. Plaster's a prime example of this. I honestly couldn't do this build without these. If you're a visual learner like myself, simply compare the completed project to a build that we haven't started detailing yet. It truly is a night and day difference and only takes a few minutes. Much better, but now we have an entire interior to do. Thankfully the shape is just a simple rectangle, so this should be pretty quick and easy. Starting off, I made a very simple bed using the two materials that we have in the game, some leaves and hay. Afterwards, I made a really basic fence out of some simple mesh and wood parts to hold the aardvarks back just in case the keepers ever need to retain them while cleaning the habitat. Even for a backstage piece, it looked rather plain, so I decided to detail it up with a pattern using the exact same materials as we made the skeleton with. I also decided to put their water pipe back here so they can always be hydrated even when the keepers are cleaning the habitat and they're locked back here. I noticed the ceiling looked a bit plain, and whenever I find this in a backstage, I always like to run an AC duct through here. It gives it a much more industrial feeling. Not bad at all, I really like this. It's not one of my favorite backstages in Keystone Wilds, but it gets the job done effectively, which is exactly what you want a backstage to be able to do. I would say the inside of the habitat is totally complete, and I really like the end product. However, the guest viewing is a bit in the sun, so let's add some shade and final details. To give this build some more character, and admittedly because I thought it looked cool, I decided to connect the two buildings that we've already made with some rope. One of the most difficult things you can possibly do in Planet Zoo is try and move something on two axes. Despite it being a little bit more challenging than I liked, we were successful in giving the build a lot of character, because we can throw some additional details on the rope. Aside from the foliage and the structures themselves, I wanted to give this build a little bit more African flair and design. I decided to use these authentic disc pieces to start. Small details like these really do help bring your build to life. Circling over to guest comfort, I decided to mess around with some color schemes on some African benches. Typically I'll use the more grounded and realistic variants, but I felt these were appropriate in this section. Behind the benches, I built up another retaining wall out of the faux rocks, effectively expanding the burrow build. I then used several of these New World architecture beams colored in arid tan, and made a simple overhang for the guests to have shade while they view the aardvarks. It was a surprisingly simple build, only utilizing two separate pieces reused a bunch of times, but I really do think it ties the entire habitat together. Once the shade was in place, we were able to rotate some of these arch faux rocks 90 degrees to make room for some mulch. Obviously planting the mulch is going to allow us to place a variety of plants here, which is going to break up the sightline and mean that you have to actually come to the exhibit to see the aardvark. If you recall from the Zoopedia, the aardvark is classified as a shy species in the game, so the less guests that can see them at once, the better they're going to behave. This doesn't look like Keystone Wilds at all. I think we did a standout job. The habitat definitely looks run down in certain areas, but that was by design. This build certainly made me a lot more excited to build for Africa than I previously was before, and before I was still really excited. Trust me when I say this is probably going to be one of the more boring habitats in Africa. Sometimes the more basic habitats, though, turn out to be the best. I know our sacred scarab beetles are certainly enjoying their pile of dung. I wonder if the aardvarks will like their habitat. Luckily, I don't think that's a question we're going to have to wait very long to find the answer to, as they're on their way right now. Let's prepare for their arrival. Certainly a bizarre-looking creature, but we're happy to have her on our roster nonetheless. Welcome to the zoo! And of course, like usual, if you have any name suggestions for our female aardvark, leave them in the comments below. The size of the aardvark turned out absolutely perfect at the scale of the habitat. Guests are going to have a perfect view no matter where she goes, unless of course she decides to hide into the burrow of the backstage. Even down there, however, we certainly have adequate coverage, and the aardvark doesn't know. It's absolutely a win-win scenario for every party involved. The aardvark gets to be comfortable and the guests get to be entertained. She spent the first several hours exploring and simply getting used to her new home. Unlike most of our species, she seemed to be rather confident right away. Based on initial observations, it seems like her favorite part of the habitat by far is her scratching post. Despite in the past not having worked with a single African species, aardvark are described in the zoo community as a very beginner-friendly animal, so our head keeper was able to adjust accordingly and bond very quickly with our newest member to the zoo. He won't say it out loud, but his body language says he's very excited for Africa. Our aardvark certainly approved of his work as well. Despite not eating nearly as much as giant anteaters, that's still a heavy workload to be done in taking care of them. Unfortunately, I do think that's where today's episode is going to have to come to an end. I really enjoyed it, but we have a ton of work to do off screen to prepare for Africa. Spoiler alert, things are going to get really hectic really quickly. If you think you know what species are going to be added to Keystone Wilds in the future, let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe while you're down there as well, and also leave a name suggestion for our female aardvark. I really hope you guys enjoyed today, but until next time, Kingpin out. See you then. Keystone Wilds has been expanding at a very rapid rate as opening day grows closer and closer. Despite the public's outward excitement and anticipation for this very special day, nobody's more ready for the gates to officially open than our own staff. Every member of the team cares so incredibly much about this project that it's tough to put into words. The long hours and difficult tasks would turn away most, but the Keystone Wilds staff have truly stepped up in the past weeks to ensure that what has already been completed runs and operates with maximum efficiency. The zoo is officially set to open in the coming months after our star attraction finishes construction. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have some polish work and one more habitat to build before we can even start constructing it. Currently at Keystone Wilds, we're in the middle of more than just endless construction. Our zoo's breeding programs so far have been an overall success, but we'd like to see more... how do I put this? Results. As it stands, Keystone Wilds has so far only had a singular captive birth, a juvenile giant anteater. Cubby is sure to bring guests through the gates, especially those that have seen his father, who now resides back at Keystone Park, but we'd love to have at least one more baby animal present for opening day. We had planned for the white-faced Saki to be the animal for the job, however there's a slight issue with this. The mating habits of the monkey are currently unknown, as whether they're monogamous or polygamous is still up for debate by scientists. To contribute to the professional research and find out once and for all, we introduced a lone male into the habitat with 2 females. If mating behavior is shown with both, we'd have our answer clear as day. Unfortunately, the opposite occurred, with 0 mating behavior seen by any of the monkeys so far. To try and solve this puzzle, we added a 3rd female white-faced Saki to our roster. This one has previously given birth to several young in captivity. With her experience, we're hopeful that we'll not only see more baby animals, but also gain definitive answers about the breeding habits of the species. We'll be sure to keep you updated with the progress. Due to the expansive construction and various breeding programs, Keystone Wilds has been running quite low on funds for some time. We've managed to stay afloat thanks to our virtual gift shop, which you yourself can check out using the link in the description below at any time, but in order to further expand, we needed to reach out for help from an ally. After receiving aid from Education by helping in their mission, it seems like Keystone Wilds' dire financial situation has finally come to an end. The mission was a noble one with a simple goal: help spread awareness for a rapidly disappearing species, the Chinese pangolin. Education used their state-of-the-art subscription box service to raise enough money to both donate to pangolin conservation and fund a beautiful habitat located right here at Keystone Wilds, giving the public a rare opportunity to see a pangolin in person. Unfortunately, that opportunity is becoming rarer and rarer by the day. The Chinese pangolin is currently the most endangered of all of the pangolin subspecies, officially listed as critically endangered as per the IUCN. Meet Scout and Cam. Both pangolin have adjusted well into life at Keystone Wilds and so far have been a joy to work with. Bringing on a species that's so close to extinction has truly motivated our already hardworking staff. They've taken extra special care of the pangolin duo and spent countless hours monitoring their habitat webcams to ensure safety and comfort. Both pangolin have also shown quite the personality, and especially enjoy playing with their enrichment items scattered throughout the habitat. They also love digging for bugs in the soil. They're so effective at pest control, in fact, that our staff has to be extra cautious not to overfeed these armored anteaters. We're so incredibly proud to be able to house this extraordinary species and to support Education in their real-world conservation efforts, but now it's time to look ahead. We've still got one more project to finish before we can finally open our doors to the public, our newest expansion, and by far the largest eventual area in the zoo, Africa. After passing by our main entrance pavilion and beyond our white-faced Saki family, you'll be met with a bridge that leads to what almost feels like an entirely new zoo. The architecture and design of the African expansion were purposely made to feel distinct from the starting areas of Keystone Wilds. One of our key goals is to create an incredibly immersive experience, and so far, we're proud to say that we're hitting the mark. Construction is very far from over. Currently, Africa is home to just a single habitat and a brand new restaurant that has only recently finished construction. Kijiji Kitchen aims to deliver more than just a strong visual first impression. It's being designed to serve up a menu that will stand out in both taste and presentation. Neighboring Kijiji Kitchen is the Lone Habitat, currently housing a solitary aardvark. In most new areas, we aim to start strong with a showstopper animal in a flashy habitat, but this time, we've gone in a different direction. The aardvark, while a fascinating species, is intentionally understated. Africa's all about the build-up. Unlike other sections in Keystone Wilds, and especially compared to Keystone Park, Africa is saving the best for last. And trust us when we say, you truly won't want to miss what's coming. In addition to habitat construction, we're also working hard behind the scenes on several educational installations for Africa. The ultimate goal of these very small spotlights is to highlight important issues plaguing the African savannas, such as poaching. Africa won't just be a visual masterpiece at Keystone Wilds, it's going to be an informative one too. We've also begun planting a wide variety of region-appropriate flora to enhance the immersive feel of the new land. Guests won't just see animals, they'll feel transported. Every single acacia tree and red clay wall plays a part in the illusion, and it's all coming together beautifully. We still have a ton of work to do today to ensure that the endgame has the proper foundation to thrive. This certainly won't be easy, but when have we ever backed down from a challenge? If you're interested in further supporting the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, we encourage you to join Club Keystone. As a member, you'll receive early access to videos, and your name will forever be etched onto our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. We want to give a heartfelt thank you to all of our current members. You're the reason we're able to continue this journey. If you enjoyed today's video and the progress we're making here at Keystone Wilds, please consider subscribing. Your support is more than just appreciated, it's essential. By liking the video and leaving a comment or even sharing with friends, you're helping us grow and reach more people who care about wildlife conservation. The channel's growth lately has been absolutely stunning, and with your help, we can continue that momentum going strong. Thank you all for being a part of this adventure. Together, we truly are making a difference. Meet the spotted hyena. With a population in the wild of 27 to 47,000, this species is of least concern according to the IUCN. They have quite the impressive range over sub-Saharan Africa, and also only need land requirements in their habitat. The other thing I'm noticing is that it doesn't appear that they climb very well based on their barrier requirements. I'm thinking with this information a pit-style habitat is going to work the best. It looks like the spotted hyena are social animals that live in clans, dominated by a female. They're a matriarchal species. This probably explains why the female are significantly bigger than the male, which in the animal kingdom is quite rare. Despite being portrayed as cowardly scavengers in pop culture and the media, hyenas of any kind are formidable predators and exceptionally intelligent. If their learning capabilities truly can rival that of the chimpanzee, they very well may be the smartest species in all of Keystone Wilds. Despite being a misunderstood creature, hyenas of any kind aren't exactly friendly. No cohabitation today, but if you want cohabitation, be sure to stick around, because you're not going to be disappointed in what's coming. As you can tell, we have quite the large task ahead of us today, with the main objective being completely filling in the habitat that's already laid out for us on the right. To do this, we're going to be making a bridge that goes right over the habitat so the guests are going to be able to peer down at the spotted hyena. Underneath this bridge is also going to be the backstage. It's going to be entirely underground for the first time ever. Beyond the habitat on the right is an entirely different section of Keystone Wilds that we're not going to touch for some time. Let's not worry about that today. Typically the backstage is one of the last things I'll implement into a build, but in this case, since it's the focal point of all of construction, I think it makes the most sense to build it first. Word is that the trio of spotted hyena have actually arrived at Keystone Wilds' quarantine facility far ahead of schedule. We're gonna have to make this quick. With a clan of potentially hungry hyenas in our care, it's unlikely that we'll be able to receive any other species. I don't think that building the bridge is going to be difficult in the slightest. We already have the space laid out, but hiding the backstage against the water is going to be tough. The river is already dug out and filled with water, and we realistically can't change it at this point in time, so we don't have a ton of space to hide the backstage back here, especially with a keeper hut inside. As mentioned, beyond this bridge is going to be a completely different section of Keystone Wilds, so we're not going to worry about this for now. This should be just enough space for a keeper hut, but I wonder what size we should use. The large one fits surprisingly well, but it gives us very little space to work a path in here to the actual habitat. That might be a problem. The small one, by contrast, actually fits right under the path, however this is where the hyenas are actually going to be housed. There were certainly pros and cons for either model, but eventually I let the game decide for me. What the? Small one it is. After fixing that small break in reality, I was able to add all key elements to the backstage, including the habitat gate, actual keeper hut, as well as the floor. Only one side of the backstage actually opens out to the main habitat. That's one of the pros for building in this style. All we have to do now is make a very simple wall just of a couple materials to separate the backstage from the actual enclosure. Hyenas have very blunt, non-retractable claws. However, claws are still claws and can do damage to plaster, so I separated it with some painted bricks. The end goal of this backstage was to completely hide it underground, and right now it's anything but. Let's work on covering this thing up a little bit. I want to start with the roof of the backstage. We're going to be borrowing the same material we always use, but from where we are right now it looks a little bit more like the floor. Confusion aside, it's all going to be covered up by foliage in due time. We just have to make sure it doesn't burst through the ceiling of the keeper hut. A little too short at the entrance, and there's no way I'm redoing the path. Let's fix it. Surprisingly, it was actually pretty easy, only utilizing 3 pieces, 2 triangles and a square. This is looking much better already. It's going to be really easy to add some interior walls and completely finish the foundation of the backstage, but for now I think we should focus on the outside of it. On the other side of Africa, I think we did a quite outstanding job of making it as immersive as possible, even through the little details. I want to make either side of the bridge look like one continuous wall, so we're going to be reusing a lot of the same aspects. Reusing was a bit of an understatement. I don't think we used a single new piece when making this side. We just made it appear different by using different angles and sides. We're now left with an admittedly pretty ugly patch of land, but I have just the right idea of what we can put here. It may not look like it yet, but if you're unaware, Africa's gonna be, well, quite large. With our other location being quite far away, I think another vet center makes perfect sense to put here. It should be just the right amount of space. Let's get to work. We're going to be using a plaster floor to help blend everything together and eliminate these ugly holes in the path. While yes, technically this means guests won't be able to actually walk over all of this plaster, if I didn't tell you that, you probably wouldn't have noticed. I then built up a short retaining wall around the entirety of the roof of the backstage. This allowed us to get mulch really close to the veterinary office, making it appear a little bit shorter than it actually is. The reason that this is important is because it's a key location in Africa. A lot of our species are going to be treated right here, but we don't necessarily want it to take away from the surrounding exhibits. This is also exactly why the outside of the building isn't going to be overly detailed, just using the same plaster as the aardvark habitat so it fits in with the rest of the surrounding buildings. I actually do really like how it turned out. It's so simple, but it gets the job done really effectively. But at the end of the day, a veterinary center is more about what's on the inside than the outside. This should give our veterinary team ample space to work with a majority of the smaller to medium-sized animals in Africa. And the best part is, it doesn't even look out of place within the skyline of the rest of Africa. Now there's just one thing left to do: detail the entire backstage. Aside from the chain link fence that separates the spotted hyena from the rest of the backstage, admittedly there's nothing too complicated going on here. The staff area of the backstage, on the other hand, does have a lot of visual variety, but a lot of this is stuff we've used in the past. We certainly did a great job for the amount of space that we had to work with. It wasn't much at all. On the contrary, the second half of this build is going to be much different. We have a wide open savanna for the hyena to roam, we just have to develop it. We also have to figure out how to get rid of that big ugly patch of dirt in the center of the pavilion. It's literally the first thing a guest is going to see as soon as they walk into Africa. I think it makes a lot of sense to start with the supports of the bridge. We don't want people flinging themselves into the hyena enclosure. That could be dangerous. For the hyenas. To stop an easily preventable situation before it even happens, we're going to be constructing a really simple mesh fence. I have to admit, I wasn't so sure I would like using the path as the support and the roof, but it turns out I actually really do. It made the rest of the build process surprisingly easy since a lot of the foundation was already there. To finish off the fence, I used numerous different layers of conservation blinds. These are some of my favorite wood pieces in the entire game. The main piece of advice whenever working with wood in Planet Zoo is use a lot of supports. Typically, the more supports you can add, the more realistic it's going to look. Simple but effective. I really like how the bridge turned out. And remember, we're not worrying about anything on the other side for now. All we have to do is the main pavilion of Africa. The issue with the hyena enclosure currently is going to be the repetitiveness of the techniques we have to use to cover the walls. Luckily, I think I know a trick that's going to work perfectly. By taking the stalactite pieces from the Twilight pack, you can go to the Flexi Color menu and pick out one that looks realistic. Typically, you're going to want to focus more on the hues that lean towards an orangish brown. In Africa, throwing in some red might not hurt. Once you get a realistic color that you're quite happy with, place one down, rotate the next one a few degrees and place it right next to it. Try to pack these as tight as you possibly can. Keep repeating this step until you have a relatively sizable chunk that you can copy and paste over various increments. To add some finer details to the rock wall, I like to change the color up, making it fit the relative pattern, but a little bit different nonetheless. Rotate it 180 degrees and start adding them to the bottom. This is going to work perfectly as a base for all of the other ones that we can possibly make. From here, let's copy and paste this one over, giving us a completely blank canvas that we can detail at our leisure. The goal here is to make the two rock formations look really similar to each other, to the point where if they existed right next to each other in the habitat, it wouldn't look out of place. We also, however, need to make the texture different enough to where if they are right next to each other, they don't look the exact same and it's like we're repeating everything. In theory, you could make 100 of these and make no repeating textures whatsoever, but for our case today, 2 is going to do just fine. They certainly are going to look fine right next to each other, that was the point, but they also look different enough to where if they do exist right next to each other, it's obvious they're not the exact same piece of rock. Like I just said, 2 is the bare minimum that you can possibly use in this strategy. The more you add, the more detailed it's going to be. Once you've placed a bunch of them down, you can now use the copy and paste feature and grab different sections of each. We only use 2 rock formations to start with, but since we're copy and pasting a random amount, I actually have no idea which formation this is. It could be the first half of one and the last half of another, and if you have more than 2 rock formations, it gets even more effective. Keep doing this again and again, grabbing a larger section of rock each time, and eventually the entire habitat is going to be filled in no time. Looking at this though, you can probably at least see a couple of repeated textures. That's one of the unfortunate side effects about only using 2 original formations, but there is a way to get around this. By far, one of the best way to hide any imperfection in a build is by using foliage, especially ones that take up a large amount of space like these creosote bushes. By placing them at a variety of different heights and angles, you can cleverly hide the repetitive textures of the rock wall. One issue that it's very likely that you may run into in this step though, is that the texture of the creosote bushes can actually get repetitive on their own. To avoid this from happening, use the Align to Surface feature and change the angle. This way it'll appear that the bushes are climbing up the rock wall. You don't only have to use this trick on the base. Once you have a healthy layer of foliage planted, don't forget to mix it up. Common saltwort and creosote bushes go very well together. They have a pretty similar texture, but are slightly different in color and feel. Lately, I've really grown fond of using these dry creosote bushes and merging them into the existing foliage palette. I just like having some branches that don't have any greenery on them. It makes it feel a lot more realistic and dynamic. When you place the trunks of certain species of trees far below the surface, the leafy canopies can actually pose as really effective bushes. I like to merge these into areas where the creosote bush texture gets repetitive. A majority of the rock wall looks quite solid at this point, and the repetitive texture is a little bit difficult to notice. Once we get the rest of the foliage growing in place, it's going to be almost impossible. We need to focus on some of the foliage outside of the habitat too. There's a pretty ugly trench in between the mulch, the path, and the rock wall. We're gonna have to cover this up. The first thing that we have to do is repurpose the aardvark fence to give Africa a sense of unity. We're not just gonna be ripping it off one for one though. The fence of the aardvark habitat was completely unbroken. It was one solid piece from the left side all the way over to the right. Where this habitat is going to differ is it's going to have two separate viewing areas separated by a wall of foliage in the middle that you probably aren't going to be able to see over. Now that pretty much the entirety of the outside of the habitat is done, I think we can finally focus all of our attention on the middle. Surprisingly, I don't think this is going to take very long. A lot of the hard work is already done, thankfully. I'll give you one guess as to what we're going to put in here first. If you guessed an African off-road vehicle, you'd be correct. I'm going to use this as the centerpiece of the exhibit, something a little bit creative that's going to make it stand out amongst the rest of Keystone Wilds. Since the Jeep must have been driving over here before it broke down, we can make the grass a little bit more dry. On the complete opposite side of the habitat, we can use the standard buffalo grass that we use in pretty much every other habitat. It's going to be a little bit more lush over here. On the path that leads from the backstage to the watering hole, I decided to add a lot of exposed faux rocks. This helps imply that it's so heavily traveled and such a vital part of their habitat that the hyena are kicking up so much dirt it's exposing the rock underneath. To help the habitat feel a little bit more like a savanna and a fair bit more arid, I came in with some dried dim grass all over the Jeep section. It's also incredibly important to not forget to detail the underside of any riverbed. A bare body of water can stick out like a sore thumb amongst a highly detailed habitat. I then used a tree native to the savannas of Africa whose name I'm not even going to pretend I know how to pronounce. This tree is accomplishing two things. For one, it's obviously giving the hyenas a fair bit of shade, which they would otherwise need outside. But secondly, it's also helping blend together the two layers of the habitat, since it goes from the bottom of the pit all the way to the tops of the top. This was certainly one of the more complex habitats that we made in the entirety of Keystone Wilds, but overall I'm really happy with how it turned out. Let me know what you think about it in the comments below, and while you're down there, don't forget to leave name suggestions for the clan of hyena. We have 1 male and 2 female coming. While the foliage was taking its time to settle in, I was able to add a few more key details to the outside of the habitat. Most importantly, I fixed that giant ugly patch of dirt. Now as soon as you enter Africa, you're met with a wide open pavilion and can go anywhere you choose. I added some shade and seating on the bridge above too, so guests can get an even better view of the hyena. Overall, Africa's developing incredibly well, and the habitat looks stunning. I think there's only one thing missing though, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Welcome to the zoo! Upon arrival, it was immediately evident that the hyena were going to become masters of their territory very quickly. They played with and interacted with absolutely everything in their habitat in a record time, scouring every single inch of their enclosure. Though it was difficult to believe, the Zoopedia was spot on about their curiosity and as well as their intelligence. Even at night when a majority of the clan were resting, our lone male still found time to play with a box. Thankfully, a majority of the clan was still resting, which gave our head keeper ample time to prepare food for them. It was a brand new process that he wasn't quite used to. Unfortunately, while checking the habitat camera to ensure that it was safe to feed the clan, something very unexpected happened. A vicious fight for dominance broke out amongst our 2 female. This situation was far too dangerous for our head keeper to intervene alone. He radioed our head vet for backup. Unfortunately, the pair were unable to stop the fight for some time, leaving one of the hyenas fairly injured. Thankfully, she's in excellent care, but we don't yet know the severity of the injuries, so we can't give an update. Unfortunately, this is just one of the ugly sides of nature, as this behavior was totally normal. Other than outright separating the hyena, which could be considered abusive to a social species, there was no way to possibly prevent this fight. There is a silver lining, however. Presumably, the hyena that won the fight will now be deemed the leader of the clan. A rematch at this point is unlikely. Unfortunately, I do think our time with the hyena clan today is coming to an end. I really hope you enjoyed today's episode. I know I certainly did. Kingpin out for now, but stick around for one final announcement. For the past year, we've been developing a wild and untamed wilderness into the foundation of a thriving business. There have certainly been hardships, challenges, and troubles along the way, but with the plans we have, we saw that coming in advance. Having gone through this exact same scenario several years ago certainly helped us know what to expect. It really is amazing how history can repeat itself so frequently. Keystone Park, our original zoo, also started from a barren field left behind by time and development. As Keystone Park progressed in its construction, there was a tangible shift not only in the surrounding community, but also in the very land in which the zoo was built upon. Native species who had not been seen in the region for decades are now returning home to nest. Trees and other plant life are blossoming in the spring, and so much more. Seeing this project from start to finish, from an empty field to a thriving zoo, is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and luckily, we're about to achieve it again. Keystone Wilds was started in a very similar circumstance to Keystone Park, but with much greater ambition and a larger-than-life goal. Keystone Park aimed to bring life to a very small native community. Keystone Wilds, on the other hand, aims to help bring awareness to conservation itself by bringing guests face-to-face with special species from all across the globe. This incredible adventure started just under a year ago, and so far progress has been exceptional. While seemingly less organized on the surface than our sister zoo, Keystone Park, the entrance of Keystone Wilds is accomplishing something very different. What do timber wolves, red fox, and the North American beaver have in common? Simple, they're all from North America. What do giant anteaters, lar gibbons, little penguins, and Komodo dragons have in common? Absolutely nothing. These species highlight the amazing biodiversity of our planet, species from all over the globe, all within walking distance of each other, living in harmony, making for the perfect start of an adventure you're likely to never forget. Many species who call Keystone Wilds home are endangered in the wild and need outside intervention to help their small populations thrive. Conservation is the true theme of this zoo behind all the grandeur, and is absolutely our top priority and the reason behind all of what we do. Our zoo's various breeding programs so far have been vastly successful, albeit a bit slow for the amount of resources invested. With time, however, this is sure to improve. Our veterinary staff grows more comfortable with our roster of animals each and every day, and is learning right alongside them. Thanks to their incredible effort, we've brought a juvenile anteater pup into the world. This was a massive win for world conservation efforts, and for the unfortunately listed vulnerable species. Cubby, so far, has been the only animal born at Keystone Wilds. However, that doesn't necessarily mean he's the only baby animal present. In case you missed the last episode, we greatly expanded our most recent project, Africa, by adding a variety of operational facilities and decor, culminating in the introduction of our third African species to the zoo, the spotted hyena. While thankfully this species is listed as of least concern as per the IUCN, a vicious fight for dominance among two females nearly brought a tragedy to our doorstep. We had, however, prepared for this event. As per the Zoopedia, it was inevitable that our female would eventually have a fight for dominance. Unfortunately, though, we were drastically underprepared for the aftermath, as the loser of the fight, Stitch, was severely injured beyond our capacity to care. While the male of the clan, Spot, and the newly crowned clan leader, Shenzi, remained on site, Stitch was rapidly transported to Keystone Park so a much more veteran medical team could have a valid chance of saving the young hyena's life. Thankfully, the procedure was a success, as the much more experienced staff team were able to easily mend her wounds. However, they also discovered something rather interesting. Stitch was an expecting mother. Born in Keystone Park's quarantine facility, both Stitch and her cub were transported back to Keystone Wilds once both were medically cleared. Luckily, in hyena culture, matches for dominance rarely come with a grudge from any of the losers, and the clan is living in harmony with the new goal of defending the cub from non-existent danger. Thankfully for our staff, hyena are shockingly intelligent animals, even rivaling the intellect of notoriously smart species like chimpanzees and bonobos. The clan fully understands that our staff is here to help and support their family, and have shown absolutely zero signs of aggression. As for the pup herself, she's simply a bundle of joy, learning every single day from the other members of the clan. The spotted hyena is a tragically misunderstood species, often being seen as nothing more than a cowardly scavenger, but any amount of simple observation will dismiss this stereotype in no time. They truly are caring and surprisingly family-oriented animals. We're beyond lucky to have this cub join the family, but instead of calling her the cub, let's give her a proper name. Just like with Cubby, the giant anteater, by clicking on the community tab on the channel right now, you'll find a poll with several options for her future name. Like conservation, community is also at the center of all operations at Keystone Wilds. Never hesitate to engage with us in the comments, and feel free to participate in any and all events. With the second baby animal officially being born into our roster, eyes are now on the rest of our species. Baby animals are such a huge draw for future guests, and more importantly, incredibly helpful for both research and conservation efforts. Breeding programs are already in place for a vast majority of our species, with mating and nesting behaviors being observed in several. What baby animals do you think we'll see in the future? With the recent success of our conservation efforts, habitat webcam streams, and virtual gift shop, Keystone Wilds is finally in a prime position to begin construction on by far our largest expansion to date, and largest single build between any zoo sharing the Keystone name. The Baobab Safari is going to bring guests within inches of 19 exotic species from every corner of Africa. Everything that we've built in both Keystone Wilds and Keystone Park has led to this moment. The pressure certainly is on, but knowing what this build means, there's no way we can fail. If you're interested in supporting the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds and our latest adventures, we encourage you to join Club Keystone. As a member, you'll receive early access to videos, and your name will be forever etched into the wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. We want to give a heartfelt thank you to all of our current members. You truly are the reason we're able to continue this wonderful journey. If you enjoyed the video and the progress we make on Baobab Safari, please consider subscribing. Your support is more than just appreciated, it's essential. By liking the video, leaving a comment, or even sharing with your friends, you're helping us grow and reach more and more people who care about wildlife conservation. The channel's growth lately has been absolutely stunning, and with your help, we can keep this momentum going strong. The Baobab Safari is going to be split into 5 distinct sections, each vastly different from the last, highlighting unique environments across the entire continent of Africa. Today we're going to be completing the first of the sections, the Jungle's Edge. Let's see who's going to be calling this section home. The safari is going to begin with one of Keystone Wilds' most mysterious animals, the endangered okapi. This is a species so shrouded in mystery our staff is ecstatic. Seeing that in the present day they can only be found in the heart of the Congo, they're only going to need land requirement today. We are however going to be working a fair bit of water into their habitat. You'll see how in a second. Like every animal we're going to be building for in the Jungle's Edge, okapi are shy and solitary creatures. They're also exceptionally rare in captivity, so unfortunately we're only going to be bringing one to the zoo today. Since the okapi is a rather under-researched ungulate, we don't necessarily know a lot about their habitat or enrichment food items. It looks like we're going to have to do a lot of our own research and observation. The okapi actually does have a cohabitation with the red river hog, however unfortunately for the red river hog, it's not one of the 19 species present in the Baobab Safari. The critically endangered black rhinoceros, however, is the second species. With a wild population of 3,150 on the dot, it's absolutely critical that we set up a breeding program for these gentle giants as soon as possible. Just like the okapi, they only need land requirement in their habitat, however we're also going to be incorporating some water in here. Like the okapi, they're a solitary species, however where they differ is that the black rhinoceros is actually confident around humans, meaning that they're going to be able to get a little bit closer to the safari vehicles. Thankfully, we also know significantly more about their habitat enrichments and dietary options when compared to the okapi. They don't actually share any interspecies enrichment, however they're going to be sharing a habitat with a third species, the bongo. Unfortunately, just like the black rhinoceros and the okapi alike, the IUCN status of the bongo isn't exactly ideal, sitting at near threatened. Just like the previous two species, however, they're only going to be needing land requirement in their habitat. It looks like the female bongo live in small groups, while the males are primarily solitary. Both, however, appear shy around humans, so we're going to have to add a lot of foliage to this portion of the safari to keep them out of view sometimes. The safari will both begin and end right here in the Mountain Pass station. So far, construction isn't quite done yet, and the build is so far incomplete, but we have plenty else to focus on in the meantime. Today we have a very important task ahead of us. First impressions are quite important. Look at the entrance of Keystone Park, Keystone Wilds, and many of their subsections. Typically, we load absolutely everything we have into the starts of our locations. The Baobab Safari, however, is going to be a little bit different. As you'll recall from the Zoopedia, today we're building for primarily shy and solitary species right at the start of the safari, and saving many of the heavy hitters for last to act as both the grand finale, but also, these species require much more space due to their size and social population. Solitary species simply need less space. The issue we're going to be running into today is how to present these exotic species without blowing their stress levels out of proportion. To do this, we're going to have to implement many natural barriers and optical illusions to both protect the species as well as not to shatter the guest immersion. This is supposed to mimic a true safari, and last time I checked, gates and fences typically don't call the African savannas home. Elevation changes are going to be one of the most common ways to accomplish this, and we can use rockwork and foliage to mask it from the guest's perspective. Pair this with digging our pools in which we can cleverly hide basic fences, and the animals will be unable to get close to the vehicles. Later in the safari, a majority of the animals will be more confident around the trucks, meaning guests will be able to get nearly within touching distance. The species will also be able to cross over the tracks as we drive straight through some of the habitats. If you can't tell, the safari is going to be absolutely massive. Remember, there's 19 species total, and this is for 3 of them. With the key in the ignition though, I think it's time we finally get this journey started. Let's start off by building for the okapi. With no cohabitation and relatively easy habitat requirements, hopefully it gives us a ton of momentum for the tougher builds later on. Keeping this enclosure natural is going to be tough. especially after 2 of the 3 first things I added were completely unnatural. To maintain guest immersion on the safari vehicles, it's going to be absolutely critical that we mask this fence in the background. The feeder can stay. It might be nice to get the okapi to come a little bit closer to the vehicles. They are shy after all. The secret to this habitat's success is going to be 100% found in the water. It's going to be a little bit of a complicated build compared to what we usually do at the start, but I think you'll be able to follow along. The main objective right now is going to be turning this small body of water into an overgrown swamp. This way, not only will it mask the track from the habitat and make it feel a little bit more immersive, but we're also going to be able to hide a fence right through the habitat so that guests may not be able to even see it. We're going to be utilizing a lot of periwinkle leaves on the surface of the water. Typically these are more of a grass block. Normally you would use this plant on land, however in this case it looks really convincing as algae on the surface of the water. Besides texture alone, the reason this is such a great choice is because it actually has 2 color variants, and when you merge them together like so, it makes it appear even more realistic. To avoid repeating the same shapes, whenever you're working with foliage in this regard, always make sure you have random rotation on, and don't be afraid to mash it into the terrain itself. Once all of the stand-in algae was in place, I began to detail the middle of the water with some lily pads. Just in case you're unfamiliar, this is elephant grass, and it's going to become one of the most important plants in the entirety of Baobab Safari. This is because, for whatever reason, it has an absolutely enormous hitbox, which effectively means that most animals in the game can't walk over it even when it's placed low in the ground. If there's anywhere in any habitat that you don't want your animal to be able to traverse, just place some elephant grass low to the ground. If you place it low enough, it even looks like regular grass. The issue with the elephant grass in this okapi habitat is that it doesn't really look lush, so we can change that really easily with another key plant, the creosote bush. This plant honestly encourages a little bit of lazy foliage. It's so big and versatile and you can sink it into the ground just like the elephant grass, but it also is really effective at covering up landscapes. Notice how quickly it pretty much covered up the entire slope where it was placed all by itself. We also made the water a little bit more green to make it appear more swamp-like, mainly so we can blend the creosote bushes into it. Just like with the periwinkle leaves, they also have a second color variant, except this one is more of a dry bush. If you've seen the channel before, the last plant in the palette needs no introduction. Buffalo grass, effectively you just place everywhere. And by the way, in case you were curious, I'm going to be keeping a live counter for how many pieces of buffalo grass I place all over Baobab Safari. We're nearly at 1,000 after this video. For areas with higher elevation and larger cliff faces, we can't really use creosote bushes the entire way, they're simply not stable enough. We're going to have to switch up and use some rock. Luckily, the start of Baobab Safari already has a really nice rock and foliage palette. We can simply come over here and borrow some, and place it elsewhere in the habitats. After a lot, and I really do mean a lot of our standard foliage palette, we were eventually ready to place some trees into the habitat. Now, as strange as it may sound, the trees were by far the most difficult part. This was entirely because I had absolutely no idea what I wanted to be behind the habitat, and I couldn't place big trees with huge leaves and canopies because if there was a viewing behind the habitat, the trees would completely obstruct it. We also can't ignore the trees at all because it's going to be the one thing that shields the okapi from the safari vehicles. Remember, these are very shy and solitary animals that get stressed out incredibly easily, so they need ample space to hide. Thankfully I found a solution, and something that's going to make the okapi enclosure even more special. It's going to be the one habitat in the safari that you can actually view from outside of the vehicle. It just so happened to be right behind the hyena habitat. I've heard it's a great neighborhood. At Keystone Wilds we focus a lot on conservation, so we recycled the hyena's barrier and brought it over to the okapi's enclosure. Since this is the one location where we know exactly what's going to be in front and we already have exactly what's going to be behind it, we could really beef up this area with some heavy foliage. Not bad at all, I actually quite like how this turned out. We were able to cram a surprising amount of detail in here for only using like 3 different species of plants, but let's see what the okapi thinks. Welcome to the zoo, and remember, if you have any name suggestions for our female okapi, feel free to leave them in the comments below. I think we absolutely nailed the distance between the actual animal itself as well as the track. The okapi shouldn't get stressed from this distance, however if it would choose to, it can go in the water all the way up until the chain link fence. We'll go over how to implement that in the next portion. Thankfully, I think we did a good job with implementing plenty of shade and hiding spots for the okapi. Hopefully the stress levels are more than manageable when the trucks actually get on the track. Unfortunately, I think that's where today's episode's gonna have to come to an end. I hope you... Wait a minute. We have 2 more habitats to build. The second stop on the Baobab Safari is going to be one of the larger habitats in the entire build. It's going to be home to the black rhino, however the bongo are going to be able to cross over into here. Their habitat is going to be quite lush and admittedly contrast very differently to this, which is going to go for a more arid feel. As you can likely tell, we're going to be using the exact same water technique to keep the rhino away from the okapis portion of the safari. However, they're going to be able to cross over the safari tracks into the bongos enclosure later on the left. In order to ensure that the rhino can't get out of the water from this specific area of the habitat only, we're going to be using a simple chain link fence. This is about as basic as it can possibly get. It comes straight from the barrier menu. I didn't use any construction pieces. Typically I avoid the barrier menu at all costs because I simply think you can make something better yourself, but in this case it's only about a few inches above the water's surface, so I think it works perfectly because this isn't the focus of the habitat. Once the barrier was firmly in place, we used the exact same foliage palette from the okapi enclosure to add a little bit of a buffer between the tracks and the water. These habitats are very close to each other, so it makes a lot of sense to use the exact same foliage. We're going to get more arid on the rhino's side. To do this, we're going to have to come up with a new rock palette. I started off by using a lot of the orange savanna rocks and then covering them over with different textures of temperate rocks. This is going to make the texture feel a little bit more dynamic, as it's going to be completely random since random rotation is on. You don't necessarily think of rhinos when you think of a climbing species, but this habitat actually does have a wide variety of elevation inside of it. It has two very distinct layers. This means we're going to have to use a lot of different rocks to make a big retaining wall. The trick is going to be to make the texture not look repetitive. By using the same rock formation and merging it into the ground to match the elevation of the terrain, we were able to accomplish this pretty easily, and the rhino shouldn't be able to climb over this. Now that the enclosure is 100% secure, at least where we don't want the rhino to be able to escape, now we can start placing some foliage down. The foliage techniques are going to be largely similar. We can even blend these creosote bushes into the rocks themselves to help blend everything together nicely. When you push them far enough into the ground, it actually looks like grass themselves, meaning that it perfectly blends into the buffalo grass that we'll place in due time. 224, 225, 226, 227, 228... The trick to avoid repeating textures here is to go creosote bushes in some areas to blend the buffalo grass into the rocks, but in other locations we want to use even smaller rocks to help blend it into the ground in general. Despite their fearsome appearance, rhinos are obviously herbivores, and they eat a lot of grass, meaning there's going to be some areas in this habitat where no grass is present. To make these areas look a little bit more detailed, I got some faux rocks and recolored them into a natural color to help blend into the sand. Shifting our attention to the more arid sections of the habitat, I wanted to focus and do all of the details around their mud pit enrichment item. It was surprisingly easy. Luckily, buffalo grass comes in orange. We used a lot more of the savanna as well as the desert rocks in this area when compared to the rest of the habitat. This is because I really wanted it to stand out as a place where not a lot of foliage can grow. Even the creosote bushes are dry. A lot of the trees in this area also have their roots partially exposed by the ground. This is because in my head, the rhinos have foraged around a lot over here and almost dug the entire place up. To blend the arid with the lush, I used a lot of this common saltwort plant. The dry texture of it acts as a middle ground in between the complete orange as well as the complete green. The habitat is certainly on the right track, although it looks a little bit empty and under-detailed, especially around the rocks. The way to fix this is going to be by detailing the top portion of the habitat. Even though guests won't be able to see a majority of it, some trees and other larger formations up here will impact the sightline. To effectively transition to the top layer, I used creosote bushes with the Align to Surface feature. This puts them at the exact same angle as the ground itself. After effectively transitioning to the top, I made very few and far between lush areas up here. It's going to be primarily sandy. In the wild, animals can get sunburned just like you and me, and how rhinos defend against this, against the harsh African heat, is by actually wallowing around in mud and sand, getting it all over their body and using it almost as a crude form of sunscreen. To further emphasize the shade on the top layer, I also added several trees. Now this is more like it. I really like how much of a contrast it is compared to the okapi enclosure. Whereas that's a lot more shrouded in mystery and foliage, this is much more wide open. However, the rhino still can't escape to the top layer if he doesn't want to be seen. No wonder why a group of these guys is called a crash, but welcome to the zoo. Our lone male black rhino stayed on the top portion of his habitat for a surprisingly long time. We're also going to have to get a lot more watermelons. Eventually, after discovering the second half of the habitat, he naturally sprinted down the hill at max speed. Rhino aren't exactly known as intelligent mammals, and they have notoriously poor eyesight, so it may take him a while to master his territory. Luckily, time is something we have plenty of. We still have one more habitat to build before the episode's over. There's no shot this is accurate. His entire head is underwater. 2 down, 1 to go. And after a successful stop in rhino country, let's head over to the bongos jungle. We're at the home stretch now, the third and final stop of the day. And this habitat's going to be unique because it's the very first one in the safari you actually drive through. The bongo can cross over the tracks at absolutely any time. The build process in this habitat was very basic, and it was almost like a mixture between the okapi and the rhino. 1,225, 1,233. The bongo are by far the most shy and reclusive animal that we're going to be building for today, and they very well might be the most shy and reclusive animal in the entirety of the safari, so we're going to be making this area as absolutely lush as possible, meaning we have to have an absolutely enormous layer of buffalo grass. Due to their elusive and secretive nature, bongo are often called the ghost of the forest by locals, and not a whole lot is known about them. Due to their naturally great camouflage and the amount of foliage we're going to be placing in this habitat, this might be one of the toughest animals to see on the entire safari. The presence of tall trees in this habitat also makes it significantly darker due to the abundance of shade. You're going to really have to keep an eye out to catch the bongo. Like I said, very basic portion of the safari, but good nonetheless. The bongo do have the capability to go over the tracks entirely, but they also have plenty of spaces to hide. A keen-eyed guest is going to be required to catch a glimpse. Another reason we went basic here is because next week we're probably going to get into the most intricate part of the entire safari. Don't miss that episode. Welcome to the zoo. Skittish as always, immediately after being dropped off into their habitat, the bongo immediately darted for cover. Eventually, when they realized there was nothing to be afraid of, they bravely crossed the tracks for the very first time over to the black rhino territory. The family soon realized that they much prefer the cover of the dense underbrush of the jungle. That isn't to say that the bongo and the rhino don't get along, quite the opposite in fact. The two species got along quite well for having the exact same diet. Typically animals that compete for food end up fighting. Unfortunately, I do think that's where we're going to have to call it for today's episode. I really hoped you enjoyed this one, and don't worry, there's going to be plenty more from Baobab Safari to come in the future. Stay tuned for next week, you really aren't going to want to miss that one. If you did enjoy today's episode and you made it this far, first of all let me know in the comments, but second of all, don't forget to like and subscribe so you can see the rest. Thank you so much for watching. Kingpin out. See you in the next one. With Keystone Wilds getting closer and closer to opening day, the general hype around the zoo is starting to seriously take off. Guests at Keystone Park, who at this point in time have grown used to their standard roster of mainly local species, are especially eager for some excitement. Keystone Wilds will be able to deliver excitement in droves, and not just because of our more exotic roster of species. However, that certainly is a huge plus. We've been working day in and day out to ensure that this location is an outright upgrade to what came before, in nearly every way imaginable. We've gone over budget with marketing, launched a 24/7 live habitat web camera stream, and even launched a real store that you yourself can check out right now using the link in the description. All of these efforts so far have the same root goal, to build hype and anticipation for opening day, and ensure that it's one for the history books. Getting guests into the zoo is going to be the easy part though. Keystone Park has grown popular enough, and old enough, that many will give Keystone Wilds a chance based on name and brand recognition alone. Profit, however, is made with repeat customers, so in order to accomplish this, we truly have to put on a show and blow people away. You would think the zoo with wild in its name would be able to accomplish this quite easily. However, stress and pressure are persistent no matter how good the odds seem. Things have gone quite wrong in Keystone facilities before. What if it happens on the most important day yet? Our younger and less experienced staff at Keystone Wilds has grown increasingly nervous as opening day grows near, especially as we continue construction on our latest expansion to date in preparation. As a result, Keystone Park has sent over some veteran staff members to aid in operations and animal care at Keystone Wilds, and reloaded their own staff as some rookies of their own. These experienced and highly trained Keystone staff members took to their new assignments with extreme efficiency, showing the younger members tips and tricks to running a zoo and business in a more optimal manner. In turn, the younger members of the team were able to introduce the newcomers to all of our animals around the zoo, ensuring that they were comfortable with the new faces. A majority of the species didn't seem to mind as they were preoccupied with each other or in some cases their enrichment items scattered about. Some species seemingly bonded with the new keepers. The quickest way to an anteater's heart is with a bucket of termites after all. The one exception to this was actually our lar gibbon. In case you were unaware, these lesser apes are incredibly territorial primates. They had grown used to the original Keystone Wild staff over time and accepted their presence, but with the new faces, it seems to have stressed them out a fair bit. They so far have been exhibiting some rather unusual behavior for them, and our veterinary team is unsure if it has to do with the stress of the situation, or something else may be at play. If you think you know what the problem could be, let me know in the comments. The other notable behavior change was surprisingly found in our Asian small-clawed otters, but this was a change for the better. They had grown relatively stagnant in their routine, even seemingly being bored of their favorite bubble machine. Completely opposite to our gibbons, a keeper mix-up was precisely what they needed to gain some energy back. On the topic of the Asian small-clawed otter, we're in the process of looking for a male to add to our family, and hopefully create a breeding program for this at-risk species. We've had some luck so far with breeding programs, most recently with Sasha, the newborn spotted hyena cub. The circumstances around her birth are actually another reason as to why we brought over some of the Keystone Park staff. If you want to know the full story here, be sure to check out this video. Sasha has officially integrated into her clan quite nicely, and thankfully, their clan leader Shenzi has accepted her despite not being blood relatives. Spotted hyena are a matriarchal species, meaning the females of the group are the ones who are in charge. In the animal kingdom, this is relatively uncommon, and sometimes, unfortunately, a younger alpha may see an unrelated female cub as a future challenge to her authority. Thankfully, this is yet to happen. However, we haven't yet eliminated the possibility completely, and are frequently monitoring the situation. With the new hands on deck, though, this has eased a lot of the workplace burden off of our exhausted staff. Our spotted hyena reside in Africa, our latest expansion to Keystone Wilds. Upon the completion of Africa, the zoo will officially open to the public, and so far things are going well and on schedule. Currently, Africa is home to a solitary aardvark, a group of sacred scarab beetles, the spotted hyena clan, and our latest and greatest project, Baobab Safari. Located in the heart of Africa, Baobab Safari is an absolutely massive project that we've only recently begun. If this is your first time watching, welcome aboard. Starting off at the Mountain Pass station, guests are going to be able to board their 4x4 safari vehicle. Then, our expert tour guides who have been training day in and day out mastering facts and quips about our various species will put their foot to the pedal and the journey will officially be underway. We're estimating that the total runtime of the ride from start to finish is going to be around 20 to 25 minutes, so it truly is going to be a wild ride. After leaving the Mountain Pass station and weaving through the narrow rock formations, only after waiting in line, you'll finally be able to meet the first resident of the reserve. Meet Minnie the Okapi. Her habitat is rather basic and she may be difficult to spot at times. That's because each animal in the first section, the jungle's edge, is incredibly shy around guests. We want them as far away from the cars as possible if need be, only with the option to come closer and explore if they choose so. A fun fact about Minnie's habitat, it's actually the only one in the entire Safari Reserve to be able to be viewed from off the ride. Think of it as a trailer for the main event. The okapi is an endangered species, and one not many people are even aware of at that. For this reason, we saw it necessary and crucial to not gatekeep seeing this wonder of the Congo behind an additional paywall. We also may just have plans for the rest of the Congo in the near future after the safari's completion. After potentially catching a glimpse of the okapi, you'll then be met with one of the largest species on the reserve. Meet Rocky, the critically endangered black rhinoceros. Just like Minnie the okapi, his habitat is separated by a moat, but not necessarily because he would get stressed. However, that is always a factor, but mainly because these 4x4 safari vehicles are not designed to take the brunt of an angry pachyderm. The black rhinoceros can be incredibly unpredictable in captivity, but thankfully they're typically quite docile. Rocky normally spends his days exploring the habitat and seems to enjoy watching the test runs of our staff on the outskirts of his territory. After passing by the rhino's ridge, you'll then enter a much more foliage-dense section of the tour. It's a little darker in here, so keep your eyes peeled and you may just spot one of our 3 bongo. Also known as the ghosts of the forest, this elusive species is shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Meet Snare, Conga, and Bass. All 3 have seemingly adapted into Keystone Wilds well, and no out-of-the-ordinary behavior has been observed as of yet. Thankfully, they get along with Rocky well, as their habitats are physically connected. Normally they only cross paths at feeding times, as the bongo tend to prefer their privacy, as opposed to the much more open sections of the safari. Today is going to be an interesting day, as we're going to be adding one of the largest single habitats into the safari, with 2 species included. Both are ferocious in their own ways, despite only one of them being a true carnivore. Despite the increased danger, I think we're going to be just fine. If you're at all interested in supporting the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, we encourage you to join Club Keystone. As a member, you'll receive early access to videos, and your name will forever be etched into our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. We want to give a heartfelt thank you to all of our current members. You truly are the reason we're able to continue this excellent journey. If you enjoyed today's video and the progress we make here at Keystone Wilds, please consider subscribing. Your support is more than just appreciated, it's essential. By liking the video, leaving a comment, or even sharing it with your friends, you're helping us grow and reach more and more people who care about wildlife conservation. The channel's growth lately has been stunning, and with your help, we can keep the momentum going strong. Thank you all for being a part of this adventure. Together, we truly are making a difference. Meet the hippopotamus. Despite having a relatively sizable population in the wild, the IUCN currently lists them as a vulnerable species. This likely means their wild population used to be a lot larger. They have a pretty strange habitat distribution according to the map. However, this is likely where rivers and main bodies of water among Africa are going to be located. We can confidently back this up by noticing that their land requirement as well as their water requirement are identical. The hippo's social structure is a bit confusing to understand. The males are dominant and semi-solitary, however they do live in relatively large groups, of up to 30 in fact. Thankfully they put their fearsome reputation aside and do tolerate all offspring born into the pod. The reason a group of hippopotamus is even called a pod is because they're actually the closest living relative to cetaceans such as whales and dolphins. We can naturally assume this means they're a pretty intelligent species, meaning that their habitat enrichment items are gonna have to be pretty good, otherwise they can do some damage. Somehow this is the third animal in the safari out of the 4 that's friends of the red river hog, however they're still not going to be added. I seemingly misplaced my page for the Nile crocodile, so we're going to be basing our research off of the saltwater today. They're very similar species, and hopefully Frontier can find that page soon. Thankfully, both are of least concern as per the IUCN and thriving in the wild. Despite the inaccurate habitat range, it appears that we're going to have to use the exact same technique we used as building the hippopotamus's habitat. The crocodile are going to have the exact same land requirement as well as water, so it's going to be a pretty evenly spaced habitat. While the saltwater crocodile is a very territorial and antisocial species, the Nile crocodile that we're going to be bringing into Keystone Wilds today are the complete opposite. They can be found in massive groups along the coast, so this page for the most part is inaccurate and unhelpful to us. Reptile in general are pretty easy animals to take care of. As long as you keep them fed, they don't need a ton of habitat enrichment items to keep them entertained. While I wouldn't necessarily recommend a crocodile, reptiles are pretty good starting animals. No way. Oh, wrong page. As you likely guessed, our crocodiles aren't going to have any cohabitation today, and neither are the hippos. We're going to be separating the habitats in a very creative way. As I mentioned before, the hippo and crocodile habitats will be located right after the jungle's edge in the second of the 5 sections of the safari, the Congo River Basin. The hard part of this habitat is going to be both giving the guest an excellent view of the animals, as well as making sure the guests are safe from the animals. In order to make sure this doesn't happen, we're going to have to elevate the track far above the water. The problem with this is that both the hippos, who will be seen first, as well as the crocodiles of any sort, tend to spend a majority of their time completely submerged in the water. If the tracks are too far away, the animals may be impossible to see from above. To counteract this possibility, we'll make the lagoon just deep enough for the hippos to be submerged underneath, but shallow enough to where they should all be visible from the guest on land. We'll also be adding in some small islands for them to lounge on a bit closer to the vehicles as they pass by. In case you didn't know, hippos actually can't swim at all. They're so dense and bulky that they're simply too heavy to officially swim, and instead walk along the bottoms of the lakes. This means we're going to have to get the depth of the water exactly right, and luckily there's a place that'll tell us the exact height the water relatively needs to be. Unfortunately, the Zoopedia doesn't quite list this information, instead only giving the length of the animal, which in this case is about 14 to 12 feet. However, if you look at a diagram of a hippo, it looks like they're about twice as long as they are tall, so in this case all we have to do is divide the length by 2, in which case we'd get about 12 to 7 feet, and this is going to be the exact depth of the water. The pod of hippos that we're bringing in today are all wild rescues coming straight from the watering holes in sub-Saharan Africa. Their region has been hit with an unfortunate drought that is more intense than our friends could handle, so their family of hippos is being relocated to Keystone Wilds. We can expect 4 adults today, 3 female and a single bull, and excitingly, along with them they have a young male calf at about 2 years old. As for the crocodiles, their habitat is going to be slightly on a higher elevation, meaning there's going to be a waterfall filtering their water to the hippo's lagoon below. This is going to add some dynamic movement to the habitats, even if all of the animals are hiding beneath the surface of the water and out of sight for the time. The main difference between the two habitats, besides the general size, as in the hippo's habitat being significantly larger, is that the crocodiles are going to be seen from a faux rickety bridge, giving the illusion that you may be thrown over at any moment. For now though, we're going to completely focus all of our attention and resources on completing the hippo habitat before even thinking about the crocodiles. This is going to severely limit the scope of the habitat, which is a good thing in this case. By digging out a concrete and enclosed space for us to work and finish 100%, this will make the rest of the habitat a lot more manageable to approach. In order to accomplish this, we're going to have to line the sides of the habitat with rocks, mulch, and other things to prepare for the foliage. As you can probably notice right now, there's a sizable gorge in between the land and the tracks. This is unacceptable and it doesn't look really good at all, so in order to fix this, we're going to be lining the sides of it with mulch. This is all done in preparation for the foliage that we're going to place much later into the process. There is still a tiny gap in between the tracks and the mulch, however with the foliage in place you won't be able to notice, it'll go right over it. Throughout the rest of Baobab Safari, this is going to be our main weapon in dealing with elevation changes and making it look good from the sides. To make it appear that the mulch has a natural starting point and it's not just coming out of nowhere, we're going to be masking the front of it with rock formations from the previous episode. There's so much foliage and so many rocks in this entire safari that it's going to be impossible to notice the repetitive textures. Naturally, in doing this, we're going to be left with some small gaps in between the rocks, the mulch, and the track. Use creosote bushes and buffalo grass to patch them up. This habitat is going to be incredibly lush, and the rockwork by no means is going to be the focal point, so we're not going to go crazy with different rock textures. The foliage is going to cover a majority of it up. However, when placing the rocks, it's always important to have random rotation on, or at the very least change up the angle every once in a while so the textures don't look too repetitive. It's very important to beef up the border between the crocodile and the hippo habitats, and luckily crocodile can't climb well at all, so a bunch of rockwork here is going to completely stop them from jumping over the waterfall. We'll be sure to add some more security measures in the meantime, but for now this is good. As you probably noticed, I left the tops of the rocks very flat, and this was definitely on purpose. I then placed some mulch on top of the rocks so we could come in later with some foliage to help aid the sightlines of the habitat. Not a bad start at all, but it should be really clear that we have a long way to go. The next easiest part of the habitat to complete is going to be the bank of the river that's closest to the tracks. This is because we already have a good model of it in the okapi habitat, however it's going to be drastically different. Remember, Minnie is shy, so we don't always want the guest to be able to see her, so the foliage is pretty dense in the back parts of the habitat. From the guest perspective, we're also going to be slightly looking up on a hill to see the okapi. This is the complete opposite of the view from the hippo. We're going to be looking down at them from the tracks. Luckily, we know for a fact the water's the right depth. The first step is certainly the most important. We have to place a chain link fence on the edge of the water that the hippos can't climb up. This way, in case they get curious at the vehicles, they physically won't be able to leave the pool from this direction. Between the amount of foliage we use, the direct placement of it, and even the color of the water, the rest of Baobab Safari so far has been incredibly swamp-like. Simply putting it, this isn't going to cut it for this habitat, because if there's a lot of foliage on the surface of the water, the hippos won't be able to be seen once they submerge. Hippopotamus aren't shy in the slightest, so we don't have to worry at all about hiding them from the guest perspective. They can be seen the entire time of the safari, and they won't mind one bit. In order to get the foliage to go from the top of the track down to the bottom of the water, we're going to use the exact same foliage palette we used in the previous episode. We certainly want this build to look similar to the others, but just with a bit less foliage on the surface of the water, and I think we accomplished that well. The creosote bushes mixed with the saltwort, mixed with the buffalo grass, and even some of the pre-built terrain grass do a really nice job. The key now, and the tedious part of the build, is going to be spreading this foliage palette throughout all of the rockwork that we previously did. We also have to make sure that there's no gaps in between the tracks and the mulch. There hasn't been a build in Planet Zoo history that wasn't at least a little bit tedious, so if you're finding the work you're doing to be tedious, you know you're on the right track. One side of the habitat down, and I really like how it's looking so far. There's plenty of space in the open water that guests are going to be able to see the hippos no matter where they go. Let's work on some enrichment items next. The hippos need to be entertained. Every aspect of the habitat that we've built so far is relatively unseen from the guest perspective. Now though, we need to focus all of our attention exactly on what the guests are going to see. Enrichment items are going to be a great start. We started off with some pretty basic feeders for the hippo to enjoy, but we also made this veggie jelly cake for the very first time. Hippo have surprisingly sensitive skin and can actually get damaged by the sun a fair bit, so we're going to give them this mud bath to roll around in so they can use it as almost a natural sunscreen. To further help them cool off on a hot day, we'll add a sprinkler right on the center of this island. This should manipulate them over here. Now that all of the enrichment items are firmly locked in place, we have a rough idea of the layout of the habitat. I think it'll be easiest to start with the mud bath. That's because in the last episode we made something very similar, so we already know how to do it well. However, our rhino Rocky doesn't really like to use it all that much. In this habitat we went for a very arid field with a lot of dead grass around, however this is going to heavily contrast from the mud bath in the hippo enclosure. The build was surprisingly easy, mainly mixing savanna rock with temperate rock. They have the exact same texture but a different color. Simply put, these desert rocks make it look like temperate rocks that got muddy from the pit. The rest of the habitat is going to be entirely lush, so I figured the next easiest place to start would be these islands. They're really small and easy to manage, only taking a couple of minutes each. The reason that we started with these three smaller aspects of the habitat is because now all we have to do is connect them up. It's really beneficial to break your habitat construction down into more manageable pieces. Building all of this in one sitting would have been impossible, not to mention burnout. My personal favorite way to handle larger areas of a habitat are first to mark it up with the terrain tools. This is really easy. From here we can come over with some very basic foliage from our palette and cover all of the pre-built terrain grass. This makes the texture a whole lot more interesting. From here all we have to do is work our way up the retaining wall and detail it in any way possible, sometimes with foliage and sometimes with more rocks. In some situations you want to add a little bit more movement and have something going on in an otherwise boring area of the habitat. This is exactly one of those locations. Right here we're going to be building a waterfall. After digging out a small divot into the hill, I first placed 2 rocks on either side of the formation. After this, we used the Align to Surface feature and a flat rock to entirely smooth out the back. When working with flowing water special effects, it's always important to work from the top down. I used the special effects as opposed to the pre-built from the aquatic pack because these are a little bit more violent. We're going to have some foliage and branches coming over the top of this that are going to disrupt the flow of the otherwise smooth water, meaning we need the water to be a little bit more erratic. We hid additional special effects under the surface, making it appear that the waterfall is flowing into the main lagoon. The hippo should actually be able to walk straight over this. From here, the main build is done. It's just a matter of making it look good and concealing some of the awkward parts of the special effects. I think it's a job well done. Obviously it's highly under-detailed, but the rest of the habitat is looking spectacular. Surprisingly, we only have one more step to go, and it should be the easiest part yet. All we have to do is get rid of the pre-built terrain on the left side. That shouldn't be difficult in the slightest. Sometimes it absolutely amazes me how much detail you can add to a habitat in just 20 minutes. The real question is how do we do this so quickly? Well, I'll show you. In our spotted hyena closure, we used the stalagmites and the stalactites from the Twilight Pack for the very first time to make a mud wall. We're going to be using this exact same building style except using gray instead of a brownish orange. The build itself couldn't be any easier. With random rotation on, you simply pack them as close together as possible. The tighter you make the formation, the more highly detailed it's going to be. Eventually, once you're happy with it, take the entire formation and rotate it 180 degrees and put it right on top of the original. Now very easily copy and paste your new creation and make a wall out of it. By choosing a different chunk of the overall wall to copy and paste every single time, you'll entirely avoid repetitive textures. However, if you do screw up, you can simply just delete some of the wall. Mix in some 180-degree rotations as well. This helps entirely eliminate repetitive textures. The texture obviously looks a bit bare, there's no foliage behind it, but that's something we can fix very easily. I mainly utilize these weeping willow trees, as they're green things, I don't know if they're leaves or not, hang really low off the branches, and it makes it come down even beneath the rocks. As for the rest of the foliage, I tried to pack it as dense as possible, even placing some well behind the initial tree line. Gotta make those thumbnails pretty after all. Eventually, after one of the most demanding foliage sections in all of Keystone Wilds, we were officially halfway done with the process today. But not before we let the hippos into their new habitat. I think they're on their way right now. Thankfully we got the scale and scope of the habitat precisely correct. You can barely see the hippos as they're fully submerged in the water, but you can always see them. Welcome to Keystone Wilds, and as always, if you have any name suggestions for any of our hippos, feel free to leave them in the comments below. Unfortunately, the big bull male of the group has shown some aggressive tendencies so far. He's not adjusting into Keystone Wilds as well as we would have thought. This isn't currently an issue per se, however it isn't safe for the juvenile hippo to be introduced into the habitat quite yet. He'll comfortably be waiting in quarantine until we get the all clear from our veterinary team. It shouldn't be long at all. The rest of the pod seemingly enjoyed their habitat, sticking to the shallows for the most part. As the day grew long and the sun got more intense, the hippo even rolled around in their mud pit. They seem to do this relatively frequently, so guests on the safari may even be able to catch a glimpse for themselves. Speaking of the safari, the views that the guests are going to be able to get are absolutely stunning in this habitat. All four of the adult hippo are significantly larger than we expected they would be, so the views are going to be spectacular. While our veterinary team evaluates the hippo after their first proper meal on site, I think it's about time we get to work in the second phase of this habitat. Let's get to it. The Nile crocodile habitat isn't going to be very hard in the slightest. We're going to be making it very similar in looks to the hippo enclosure right below it. If you follow the flow of the water, it actually leads directly into the hippopotamus enclosure. Thankfully, we already put in the security measures to make sure the two species never meet. For the build itself, we're basically going to be recapping what we did in the hippo enclosure. Starting off, we lined the entire perimeter with rocks and a solid foundation. After that, we eliminated all the repetitive textures with some foliage. Once that was complete, we lined the track of some extra foundation to ensure that it was safe for both the animals and the guests. We then added some unique details to make this habitat stand out amongst the rest. In this case, we tried to make this part of the track appear like a rickety bridge. Once the outside was finally enclosed, we added some dynamic movement to the habitat. In this case, we used special effects again. Finally, we used some very basic rocks and grasses to add detail to the main portion of the habitat where the crocodiles are likely to spend a majority of their time. If you thought that was a fast build, you'd be exactly correct. The total recording was only 17 minutes, matter of fact. Regardless, I'm still very proud of how the entire build turned out today, especially the hippos portion. The crocodile is just a lesser version of it in my opinion. It's small, but it's not meant to be the main focus of this area. The hippos are obviously the main draw. However, I'm still quite proud of this as well. I do think it would look a little bit better with some crocodiles in it, and I think they're on their way right now. Jurassic World Evolution 3 must have come out a few days early. Welcome to the zoo! The habitat turned out to be the exact right size. The crocodile take up just the right amount of space from the guest perspective. My favorite aspect of this habitat is the slight bit of elevation we were able to work into the back. Typically this is uncommon in crocodilian enclosures, as they don't climb very well. Let's see how everything looks from the back of the truck though. After the jungle's edge starts the safari off so strong, I'm happy to report that the Congo River Basin carries the momentum really well. The hippopod looks absolutely stunning, and the security of the habitat doesn't impede the immersion at all. Unfortunately, I think this is where we're going to have to call it for today's episode. We got a lot done. Although truthfully, it's going to look like nothing compared to the next installment. The next area of Baobab Safari is going to have over half of the animals in the entire reserve. If you have any guesses as to what's coming, leave it in the comments below, and while you're down there, please let me know what you think of this habitat. Your feedback's always greatly appreciated. The community that we're growing here gets stronger and stronger every day, and if you made it to the end of the video, I want to thank you. Catch you next time. Kingpin out. See you soon. And no, I'm not naming either of the hippos Gloria or Moto Moto. It truly is amazing how much can change at a zoo in such a short amount of time. At Keystone Wilds, what we thought was going to be a standard month of operations was anything but. Our new veteran staff members from Keystone Park have been incredibly busy overseeing Keystone Wilds in motion, and I've picked out a few things in particular we can improve on. First of all, and certainly most important, our veterinary team needs some serious work and reform. Our system was perfectly acceptable through the first year or so of construction. However, things since have gotten a little bit more intricate in advance, and we now need to change up some of our tactics. This is largely because the more animals who call the zoo home, the higher the chances are one of them is going to need medical attention. This could be for various things, such as illness, injury, pregnancy complications, or even just a routine weekly checkup, but our team has been stretched thin for quite a while. With our medical team learning from Keystone Park veterans, it was surprisingly easy to get used to the new system and routine. Keystone Park as it stands currently is over double the size of Keystone Wilds and has nearly quadruple the animals on site. It's safe to say these experienced veterinarians know exactly what they're doing. After a successful system rework, our team was able to focus more on our various breeding programs scattered across Keystone Wilds, and major progress was made in 2 of them. The first was the White-Faced Saki initiative. In case you were unaware, the breeding habits of this primate are largely unknown. Biologists and conservationists alike cannot determine if this particular primate is a monogamous or polygamous species. To determine this once and for all and aid in research that can be vital for the species, Keystone Wilds has attempted to find the answer. Unfortunately, Mango, our male White-Faced Saki, has so far shown no signs of breeding behavior. Due to him being a wild rescue relocated to our care, there's a slight chance that he's out of the typical mating range of the species. Luckily, our friends at Cesar Wildlife Park are here to save the day and help us in our research. If you've never heard of them before, they're an up-and-coming zoo in North America, and quite popular on Discord. They recently have completed a state-of-the-art White-Faced Saki habitat of their own, and prior to opening have contacted Keystone Wilds, asking to potentially aid in our research and studies. The exchange was simple. Keystone Wilds sends over one of our beloved females, and we receive a younger male in return. The trade perfectly benefits both locations, and in theory will make the research go twice as fast. If you'd like to hear more from Cesar Wildlife Park, or other amazing zoos, including behind-the-scenes sneak peek at Keystone Wilds, consider joining the Discord server. The link is always live in the most recent video's description. We even run some special challenges from time to time for real-life rewards. This month's challenge, for example, is to not only build a stellar gift shop in Planet Zoo, but also design a real product that could be sold inside of it. If you'd like to level up your Planet Zoo ability, as well as learn some genuinely helpful real-life skills ranging from graphic design to story writing, don't wait and join the server now. Thanks again to Cesar Wildlife Park for your contribution to conservation. The other habitat with a major update is actually the one you'd least expect. Chinese pangolin are notoriously hard to breed in captivity. However, Keystone Wilds has exploded through that glass ceiling, and are proud to confirm that Scout, our female Chinese pangolin, is in fact pregnant. The Chinese pangolin is sadly a critically endangered species and is on the brink of extinction. In more than nearly every other species present at Keystone Wilds, the Chinese pangolin desperately needs our help. Thankfully, there are good people out in the world fighting day in and day out for the survival of this fragile species, and we're proud to be doing our part not only to spread awareness, but to officially add to the population. Of course, we'll gladly keep you informed and updated with any progress. As of right now, though, we've received word from our head veterinarian that all appears to be going well during the first trimester of the pregnancy. This very well could be one of the most important moments in Keystone Wilds' entire history, so of course, all hands are on deck to make sure it goes as smooth as possible. Another section of operations that could certainly use an update is actually our local impact. While we've done an outstanding job marketing to locals between our Habitat webcam streams and virtual store, we've yet to make an actual impact on local ecosystems. A quick look at the Discord member zoo map will reveal how close Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds are to each other. Keystone Park's entire identity was built around building a zoo for local species native to the region, and eventually helped local ecosystems outside of our facilities by building a migratory butterfly garden. It was a project that symbolized the park's philosophy that conservation doesn't end at the zoo gates. This initiative was important because it bridged the gap between captive conservation and real-world impact, creating a living corridor that supported pollinator populations vital to regional biodiversity. By providing a safe haven and food sources for migratory butterfly species, Keystone Park not only educated guests about the importance of native habitats, but also contributed directly to the restoration of ecological balance beyond its borders. One stop, however, may not be enough for these delicate travelers, so Keystone Wilds is very pleased to announce construction will begin very shortly on another stop on their long journey south. Hopefully in due time, every single plant between Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds will be visited by these crucial keystone species. Just in case you're new here, lately Keystone Wilds has been on the brink of finally opening to the public. The only thing standing in our way is the completion of our largest expansion between any zoo under the Keystone brand, Africa. Using indigenous building techniques, local materials, and details packed around every corner, Africa is aiming to be one of the single most immersive zoo sections around. So far, several species call this expansion home, including Sasha, our recently born hyena cub. At the heart of Africa lies our largest project in Keystone Wilds, Baobab Safari. This massive wildlife reserve is the main draw to Africa, and will be big enough once completed to nearly be its own zoo. The reserve currently isn't even halfway done, but today we aim to make a great leap in progress by adding 7 different species to Keystone Wilds. Baobab Safari starts in the Mountain Pass Station, which so far is also incomplete. Upon boarding one of our many 4x4 safari vehicles, a member of our expert staff will put their foot to the pedal, and your 15 to 20 minute safari simulator will officially begin. Our staff has been working very hard day and night to ensure that each ride is special and unique. It's certainly a difficult job though, as each safari quite literally is special and unique. These aren't simple animatronics like you'd find at similar attractions at local amusement parks. These are living creatures that can go anywhere in the reserve within the bounds of safety. Guides have to constantly keep a keen eye to ensure that guests can spot each species, as well as give some interesting facts and pieces of information about all of them. For example, did you know that the bongo is called the ghost of the forest because they're so elusive to locals? In the last episode, we completed construction on the second phase of Baobab Safari, the Congo River Basin, home to a pod of 5 hippopotamus as well as 4 Nile crocodile. Truthfully, it took a bit of time for the hippopod to adjust into their new home. They're very territorial animals after all. Eventually though, after some time, the group all grew comfortable in their new habitat, and our staff felt it safe to allow their baby to join them at Keystone Wilds. Meet Harold, our wild-born juvenile hippo. Harold is estimated to be about 2 years old. We're not exactly positive as he was born in the wild, however you can tell by his attitude and how clingy he is to his mother. Gayla and Harold have an excellent mother-son relationship. It's quite wholesome despite the hippo's fearsome reputation. Fearsome is an excellent word to describe Wally, the bull male hippo of the pod, and one of the largest animals in all of Keystone Wilds. Typically in the wild, a single bull hippo will mate with all the females in his pod. As a result, Harold's destiny is likely to be returned to the wild once he's of age, but until then, he has a wonderful home at Keystone Wilds. Thankfully, the Keystone Park staff have worked with the hippopotamus before through various zoo conservation efforts, so adjusting them into Keystone Wilds was easier than expected. They eat a comical amount of food though, and are expensive to keep. We need to finish the rest of the safari fast, in order to simply afford their massive appetites. Neighboring the hippo's lagoon is our Nile crocodile enclosure. Meet Lyle. All 4 of the crocodile were surprisingly easy to adjust into captivity, and to be totally honest, have yet to make much of an impression. Reptiles in general tend to move around a lot less than mammals do, but this goes double for Nile crocodiles since they're ambush predators. The dynamic between predators and prey and how it all commonly centers around native watering holes is quite fascinating. Matter of fact, it's going to be the main focus of our next expansion, the African savanna. We certainly have a lot of work to do today, and you can never be too careful when dealing with predators like we are, but with enough hard work and perseverance, I think we'll be just fine. If you're interested in supporting the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, we encourage you to join Club Keystone. As a member, you'll receive early access to videos, and your name will forever be etched onto the wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. Thanks so much to everybody who currently is or has been a member. It really means a lot. If you enjoyed today's video and the progress we're making here at Keystone Wilds, please consider subscribing. Your support is more than just appreciated, it's essential. By liking the video, leaving a comment, or even just sharing with friends, you're helping us grow and reach more people that care about wildlife conservation. With a wild population of 6,600, the African wild dog is certainly endangered according to the IUCN. They also go by a variety of different names, including the aforementioned African wild dog, but they're also known as the African painted dog in other regions. Just know that whenever I use either, we're talking about the same animal. The reason behind these different namings of the species is vastly apparent once you look at their habitat map. They're located all over Africa, but in very small groups, and they're not connected to one another. Unfortunately, this is a telltale sign of overhunting. On the bright side, the African painted dog only needs about 1,100 square meters of land. Nothing else. African wild dogs are very social animals. The Zoopedia heavily emphasizes this. Their families appear to be led by an alpha male and an alpha female. Today we're going to be bringing in one of each, and hopefully starting our own family. As evidence from some of their fun facts, especially the second one, it's going to be absolutely critical that we keep the African wild dogs out of the rest of the African savanna. This is going to be difficult, but not impossible. As expected for a predator species, the African painted dog doesn't have any cohabitation benefits from any other species. However, they're the only animal out of the 7 that have this trait. That's because the plain zebra, the reticulated giraffe, the springbok, the sable antelope, the blue wildebeest, as well as the Thompson's gazelle all share cohabitation with each other, and they're going to be in the rest of the habitat altogether. We don't have time to go over every single one of them, but luckily, a lot of their habitat requirements are the exact same. Let's use the plain zebra for an example. Not to spoil anything about the build, but the habitat is going to be far larger than every species' habitat requirement combined and probably multiplied by 10. What's important to know though is that every single species on this list only has land requirement. There's no water necessary, but we will be adding some. Thankfully, there's a great deal of overlap in both their diet as well as their enrichment items too, so the habitat's going to look relatively uniform even though there's a ton of different species running around. As you can likely tell, this habitat is going to be absolutely enormous. To house all of these species, it certainly has to be. I'm incredibly excited to finally be able to try and replicate a natural environment on this scale, but before we truly begin, I think it'd be smarter to start with the African wild dog enclosure. It's going to be significantly smaller. Obviously, we don't want these fierce predators to be able to access their in-the-wild prey, so we're going to have to get really creative on how we can provide both safety to our species, as well as a stellar view for the safari riders. Since the safari vehicles are fairly tall and the painted dogs are likely the smallest species on the reserve at this point, even including Harold, it makes the most sense to me to build their habitat slightly sunken into the ground. This way, the guests are going to be looking at them from a top-down perspective, and the rest of the animals are going to be safe from the dogs. In order to keep them contained, we'll start off with a relatively standard rock barrier around the entire habitat, blending it seamlessly into the surrounding foliage. By far, one of the most important steps to think about in the early stages of production is where your habitat is in relation to the rest of the zoo and what's around it. For example, our painted dog enclosure is directly behind our Nile crocodile habitat. This means the foliage backdrops are both going to be back to back with each other. Knowing this, why not save some time and reuse the exact same foliage palette? It's also critical to think about sightlines in your habitats. By adding depth and not just placing the foliage along a straight 180-degree line, it simply makes the habitat more interesting to look at. This area of the safari is supposed to perfectly simulate a real African savanna as you'd find, well, in Africa. The more wild and varied we can make the surroundings, the better. Another thing to keep in mind in terms of the safari, starting all the way back from the Mountain Pass station and ending at about the Nile crocodile enclosure, it's all a relatively straight line. At this point, this is the first time the safari actually veers left. Luckily we saw this coming in advance, but now the foliage has a secondary and more important task. It has to mask the upcoming areas so guests never know what's coming next. We don't want to spoil anything long before you actually drive by it. For example, if we don't fill up this empty field with various greens, you'll be able to see the entire African savanna before your car actually arrives. This is unacceptable, and it's going to completely take guests out of the immersion. It's going to be a lot easier to add the surrounding foliage once the habitat itself is actually completed, and the first order of business, I think, is to contain the wild dogs into the pit. The rockwork as it stands should be enough, but we're leaving nothing to chance. These are dangerous animals. To ensure the dogs can't escape, we'll be adding in some extra security measures on the outside of the enclosure as a last resort line of defense. Hopefully with our anti-climb barriers built, the dogs won't even think about trying to escape. It's absolutely critical to be careful of the angles and heights of man-made objects such as fences on the reserve. As to make this the most authentic and immersive experience possible, we want as few man-made objects as possible to be within the guest view. In a bizarre game of 4D chess realism, we actually mess this up on purpose a few times and leave some fences or structures in view. In reality, sometimes zoos do mess up and you can see through the cracks of their facades. It's nearly impossible to have a perfect facility, especially with variables as volatile as wild animals. Shifting our focus back to the wild dog enclosure, we don't want this habitat to overshadow anything in the savanna, so we're going to be making it relatively basic. To further blend the habitat into the surroundings, I covered up some of the security fencing with some standard creosote bushes and foliage. After that was finished, I scattered around some enrichment items for the dogs to enjoy, my favorite being this zebra theater to simulate a stealthy ambush on the plains. I then realized that the African wild dogs would need somewhere to hide, sleep, and get out of the guest view on occasion, so I built up a cave out of some temperate rocks and used some foliage to mask any imperfections. Overall, while simple and small in comparison to what's coming next, I think the wild dog habitat turned out very nice. It definitely wasn't easy packing in details while understanding that this habitat isn't the focus of the area, but let's bring the dogs in and see what they think of our work. Upon entering the habitat, the African painted dogs scoured the entire perimeter looking for potential escape exits. After a few hours, they eventually decided to rest in the shade. Hopefully this means their escape attempts have ended. As usual, if you have any names for our two African painted dogs, feel free to leave them in the comments below, and that goes for any animal featured in today's video. There are a lot of them. At first it appeared that the two African painted dogs didn't tend to associate with one another. This was a bit odd, seeing as the Zoopedia went out of its way to describe just how overly social this species can be. Naturally, like most relationships, all it took was them being fed to truly bring them together. It's always important to remember that while the animals are adjusting to their new environment, the keepers have to adjust to a new step in the routine. Thankfully, it's all worth it in the end, because there's nothing better than seeing a happy look on a new resident's face. Thankfully, that enclosure went together with little to no complications, and the wild dogs seem to enjoy each other's presence. The African savanna has truly started off strong, and when I say started off, I meant it. There's no beating around the creosote bush. This habitat is legitimately the size of the entire entrance of Keystone Wilds combined. We're going to be able to make it appear even bigger than it actually is. Before we get to that though, we need to do some planning and terrain work. This is easily an overlooked step in the process, but it makes everything so much faster and more efficient in the long run. The first thing we need to do is draw a fine line of dirt and sand all across the habitat. We'll come in later and detail them up, but this terrain is meant to simply symbolize tire tracks. This habitat is so massive, I'm 99% sure our staff would actually unionize if they had to walk this each and every time the animals are to be fed, which in Planet Zoo is about every 10 minutes. The other trick we're going to be implementing has to do with foliage. We're going to be adding a thick layer of tall grass between the habitat itself and the eventual tree line. This is going to aid in making the habitat appear much larger than it actually is. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We first need to add a tree line to do this. As you can likely tell by the perimeter of tall grass surrounding the habitat, we have quite a lot of trees to add in. But the trick is we need to do this without making a repetitive texture, otherwise it's all going to be for nothing. Looking at the habitat from the track level really helps you soak in the scale of this entire build. This thing is absolutely gigantic. To effectively build the tree line without many repetitive textures, we're going to select foliage filters and have it show us plants only from North America, which if you recall is exactly where Keystone Wilds is located. After we have the correct set of trees, we're going to make a few different clusters, making them all look similar to one another, but different at the same time. It's a fine line you have to walk. You can make as many as you want, but personally for this habitat, I felt that 3 was plenty. Now, take the largest cluster and place it in increments around most of the habitat, trying to wall it off from the surrounding landscape. This is going to make up a faux natural barrier, and it's so far away from the guest, they won't even notice if you decide to weave a small chain link fence between the trees. Next, place your other tree clusters around the original scattered around the perimeter. To avoid repeating textures, copy and paste the foliage not from the original palette that we made, but from the foliage that's already in place around the perimeter of the habitat. This way, you're mixing and matching various trees from the different groups you made in a completely random manner. Just be sure not to forget to rotate the pasted portions, and the repetition should be very difficult to point out from the safari tracks. By far the most important part of a build in this scale is to avoid burning yourself out, and the easiest way to mitigate this is by segmenting a large build into bite-sized chunks. To accomplish this, we're going to utilize enrichment items and do the foliage in the inverse order onto how we typically handle it. Enrichment items in this habitat are required to be grounded. No soccer balls, no scratching post, no anything that isn't native to the African savanna, with one exception. Stationary feeders are going to be spread out in different locations all around the enclosure in an attempt to get the different species to herd with their own kind. For example, only the giraffes can use this tall feeder, so in theory, only they should go over here when it's feeding time. We want the animals to be evenly spaced around the massive reserve. To help break up the habitat, we're going to use trees, and draw more of our tire tracks to physically draw a map out on the terrain. This, from a visual perspective, not only looks nice, but it can break up the habitat into manageable mini areas that we can work on one at a time. I think the watering hole is going to be an excellent place to start. It's one of the bigger areas right off the bat, so we can knock that out first. Like I mentioned before, watering holes bring with it an incredibly fascinating predator-prey dynamic in the wild. Everyone needs to drink, including prey species, and predator species know this. There's a very good reason, for the crocodiles at least, as to why their eyes are placed on the top of their heads. This is so they can stalk their prey while remaining effectively invisible in murky waters. To ensure our ungulates are comfortable in the reserve, we're going to be making this watering hole very shallow and less murky than the rest of the surrounding waters. There's nowhere for any crocodiles to hide here, and hopefully they understand this. As for the watering hole itself, this is the first body of water in all of Baobab Safari that isn't acting as a barrier in any direction, so the details were tedious but very easy. A simple palette of terrain, the standard foliage, and some realistic colored faux rocks is more than enough to get this to where it needs to be. The watering hole isn't intended to be the eye-catcher of the habitat, that's going to be the sheer scale of it all. The watering hole is here mainly to serve as an excuse as to have the wild dogs present in the safari, as our tour guides can talk about the watering hole dynamic on the ride. As you can hopefully tell, even from up here, the watering hole portion of the habitat is a lot more detailed than everything else is right now. For the next step, which took 3 hours to record and involves 8,751 pieces of buffalo grass alone, I counted, we're simply going to be using 3 pieces: buffalo grass, din grass, and faux rocks. To save your sanity, let's jump cut. Isn't it amazing what buffalo grass can do? It really is incredible just how much detail and realism you can have in a habitat by only using a few different pieces. I'm so happy with how this is looking so far, and from every angle too. Unfortunately, there is just one weak spot in an otherwise great looking build. Remember when I said we want our tree line to cover almost all of the habitat? This is exactly why. As you can probably tell, this area looks bad when compared to the rest of the habitat, and stands out in a negative way. This is because we're going to use this as an optical illusion to artificially extend a look of the savanna. As you can likely tell, we're placing more buffalo grass on the slopes of the natural barrier. This is because when viewed from the safari tracks, it's going to make it look like the habitat stretches much further than it actually does. We can even take some of our trees that we used before, and place them much further out so they look smaller, helping further sell the site. Just look at the before and the after. The difference is subtle, but certainly there. Little details like this are truly how you level up your Planet Zoo ability. Put the extra time and effort into your builds, and the results will follow, I promise. After finalizing all portions of foliage around the entire savanna, the last step of the entire build was simply to polish everything up and do some light environmental storytelling. I made the Jeep tracks a bit darker and added some faux rocks alongside them. Once that was finished, I added the Jeeps themselves recolored to fit Keystone Wilds and scattered them about in the habitat. I even placed one at an improbable angle to help further sell the illusion in the backdrop as well. I like to think that the Jeep up on the hill is driving to some sort of backstage facility that can house all of the animals in case of an emergency. We might actually build that in a future episode. Let me know if that sounds interesting. Beautiful work, but let's save the sweeping cinematics for when the animals are in here. It's gonna look a lot better. Things on the savanna started out fairly quiet, as the springbok and Thompson's gazelle were the first to arrive. Things looked rather underwhelming at first, and then we realized that only 1/4 of the species are in their new home. The African savanna quickly sprang to life with the arrival of all of our new animals, and the views the guests are going to get on the tour are going to be nothing short of spectacular, especially during feeding time. To see all of these animals living in peace and harmony truly is a special sight. Now that the habitat's complete, there's only one thing left to do. Let's hop on one of the trucks and test it out for ourselves. After rounding the corner, the first thing that you're going to notice is the sheer scale of the habitat, only broken up by the trees. This is a purposeful detail, and likely the second thing that you're going to notice are the species grazing on the tops of the trees, which are the giraffes. They're so tall you can see them from much further away than the rest of the species. It doesn't look like anybody wants to graze close to the wild dogs enclosure. They're probably a bit anxious. I would be too for a species with a 90% success rate in hunting. As you can see, thanks to our anti-climb barriers, we have a pretty good view into the African wild dogs enclosure, although I don't see any of them right now. It looks like one of them's in the cave taking a rest, actually. After passing by the wild dog enclosure, the next thing you're going to see is a majority of the watering hole, and it looks like a few of the blue wildebeest are actually grazing there right now. From this distance, it's tough to tell if that's a Thompson's gazelle or springbok. It's going to take a lot of practice to master these tour routes and make sure we get all of our facts straight. It doesn't look like there's much action over here right now. Let's step on the gas. It looks like one of the sable antelope got a little bit curious about the safari vehicle. From this angle, we're getting great views of the grazing reticulated giraffes too, and look at all of the plain zebras. Through the tree line too, I can see a herd of blue wildebeest. There's a Thompson's gazelle scratching on one of our trees as well. The fact that this safari is going to be entirely different each time you ride it is going to be absolutely spectacular once Baobab officially opens to the public, but until then, we have a lot of work to do. Kingpin out. I'll catch you next week. After completely overhauling many of our operating systems and procedures, Keystone Wilds remains in a phase of adjustment. Thankfully for our staff, and especially our species on site, things do seem to be settling into place. Slowly but steadily, we're starting to create a new normal. Our revamped veterinary system was especially put to the test after the zoo's largest expansion to date, and things have been exceedingly stressful for our staff. Wanting to keep our valued team members happy, we've decided to begin construction on a brand new staff facility located in the heart of the safari. Not only will this significantly cut down on travel distance in between stations on shift, but it will also be massively beneficial for the species on the reserve, as they're going to be able to receive more frequent check-ins from the team. Keystone Wilds, and especially Keystone Park before it, would be nothing without our animals, of course, but what's less obvious is that we'd be nothing without the people who care for them and run our facilities. To have a successful zoo, staff and animals must go hand in paw. It's up to management to take care of the staff, who in turn take care of the species who call the zoo home. It truly does take everybody, including the animals, for this project to succeed. Luckily, everybody is seemingly on board with the mission, with some minor pushback from a few stubborn members of the family. While things at Keystone Wilds are going quite well for the time being, Keystone Park unfortunately is running into some problems. The zoo is getting slightly repetitive with local guests, as it hasn't seen a major update since construction of Keystone Wilds began. Granted, the construction is no secret, and people can even watch the Keystone Wilds animals prior to the zoo opening. However, it isn't the same as being on site physically in person. Attendance at Keystone Park unfortunately has seen a steady decrease over the past few months, and something is needed to bring a spark back into the community that started this journey off. We may just have to pay a visit to the original vision in the very near future to inject some much needed energy into the people who made this all possible. Back at Keystone Wilds, we're eagerly awaiting updates on our Chinese pangolin's pregnancy. She's officially in the second trimester now, and things so far have gone according to plan. The Chinese pangolin is a critically endangered species, and notoriously difficult to breed in captivity. This birth not only means a lot to our dedicated staff, but it means even more to the species' survival overall. On the topic of conservation, our trio of female Asian small-clawed otters have finally found a new friend. This is another vulnerable species, and we'd like to do a part in restoring their wild population as well. Thanks to our friends at Stone Ridge Zoo, we were able to find a male of the species and relocate him into Keystone Wilds. In exchange, we're going to be sending over our male Chinese pangolin. His job at Keystone Wilds has been completed, and now we can help further conservation efforts at Stone Ridge. We'll gladly keep you updated on his progress, but rest assured he's in trusted hands. Our new male Asian small-clawed otter has settled into Keystone Wilds remarkably well, quickly proving himself to be a curious and social addition to the group. After a few cautious introductions, he began to bond with his new female companions, sharing food, vocalizing, and even engaging in playful chases through the shallows. It's been heartwarming to watch him grow more and more confident each and every day, exploring every inch of his new habitat and learning the rhythms of his new family. His playful energy has brought a spark into Otter Grotto, and it's clear that he's found a new place among the family of Keystone Wilds. In other news, more strange behavior has been observed by our staff on our Lar gibbon enclosure, and after a routine medical examination, they were deemed to be perfectly healthy. We're currently in contact with a primate specialist, and hopefully she's going to be able to do a thorough investigation of our apes and monkeys alike, as seemingly they're the only species on site having issues at the moment. The current hypothesis among staff is that the Lar gibbon are growing stressed over the lack of motion in front of their habitat. In other words, they want the zoo to open just as much as we do. All species of gibbon are classified as lesser apes, and they're actually among the only species on planet Earth to get this very distinct title. Despite not being as intelligent as the great apes, which include effectively all other apes, including man, they're still highly intelligent when directly compared to the rest of the animal kingdom. Intelligent species need constant enrichment and stimulation. Thankfully, they won't have to wait much longer, as the completion of Africa is the final steps before our doors officially open to the public. Compared to the tame and local species roster at Keystone Park, Keystone Wilds, and especially Africa, venture far more into the exotic territory. Species variety is our secret. We want something that everyone can enjoy. Solitary animals, social animals, carnivores, herbivores, semi-aquatic, and whatever a bongo is. The best part is Baobab Safari, our current and greatest project, isn't even all Africa's going to have to offer, but to see what's next, you're going to have to stick around. Let's just say for now though, there were two distinct reasons why we needed a primate specialist on site. Africa has been a challenging process so far, but development and construction is continuing on at an efficient pace. Major renovations have recently been made to the Mountain Pass Station, the start of Baobab Safari. In case you're new here, Baobab Safari is the crown jewel of not only Africa, but the entire Keystone brand. Everything that we have built was all in preparation for this project. Keystone Wilds and Baobab Safari have one goal: to effectively simulate a real African safari and take guests on a 4x4 ride across every biome the continent has to offer. Along the way, you'll see animals you recognize, animals you've never seen or heard of before, and everything in between. The continent of Africa is among the most biodiverse locations on the planet, which in simple terms means it has a lot of different animals to display. After waiting in line at the Mountain Pass Station and getting a sneak peek of what's to come, guests will then board their unique 4x4 safari vehicle, and the estimated 20-minute safari simulation will officially be underway. One of the main goals of the safari is to make it nearly impossible to tell where the habitats begin and end, and many of the animals have the ability to walk straight over the truck's path and define their own borders within the confines of safety. Throughout the ride, you'll view excellent landscaping, breathtaking waterfalls, and beautiful rock formations, all while keeping your eyes out for the main stars of the show. It'll be nearly impossible to see everybody on a single ride, but rest assured it's well worth the wait. Each tour through the reserve is completely custom and unique, as we aim to simulate life exactly as you'd find it in the wilds. In case you missed the last episode, we added the largest expansion to Baobab Safari yet. An expansion so large, in fact, you could fit the entire rest of Keystone Wilds inside of it and have plenty of room to spare. Welcome to the African Savannah, home to 7 distinct species. This is far and away the largest section of the safari in Keystone Wilds in general. This enormous habitat is built around a center watering hole that serves as the lifeblood of the entire ecosystem, drawing animals together just like in the wild. Giraffes tower over the landscapes as zebras, wildebeest, gazelles, and springbok mingle across the open grasslands, all converging near the water's edge in a constantly shifting display of movement and interaction. Off to the side, a discreet but secure barrier separates our African wild dogs, giving them their own territory, still while keeping them visually connected to the rest of the herding species. It creates a fascinating predator-prey dynamic where the tension is always present, yet safely managed. The result is an environment that feels alive, balanced, and natural, a true centerpiece of the safari that captures the raw beauty and complexity of Africa's Great Plains. Meet Janja and her best friend. Both of our African painted dogs took a bit of time to adjust into their new homes, but the pair are now absolutely inseparable. The African wild dog is a highly social species that have a tight-knit family unit. Hopefully one day, Janja and can become one of these families, because unfortunately, just like many other species on the reserve, the African wild dog is also endangered as per the IUCN. Speaking of endangered, many of the species in the African savanna were rescued from a brutal dry season from their native homes in sub-Saharan Africa. Thankfully, our recently revamped and confident veterinary team was up to the challenge, and a challenge it certainly was. With 41 new animals calling the African savanna home, it's been quite a busy month of work for our team. Our new male sable antelope in particular was in terrible shape and severely dehydrated upon reaching our quarantine facility. After days upon days of round-the-clock care, he is finally fully cleared and allowed to join the rest of the herd. Meet Sandy, the sable antelope. All of the species in the African savanna are ungulates. Effectively, this means hoofed mammals, but admittedly this is putting it in very simple terms. Most ungulates have a dominant male who leads the herd, and this is the exact social structure of every single herd on the reserve. Meet River, Tom, Prancer, Honey, and Zoo. All of these males do an excellent job of maintaining order on the plains of the safari, and the animals surprisingly get along quite well, even being tolerant of the massive amount of test drives passing through their homes. In today's episode, we have a very important task at hand as we're building for 3 of the smartest species on the reserve. We're clearly going to have to give this one our all, as intelligent species are significantly harder to please. We've dealt with our fair amount of smart animals in the past, but let's just say this group is going to be an elephant-sized challenge. If you're interested in supporting the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, we encourage you to join Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos the second they're completed. You'll also have your name forever on our donor wall as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's video and the progress we're making here at Keystone Wilds, please consider subscribing. Your support is more than just appreciated, it's essential. By liking the video, leaving a comment, or even sharing with friends, you're helping us grow and reach more and more people who truly care about wildlife conservation. Meet the mandrill, the second monkey to call Keystone Wilds home and our third primate. With a wild population that's actually unknown, this species is estimated to be listed as vulnerable. This is likely because they're confined to a small subsection of the Congo on the west coast of Africa. To effectively mimic their habitat, we're obviously going to need land requirement, but they need a little bit of climbing as well. Like most primates, they're quite social, however today we're only going to be building for 2 of them. They're both severely injured and need some time to adjust into captivity before we introduce more. The mandrill is actually the largest monkey on the planet, and like most monkeys, they're exceptionally intelligent. They're going to need a variety of enrichment items to stay entertained. Unfortunately, the African elephant is an endangered species, with an estimated wild population of 415,000. That honestly seems like quite a lot. Their habitat is spread all across the continent, which probably explains their vast population. They need quite a lot of land requirement, but as well as some water. In case you didn't know, elephants are actually capable swimmers. Just like our mandrills, elephants are very social animals. They need a group size of at least 3. As intelligent species, they have quite a wide variety in habitat enrichment items, ranging from waterfalls to mud baths to gyros to snowmen. Their dietary options seem to be just as varied, ranging from hay to fruit. They do share cohabitation with the Hamadryas baboon, a different species of primate found elsewhere in Africa. However, they're not going to be included in today's episode. The last of the intelligent species on this leg of the safari is the greater flamingo, which is least concerned as per the IUCN, with an estimated wild population of 790,000. Numbers-wise, they don't need very much space at all, just some land and water, but I was absolutely shocked to see just how vast their habitat ranges are. Obviously they live on the coasts of Africa, but it looks like they can be found in Spain, France, the Middle East, everywhere. Another common trait among all of the species in this leg of the safari is that they're all highly social animals, the greater flamingo needing 10 members in the flock to be happy. They also breed rather easily in captivity, so expect some hatchlings very soon. Despite being intelligent, their enrichment items are rather limited. However, we are going to be utilizing a forage pool in their habitat, as they're one of the only species that have access to this. It doesn't appear that the greater flamingo has any cohabitation benefits from any other species. Let's get to building. This is going to be a fun one. It's not quite as massive as our 7-species savanna, however the next phase of the safari is on the larger side. Pachyderm Pass will include 4 species, 3 of which are going to be built for today. The 4th will begin the next episode, as it's a bit too large of a habitat to build today alongside our existing plans. The first stop on Pachyderm Pass is going to be the complete opposite of a pachyderm, but equally as intelligent, a primate. The mandrill, as the Zoopedia mentioned, is the world's largest monkey. One thing that is interesting about the species is that they break the primate stereotype, primarily spending a majority of their time on the forest floor. This means, unlike the largibbon enclosure or even the white-faced saki habitat, this build is going to be focusing less on climbing structures and more on providing the mandrill a large enough area to forage about. Unfortunately, both of our mandrill are currently in the veterinary center, as they both have had pre-existing complications before entering our facility. Mandrill can be quite aggressive towards one another, especially in breeding season, and the injuries sustained lead us to believe that they both had a previous run-in with larger mandrills. To start the build, we're first going to need to get the exact right height of the habitat. Keep in mind that when viewing these monkeys, guests are going to be about 3.5 to 4 feet off the ground, since they're always going to be in one of our 4x4 vehicles. This means we want the guest to be slightly looking up at the animals. This way the mandrill have a degree of privacy, which is important for an intelligent species. By retreating to the back of the habitat, they're effectively going to become invisible and out of the guest's view. After getting the rough dimensions and the height of the habitat exactly right, lining the sides was surprisingly easy. So easy, in fact, that we were actually even able to add some fancy details that typically would be saved for much later in the process. After a basic blend of foliage, the mandrill habitat now fits perfectly into the surrounding landscape. What we're left with is now a wide open patch of land ready to terraform. Since mandrill can be aggressive as previously mentioned, we're going to have to add in a small fence. This is going to do nothing to stop the monkeys from actually escaping, rather it's going to stop the guests from infiltrating, and their lawyers from prosecuting. Before we get to the main portion of the habitat, it's very important to further blend the surrounding terrain into the 4x4 track. By using buffalo grass and creosote bush shoved far into the terrain, we're able to accomplish this very easily. Once the perimeter of the habitat was finally complete, the foliage work on top was surprisingly easy. Since this habitat is directly connected to the back of the African savanna, it naturally makes sense to use the exact same foliage palette. This makes things significantly easier, since a lot of the work was already done for us. It always amazes me just how much detail you can capture using 3 plants on repeat. This looks so much better already, but we still have some work to do. Surprisingly, the trickiest part of this habitat to figure out was actually the right trees to use, as this is going to be the primary climbing for the mandrills. I had actually tested the looks of various different climbing equipments, but determined it would ruin guest immersion along what is likely the most important stretch of the safari. All of the mandrill's enrichment items, as a result, are pushed to the back of the habitat. This is likely going to make them among the most challenging animals to spot on the reserve, which suits a species with an unknown population perfectly. Let's see just how easy they are to spot. We just received word from our veterinary team that both mandrill are medically cleared and on the way right now. After spending quite a long time in veterinary care, both of our mandrills were a bit hesitant to enjoy their habitat at first. Eventually, after some time, the male of the duo managed to find some confidence to begin to explore. The lone female was seemingly content with observing for now. As the leader of the troop, it's up to the male mandrill to instill confidence in the rest of the primates. Eventually, his persistence won the day, as after watching her friend explore the habitat, eventually our far more cautious female decided to join in on the fun. It's been incredibly rewarding to see their personalities shine through again, the male's curiosity and playful energy perfectly balanced by the female's gentle, observant nature. Both are settling in well, and it feels like the start of something special in this corner of Keystone Wilds. Like usual, if you have any name suggestions for the mandrill, feel free to leave them in the comments. We still have plenty of work to do today though, and while our mandrills begin to bond, let's get back to work. If you can't tell from the aerial view, the elephant habitat is up next, and it's the largest habitat in the entire safari for a single species. This doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be overly complicated, and this is for a very good reason. The first step of the process, however, is standard. We need to define the borders. All species of elephants are very limited in their mobility. They're surprisingly quick on land, and even swim rather well, but are extremely vertically challenged. They can't climb much at all, so a simple fence should manage to keep them away just fine. The issue is that elephants are so large and so intelligent, they fully understand that they're capable of destruction. They can simply knock down our standard fences, so we had to think outside of the box on how to contain the pachyderms. Thankfully, we managed to find an ethical solution to our dilemma. Farmers in Africa have realized that elephants are absolutely petrified of bees, so much so that even the sound of their buzzing can keep away an entire herd. Knowing this, we can simulate a small farm fit with bee boxes and sound effects to trick the elephants into thinking that they shouldn't come near here. By adding in these bee nests I found in the console workshop in increments around the perimeter, we should have a solid elephant-proof plan. To further sell the illusion, I added a variety of wildflowers all around the bee boxes. All of the buzzing, of course, is strictly special effects. Just don't tell the elephants. Adding to the barrier, we're also going to be giving the safari riders a stunning view of their pool. Since as for the back and the sides of the habitat, a simple tree line we don't have to worry about aquatic escapes. It's going to contain the pachyderms incredibly effective barrier. Since it's actually going to be the same body of water, I decided to connect up the flamingo habitat now. If we can get the water to work right now, this should save us a lot of headache later on. So far the barrier's looking pretty secure, but as you can probably see we have a rather exposed weak spot. The rest of the entire habitat, matter of fact. As for the back and the sides, a simple tree line with a heavy-duty fence hidden within is going to contain the pachyderms incredibly effectively. Just like we accomplished with our bee special effects, I want a large degree of environmental storytelling to be present in this habitat, and we can tie this into some of the elephant's natural wild behaviors. Rock formations in elephant territory are often scratched and marked up by bull male tusks. Why they do this is actually unknown, but it's especially common among mud walls. To simulate these scratch marks, we're going to first build up a terrain formation for the safari vehicles to drive through. After lining the walls with a more reddish-brown rock palette to simulate the mud walls, we then merged some snow rocks into the formation, as the white color contrast was able to effectively resemble the scratch marks on the material. We'll certainly come in here with some more foliage later, but as of right now I'm really liking the effect the snow rocks are giving off in the mud. Environmental storytelling doesn't have to be over the top like this either. It can be as simple as some fallen trees before the habitat. By cutting off the sightline to the elephant enclosure, the fallen trees provide some light foreshadowing since elephants are among the only species on the savanna capable of this destruction. Species like giraffes have evolved specifically to graze at the tops of the acacia trees littered throughout their home. An elephant will simply knock them down to eat them. Thankfully, the exterior of the habitat is now 100% complete. Now we just have this large landmass in the middle to work with. We did an excellent job of blending the foliage into the terrain into the fence, so all we have to do now is extend that to the rest of the habitat and vary up the colors. After giving the grounds a very sandy makeover, adding in the rest of the detail was beyond standard. We started with a wide variety of enrichment items to give the elephants plenty of mental stimulation, and after that we added over 1,000 pieces of buffalo grass and nearly over 100 faux rocks. When detailing a habitat on this scale, especially for a species that doesn't do well with crazy terrain, you have to go with a less is more approach. It truly is amazing just how much detail you can pack into a habitat by using the same pieces on repeat and mixing up the elevation. At the end of the day though, it doesn't matter what we think. Let's bring in a species equally as intelligent and find their opinion. Upon entering their new home for the very first time, the herd of 4 elephants moved slowly and methodically about. This is absolutely intentional behavior. A species this large and this intelligent doesn't simply waste energy for no reason. Every step they took was being mentally recorded and calculated. Their wisdom truly is unmatched in the animal kingdom. An elephant's mastery of their territory can legitimately rival that of man. Their social behavior was immediately noticed as well. The herd commonly was seen moving as one unit. This is a common defense tactic in the wild, as taking on one elephant is a challenge on its own right, but multiple? Good luck, Simba. Their vocalizations are truly a treat to listen to, as it's clearly evident they're actually communicating with one another. They likely communicated to avoid the potential bees near the tracks as well, as our strategy worked flawlessly, and the elephants never once showed even signs of curiosity. This truly was a special moment in Keystone Wilds history, as the elephants have been on our logo since day one. To see them finally on site and in our care was a surreal moment for all of the staff to experience, and I want to take a second to truly thank you at home for helping us get to this moment. It's such an honor and an absolute privilege to be in this position, and with Planet Zoo 2 being confirmed just a few days ago at the time of recording, we still have years of content to come. Just as our elephants have to adjust to their new routine, so do to our keepers, and satisfying an elephant's appetite is far easier said than done. We still have one more habitat to build today, and it's certainly the smallest of the bunch, especially compared to what we just accomplished. Let's see how much detail we can cram into a tiny space. I'd wager a lot knowing Keystone Wilds. If you'll recall, we lined the perimeter of the habitat with water during the construction of the elephant's pool. This makes things significantly easier on us now, as we don't have to drain it. The flamingo habitat is going to act as a transitional habitat in between what we've built today and what's to come, and what's to come is significantly more arid. This means we can really up the lush factor and aquatic aspects of this small enclosure to make the transition hit more of a contrast. The habitat entirely centers around the flamingo's forage feeder, with the birds being able to walk through the shallows if they so choose. A small fence will keep them from interacting with guests, but unlike our other two species, even in a worst-case scenario, I doubt they could do much damage. This habitat went together shockingly fast. It only took 18 minutes of real time, matter of fact, but I'm quite happy with the results. It's amazing how a bunch of reused rock formations can make a habitat truly stand out and look unique among the rest of the safari. As long as we can provide some shrimp and algae, I have a feeling the new flock of flamingos are going to enjoy it as well. Like most avians, it didn't take much time at all for the flamingo flock to adjust into life in captivity. We're going to have to catch up with them next week, though, as we just received word that our keeper is having trouble feeding the elephants for the very first time, so I have some business to attend to. Kingpin out. See you next week. Over the past year of construction, Keystone Wilds has made massive strides towards one goal, finally opening our doors to the public. The wait has been agonizing, and anticipation surrounding opening day has even our most experienced members of staff a little bit on edge. Putting it lightly, there's simply no time for nerves now. Everything that we've built, from Keystone Park all the way to Keystone Wilds, every single species that we've helped, and every viewer that we've reached, has all led to this moment. Thankfully, our members of staff have always stepped up when it matters the most, from Keystone Park's avian flu outbreak to the recent injury of one of our sable antelope. We've been tested before and we're going to be tested after. We've helped and rehabilitated so many animals over the years that opening a zoo should almost feel like a walk in the park in comparison. Our opening day roster is rather strong, with 4 species yet to be revealed as well. Compare our current progress to how Keystone Park looked when it first opened, and the difference truly is night and day. Keystone Wilds houses a variety of species from all across the globe, and guests have already caught glimpses of several of them through our 24/7 habitat streams, or even by paying attention to the available merchandise. There's a special sticker for each species in the zoo, and reports show that they look excellent on a water bottle. The gift shop was actually just given a fresh coat of paint, so I highly recommend you check it out. The link is in the description. Easily the most popular live stream so far has been that of our Chinese pangolin. That's because in the coming weeks we're actually expecting a Who's on call? After an after-hours call to action, our head vet was both delighted and shocked. Our Chinese pangolin had just given birth to a healthy baby girl a fair bit before schedule. She's gonna need a name, so to help celebrate the near completion of the first phase of Keystone Wilds, we're gonna be hosting another community vote. Check the posts tab for the poll. It went live the second the video released and will last exactly 1 week. The newborn pangolin... Wait a minute. There is no way that's real. I guess you really do learn something new every day. Once the situation was firmly in control, we turned our focus to Scout, our proud new mother. Pangolin are incredibly prone to stress, especially first-time mothers like her, but Scout truly has stepped up in this situation. She's making for an excellent mother, teaching her pangapup the basics of how to function as a pangolin. As a critically endangered species that's notoriously difficult to breed in captivity, births such as this are exceptionally rare. This is a momentous occasion in Keystone history, right alongside our first ever captive birth, Bobby the Beaver, the arrival of Bear the Anteater to Keystone Wilds, and even the completion of Keystone Park in general. We'll definitely have a lot more updates in the coming weeks, including the name of the newborn pangapup, but for now we're trusting Scout to do what she does best, keep her baby safe and teach her not how to just survive, but thrive. In other news, the strange behavior we've been observing in our largibbon finally has a concrete cause, and our latest hypothesis was absolutely correct. They're simply bored. Primates are among the hardest species to keep mentally stimulated, which is exactly why the gibbon enclosure is built as the first thing the guests are going to see upon entry. The problem is that in the 2 years since their habitat's construction and their stay at Keystone Wilds, there have been absolutely zero guests to walk through our gates. Gibbon are highly observant animals and have incredible eyesight. The constant movement of people will play a huge role in their stimulation once we officially open. Until that day comes, though, our team has spoiled them with even more enrichment items and climbing opportunities. It's a temporary fix, but the true solution is getting closer by the hour. Keystone Wilds is set to finally open as soon as the African expansion is completed, and that day is finally within reach. Nearly everything outside of Baobab Safari is polished and ready for inspection, and Baobab itself is almost finished as well. Once the safari is completed, Keystone Wilds truly is going to be ready for the guests. Baobab Safari is a project of unprecedented scale in the Keystone brand, with hundreds of acres of wild terrain. Walking it would be nearly impossible, so guests are going to board one of our newly designed 4x4 safari vehicles. They're built to handle both rough and rugged terrain, while keeping both the guests as well as our animals on site safe. As you can probably tell, there are sections of the safari where animals can walk directly onto or even across the path. That can be extremely dangerous, but our staff have been training non-stop, running mock tours, rehearsing emergency procedures, and perfecting their tour routes. They're doing a great job and growing more confident by the hour, and in this reserve, that confidence certainly will be tested, because here anything can happen. That's what makes Baobab Safari so special. No two tours are the exact same. Some animals might wander close to the path, others may stay hidden in the dense foliage. Riders are truly going to have to keep their eyes peeled and have their heads on a swivel to see everything we have to offer. Each ride is going to be 100% unique, unpredictable, unforgettable, and that's a guarantee. In case you missed the last episode, we recently expanded Baobab Safari of 3 highly intelligent and social species. After leaving the African savanna, guests will be thrust straight into Section 4 of the ride, Pachyderm Pass, and right at the entrance, you'll meet the first of the species, the mandrill. Our mandrills, Mandy and Kiko, were both critically injured before being brought to Keystone Wilds by our new and reformed veterinary team. That decision proved to be a good one, as both mandrill have now made a full recovery. Despite being monkeys, the largest in the world in fact, mandrills spend most of their time foraging on the forest floor. Mandy and Kiko are no different, and they rarely climb the trees scattered throughout their enclosure. Thankfully, they've adjusted well into life in captivity, and seem to be especially interested in watching the safari vehicles pass by. Like most primates, mandrill are highly social animals, and now that our pair are officially healthy again, we've begun to expand their troop. After welcoming a new member, their personalities have truly begun to shine through. Hopefully in time, this new family will understand that Keystone Wilds is a safe place, a home where they can thrive in peace. After passing through the Mandrill's overpass, guests will then reach the crown jewel of Baobab Safari, and debatably all of Keystone Wilds. You've seen them in our logo since day one. Meet the stars of Pachyderm Pass, our herd of African elephants. Their habitat is immense, filled with subtle environmental storytelling elements before you even see the species themselves. While animals like giraffes have evolved long necks to reach the treetops, elephants rely on sheer strength alone, capable of simply pushing trees over to get what they want. Every single inch of the habitat reflects these natural behaviors and their impact on the ecosystems they help shape. Maya, one of our females, and our bull male Bruce have especially settled beautifully into their new home. At first they were slow and cautious, but that's by design. Elephants truly do never forget. They learn every corner of their territory with astonishing precision, and by now they've probably memorized the location of every rock and log in their massive habitat. The enclosure features 3 main sections: a lush tropical area near the entrance, a vast arid region of sand, and a deep pool for swimming. Elephants are surprisingly talented swimmers, using their trunks like snorkels to breathe while submerged. Not only are they far and away the smartest species on the reserve, but one of the smartest and most intelligent animals on the planet, even compared to the other brilliant minds in the animal kingdom. That intelligence, combined with their sheer size and curiosity, make them both fascinating as well as a challenge to manage. Farmers in their native homes in Africa face a similar challenge. African elephants are highly curious, but destructive when they get frustrated. After decades of research, the farmers have discovered something remarkable. Elephants are absolutely petrified of bees. By mimicking that natural deterrent, we found a humane solution that keeps our elephants safely within view of the guest, while maintaining a safe distance to ensure that nobody gets hurt. While our safari vehicles are durable and can withstand some minor damages, the sheer power and strength of an elephant is truly never to be underestimated. And safari riders have nothing to worry about. They're not real bees, just subtle sound effects. Just don't tell the elephants that. After the climax of the safari, guests will then encounter a small flock of greater flamingo, including Pink and Lady. They're a vibrant contrast to the calm strength of the elephants, vocal, social, and very full of energy. Their circular habitat centers around a large foraging pool, regularly stocked with the shrimp that give the flamingos their iconic pink hue. Guests are going to be able to see this firsthand, as our newly hatched flamingo chick is still a soft white, but over time her feathers will blush pink as her diet changes. The flamingos won't be the only birds on the reserve for much longer at all, and the elephants actually won't be the only pachyderms either. We've got a lot to do today, and 10 more animals to build homes for. Compared to what's to come though, this is certainly the calm before. Trust me when I say you're not going to want to miss the finale of Baobab Safari, and especially the tour that comes after. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, and your name will permanently be etched on the wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's essential. By liking the video, leaving a comment, or even sharing the video with friends, you're helping us grow and reach more and more people who care about wildlife conservation. The channel's growth has been incredible lately, and with confirmation that Planet Zoo 2 is officially in development, you can bet there's more content to come. Today, Keystone Wilds is surprisingly building for our first cat in the entire zoo, the cheetah. As per the IUCN, this is another vulnerable species with a wild population of 6,700. Despite being listed as vulnerable, they have quite a vast habitat range spanning the entire continent of Africa. Luckily for us though, they don't need that much space in each individual habitat, only 705 square meters for one cheetah. Cheetahs are a bit out of the ordinary for a variety of reasons, which we'll surely get into later, but first and foremost, it's a bit odd that the females are actually the solitary ones in the species, and the males tend to team up. Obviously these species are predators, and a majority of their hunting tactics evolves around their sheer speed, so we're going to have to incorporate this into their habitat somehow. Like with most predators, cheetahs don't share any cohabitation, and that's especially important today because right next door to the cheetahs, and actually within their enclosure themselves, are one of their #1 prey species. The common ostrich. This is an abundant bird species, listed as least concern as per the IUCN, and with a wild population that's actually unknown. Typically when this is the case, the species is rather well off. Being the main food source of the cheetah means their habitat and space requirements naturally are going to be relatively similar, and this is the exact case. The ostrich, like most species in the reserve, only need land requirement. They're primarily a social species, and based on their enrichment items, they appear to be rather intelligent. This is the common trait for most birds. Like most African herbivores, they share a wide variety of interspecies enrichment, and today we're going to be capitalizing on the very last one available, the southern white rhinoceros. By looking at their natural habitat, it's obvious why they're called the southern white rhinoceros. And thankfully, just like the ostriches, who they're going to be sharing a habitat with, they only require land, but they need a lot of it. Southern white rhinos are typically solitary animals that do tolerate other members of their species. Males can get rather aggressive towards one another, especially during mating season, so we're only going to be bringing in 3 today, 2 females and a single bull. Rhinos aren't exactly known for their intelligence, so their enrichment items are pretty basic. We're going to be heavily utilizing the mud bath though, as one part of their habitat is going to be extremely arid, and the other half is going to be extremely lush. Typically large solitary species aren't exactly tolerant of others, however the southern white rhinoceros breaks the stereotype and has a lot of cohabitation. Today they're only going to be seeing the ostrich though, and that's for a very good reason that we'll get into later. For now though, let's get to work. Among the animal kingdom, cheetah aren't particularly successful hunters. However, one animal they constantly prey on happens to be the common ostrich. This means we're going to have to separate the cheetah from both the ostrich and the rhinoceros, since those two are cohabitating in the same enclosure. The issue with this, though, is that the cheetah habitat is going to be built right in the middle of a larger habitat to not break guest immersion. In order to safely house all 3 species, we're going to have to get a little bit creative. Like with the majority of the potentially dangerous species on the reserve, digging underground and having guests look down to view them is going to be the play this time. Their habitat though is going to need to be a little different, as to further sell the depth of the pit, we're going to have to build the opposite side up. To do this, we're going to use some very large add terrain features of varying shapes and sizes, and once we have a rough outline, simply smooth it over using the smooth terrain tool. This small mountain is also going to help block the final section from view, and we want that to hit guests out of absolute nowhere. That's next week though, and for now we need to focus on what's right in front of us. Currently that's our cheetah enclosure, and if there's only one thing that you know about cheetahs, it's likely that they're incredibly fast animals, the fastest mammal in the world to be exact. Knowing this, we're going to have to make their habitat with large lanes for them to run uninterrupted without any natural hazards that they could trip on. The way to accomplish this is going to be by building the enclosure on a slight incline and have a section in the middle protruding out. This should give the guests both an ample view of the cheetah when they go on the high ground, but also give the cats some privacy if they choose to chill at the bottom where it's more shaded. In certain ways, today's builds are acting as a culmination of every building technique we've used up until this point during the safari's construction. And just like with many of the builds, we're going to start by lining the foundation of the habitat to make the later steps much easier. What isn't typical is starting with the habitat enrichment items, but the cheetah's enclosure is going to have them placed in very strategic locations. Most felines aren't typically prone to stress. Cheetahs, however, are the extreme exception. In the real world, they're often assigned therapy dogs as buddies just to keep them calm. Funny enough, behind the scenes, I actually did tinker with this. Typically they're golden retrievers or family-oriented dogs like that. I tried the bush dog because it looks relatively similar, but it didn't tend to work out. I ended up cutting it from the episode. Because the cheetahs are so prone to stress, we have to add a ton of different enrichment items into the habitat, more than any other enclosure in the safari, even the African savanna. But remember, we don't want to take guests out of the experience. This is why all of the enrichment items on the high ground are natural, or at least look the part, while the items that can look out of place to the guest are out of their view. The trench we dug out isn't really as deep as I thought it would be, but sometimes a mistake can lead to an opportunity, and I happen to have an interesting idea. Instead of simply leaving it as a trench, later blending it in with rock, we can actually make a very small stream of water down here, which saves us from having to hide an ugly water pipe piece somewhere else in the habitat. Next, we need to line every single side of the habitat with rockwork and foliage. Luckily, this is going to be very easy to do. As we've made so many rock formations throughout all of Baobab Safari, we can quite easily copy and paste over any number of them, and we won't have any repeated textures. The view from the track is quite nice, and the habitat is a perfect distance away to where the guests are going to have a great view and the cheetahs can't escape. But something's missing. Like with all carnivores in the reserve, we're going to have to build a secondary fence on the outside of the habitat to keep an even more dangerous predator at bay. The justice system. Fences like this are equal parts from keeping the animals from escaping, but also keeping the guests from infiltrating, so they're extremely important. Down from the cheetah's perspective, there's no way they can escape this habitat at this point, especially once we add some foliage in. Let's add some now to blend in the fence. We'll use a very basic technique with creosote bushes, and start them off high up to cover the poles of the fence, but gradually sink them lower and lower into the ground to give the guest a better view of the animals. After adding in enough of the bushes and even some aquatic faux rocks, things are finally starting to take shape. However, I think we still need a tree line on the back of the habitat to truly get the scale right. Just like with our rock wall trims, there's absolutely no shortage of trees to borrow from in the rest of the reserve, so this is really easy as well. The foundation of this habitat so far is looking excellent, but what truly makes a build are the fine details within. We have a lot of momentum right now, so let's keep things going at a good pace. This foliage thankfully won't be that challenging, as it's all going to be on the sides of the build, allowing the cheetahs a safe lane to run down the middle. What can, however, be challenging is blending foliage into a build that doesn't yet exist. What I mean by this is that half of the rhino and ostrich section is going to be arid, more akin to our elephant habitat from last episode. The other half is going to be more or less what we've been doing already today. To blend the two habitats together, we can use dry variations of similar plants to give a natural transition between the microbiomes. After the exterior blending is completed, we can now focus our attention on the inside, and step 1 is always the same: buffalo grass. Equally important as the buffalo grass, placing aquatic faux rocks frequently also helps capture that sense of realism. From here, I always like to detail up bodies of water. No need for anything special this time though, as a guest would have to be standing on top of one of our vehicles to even see it. I like to use common cattail reeds and plants you'd find in the wild of the region to help add to that sense of realism. It's a bit confusing of a situation. We're trying to mimic Africa, but we're not actually located in Africa, so we don't want to go too far off the African theming, otherwise it'll be less immersive by being overly immersive. And if you're confused too, we're on the same page. We can use the same building technique of blending in the dry variants to further bolster the look of the running path, and even add some roots to the rocks to make them look a little bit more detailed as well. I like to add those relatively close to trees to give off the illusion that the roots have grown down the sides of the cliff faces. Detail doesn't really have to be overwhelming or overcomplicated. I highly recommend getting used to and customizing your very own foliage palette that you can add fast and make look to your building standard. It truly does speed up the process. Until we potentially get a terrain brush and Planet Zoo 2, it's the best advice I've got. At this point, there's only 2 things missing in the habitat, and luckily our staff have just notified us that that's about to change really soon. With the final inspections being passed, let's prepare for the arrival of our cheetahs. Both of our cheetahs thankfully arrived at Keystone Wilds in great health and with a curious mind. They spent the first few hours of their time on the reserve exploring around their new enclosure, and once they deemed it safe enough to relax, they did just that. It surprised our staff just how relaxed they actually were, breaking their stressful stereotype. Hopefully this behavior continues as we run our practice tours through their territory. We won't be running any vehicles until the rest of the habitat is complete around them, so thankfully the cheetah have plenty of time to adjust. Cheetahs break all carnivore stereotypes and almost act more like house cats than a big cat, which actually checks out because cheetahs aren't technically a part of the big cat family. Our new pair of feline are sure to draw a huge crowd to the safari for guests, and we did an excellent job with their habitat. Let me know what you think about it in the comments below. Let's give our cheetah pair some time to get used to their new home and situation, while we continue construction and giving the cheetahs a more interesting surrounding to observe. While some areas in Baobab Safari blow you away with the landscaping and foliage work, other areas have those aspects take a back seat and allow you to get an uninterrupted view at our wildlife. This habitat is going to have that mindset. The southern white rhinoceros is far and away the largest animal on the reserve that's able to get within touching distance of the vehicles, and the common ostriches that they share the space with aren't exactly small animals. Since both of these species are so large, the habitat by default is going to be sizable too. Just like with the smaller cheetah enclosure though, the first step is the exact same. We need to line the entire side of the habitat with rocks and foliage found elsewhere on the reserve. By copying and pasting other aspects of the safari, we're effectively maximizing our chances that the build is going to flow together naturally, since we're just reusing other pieces from elsewhere. If you use the same parts twice, it has to look like it belongs. What makes this habitat stand out amongst the rest is that the rhino and ostrich are going to be able to make use of some high ground, and they should be able to do it quite often, since it's the only shade in their enclosure. We're also going to be adding in a more arid portion of the habitat specifically for the southern white rhinoceros, as just like our elephants, and even our hippopotamus, they too enjoy a good mud bath to help keep cool. The habitat is closer to being finished than it actually looks, because looking at it right now, it's very under-detailed. Does anybody know a type of grass that we can place everywhere and make things look 10 times better? After placing the equivalent of an entire ecosystem's worth of buffalo grass, the next most important plant by far in this habitat is easily the creosote bush. The reason that this bush is so crucial to the enclosure is that it's similar enough to the buffalo grass to blend in with it, but it also bridges the awkward gaps in between the rocks and the grass, making everything flow together much more naturally. The reason that we're using this much buffalo grass in this habitat is because the southern white rhinoceros is the world's largest pure grazer, and knowing this, it's up to us to give them enough grass to graze on. This is also good setup for the grand finale of Baobab Safari coming next week, as the more basic habitat beforehand is going to make what comes next absolutely more special. This habitat came together really quickly, but I'm actually very happy with how the penultimate enclosure turned out. Basic doesn't always have to mean boring, and we have the cheetah enclosure halfway through everything to break up any repetition. I can't wait to get some tour vehicles on the tracks to test the routes. It's almost complete. But before we get to that, we have to get the animals in here. Our southern white rhinoceros were the first to enter the enclosure, as they needed to get comfortable with each other before adding a new species to the mix. The three rhinoceros slowly explored the habitat over the remainder of the day, and once they appeared completely comfortable, the ostriches were then brought into the mix. Admittedly at first, the ostrich were a bit timid around the much larger pachyderms. They're significantly faster than the rhinoceros though, so if they were ever uncomfortable, they could simply run away. Our male common ostrich portrayed some very interesting behavior to say the least, as he spent a ton of time staring down his biggest predator in the wild. Thankfully it doesn't bother our two cheetah at all, as they much prefer having the food brought to them. Seeing the final product of a cohabitation enclosure is always a special sight. Watching two unrelated species live in complete harmony is simply amazing. Thankfully for everybody involved, the rhino and the ostrich seemingly get along quite well, mostly staying out of each other's path. There's not too many things on the planet that would want to be in a rhino's path, but I can think of at least one. I'm incredibly happy with the landscaping work that we did around the greater flamingo habitat. If you take this and compare it to what it looked like at the beginning of the episode, it's truly night and day. And remember, the outside of the flamingo habitat technically doesn't even start the rhino and ostrich enclosure. That's going to be beyond this fence that's coming up straight ahead. As the buffalo grass and creosote bushes grow a little bit more dense, you know you're getting closer to the largest grazer in the world, and unfortunately we're still going to have a little bit of work to do off camera. There are some buildings still that can protrude through the tree line, but let's not worry about that right now. It looks like on the right we're actually getting extremely lucky as we can see a couple of the common ostrich on the high ground coming down, and surprisingly it looks like they're somehow interacting with one of the southern white rhinoceros. Based on our first impressions, it looks like that both of the species much prefer the more lush and tropical side of the enclosure. Nobody appears to be on the arid side right now, although they could be on the high ground. It's a little bit of a blind spot, built purposefully. We'll let the rest of the ride play out, see if you can spot the remaining animals. There should be 2 ostrich and 2 rhino left. Until next time, Kingpin out. See you guys next week with the finale of Baobab Safari. It's going to be a good one. At Keystone Wilds, we're officially in the final stages of opening our doors to the public once and for all. It's certainly been a long and agonizing journey to get to this point, but we definitely could not have done it alone. Every single step of the project has been shaped by the people and animals who have been with us since day one. Our keepers, who learned all of the personality quirks of the species long before a single guest ever stepped foot in the park. Our veterinary team, who have been quietly monitoring health from the shadows, adjusting diets, and making sure that the more dramatic members of the zoo are especially taken care of. Our mechanics, who ensure operations are running at 100% behind the scenes, often long before the sun has even risen. And most importantly, the supporters who have allowed us to get to this point. The people who show up, watch, comment, and believe in this project as much as we do. Speaking of support, things have been moving steadily over at Keystone Park as well. Even with so much of the support being focused on Keystone Wilds, the original zoo hasn't been sitting still as of late. The keepers there have been sending us regular updates, and it's been comforting to see that all of the animals we started this entire journey with are thriving. Our California sea lions have especially been enjoying the cooler weather, and their training sessions have been drawing some of the biggest crowds the habitat has ever seen. Meanwhile, Bear the giant anteater, who has spent significant time at both Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds, has been having the time of his life. The team has been experimenting with different enrichment puzzles to keep him challenged, but so far he remains undefeated and thoroughly entertained. Even the entrance plaza at Keystone Park has been busier than usual thanks to a new round of community outreach events. It's a good reminder that while Keystone Wilds is our ambitious new chapter, Keystone Park is still the heart of everything that we've built up until this point. Now, with the home park thriving once again, and the morale high across both teams, it's finally time to focus on today's work here at Keystone Wilds. One of the biggest highlights this week actually comes from one of our smallest residents in the entire franchise, our baby Chinese pangolin. She's been steadily growing, getting more confident by the day, and keepers have been thrilled with how quickly she's adapting to her new routine. Her mobility is also greatly improved as she's spending a lot more time exploring the outside portions of the enclosure and testing out every single new aspect that the team throws in her direction. After hundreds of votes cast and more civil debate than we honestly expected, the community has come to the conclusion that Xiao Bao should be her new name. It directly translates to Little Treasure in Mandarin, and honestly it fits her perfectly. She's become a bright spot for the entire team, one of those animals you can't help but stop and watch even when you're supposed to be working on something else. Our keepers have been preparing a few new enrichment items sized specifically for her, including a custom-built puzzle feeder. They're hoping this is going to encourage more foraging behavior, and with how quickly she's been growing, they're already planning the next round of habitat adjustments to make sure she has plenty of room and space to mature. Watching Xiao Bao thrive has been a reminder as to why we started Keystone Wilds in the first place. Even in the middle of massive construction projects and long-term planning, moments like this, small, hopeful, and quietly meaningful, are what truly bring the entire zoo together. Keystone Wilds so far has been an absolutely amazing journey, and to finally share that journey with the masses is something that everybody on site is beyond excited for. It hasn't always been easy. Matter of fact, sometimes it's been downright challenging. But what's important is that through our hard work, dedication, and passion, we've all made it to this point together. While Keystone Park represented finding the beauty in your own backyard, starting with local wildlife found native to the region, Keystone Wilds in turn represents the beauty and wild nature of our entire planet. The only thing standing in our way at this point is the completion of our greatest project to date, Baobab Safari. Keystone Wilds has been set to open upon the completion of Africa for several months, and this knowledge is widely known among the community. Thankfully, as of very recently, the majority of Africa has finally passed inspections and is ready for the public. The completion of Baobab Safari is officially our final obstacle, the one colossal piece that pulls everything together and brings the entire African region into one coherent living ecosystem. Baobab Safari certainly has been an ambitious project from even day one, spanning multiple biomes, intersecting habitats, and a carefully managed series of mixed species enclosures. This safari is meant to be the crown jewel of all of Keystone Wilds. Every single rock, every waterfall, and every tree has been placed with purpose. The animals chosen for this experience are all carefully selected to tell the story of conservation, coexistence, and ecological scale. Each species on the reserve has a unique story to tell, and thanks to our expert tour guides backed by their 4x4 safari vehicles, you'll be able to witness these stories firsthand from the front lines. This safari ride represents something far bigger than just another exhibit. It's the emotional heartbeat of the African section, the moment that guests step onto our trucks and begin that slow, rumbling journey beneath the iconic Baobab Bridge. Our hope is that they truly feel transported into the very heart of Africa, and after a long and difficult construction process, we're finally almost there. With your help, community feedback, and the countless revisions over the past year of construction, Baobab Safari is finally ready to step into the spotlight. All that remains now is to put the final touches in place, iron out the last details, and prepare for the most anticipated opening in Keystone Wilds history. In case you missed the last episode, we built the penultimate stop on the safari by completing Pachyderm Pass. Here you're going to find 3 species between 2 habitats, starting off with our common ostrich and southern white rhinoceros enclosure. The word enclosure doesn't necessarily describe this habitat all too well, as both species can go quite far along even over the safari track. To be able to spot each member of their respected groups, you're going to have to keep your eyes peeled. Luckily, both of the species are on the larger side, so they're among the easier animals to spot if you know where to look. Our rhinoceros group, which fun fact is actually called a crash, is made up of 3 members, including Tank and Hodari. These peaceful pachyderms spend a majority of their day eating plants and grasses around the habitat. As the Zoopedia says, they're the world's largest grazer. Their enclosure was specifically designed with the southern white rhinoceros in mind, as it features not only lush grasslands they need to eat, but also arid mud pools they enjoy to wallow and stay cool in. Rhinoceros of any species aren't exactly known for their intelligence, especially when pitted against other pachyderms. However, it is impressive that they effectively invented sunscreen millions of years before man. Sharing the enclosure with our rhinoceros crash is a flock of common ostrich, the second and by far largest avian species on the reserve. Common ostriches are known for their impressive size and speed, and safari riders are going to be able to witness both firsthand as we venture far through their territory. Along the journey you may just spot Axel, our lone male of the flock. Axel is easily distinguished from the females around him by the white plumage around his backside. This is a trait only found in the males of the species, and by far the easiest way to tell them apart. As for our staff, they thankfully found this new addition to their routine to be a relatively manageable project. While rhinoceros eat a ton of food, and ostrich aren't necessarily cheap to keep either, their diet directly overlaps with other species on the safari. This means while it's an extra step on the to-do list twice a day, it's not anything brand new to learn. Sitting in between the 2 main halves of the rhinoceros and ostrich enclosure awaits the first feline of the safari. Meet our cheetahs, Duke and Kaylee. These 2 cats have grown quite accustomed to their new enclosure, and especially enjoy observing the safari vehicles as they pass by their territory. Their innate curiosity not only is going to be a draw for the guest's camera, but has also been crucial in keeping their stress levels from going nuclear. Cheetah are incredibly prone to very dangerous levels of stress, especially when situating into a new environment, and as a result, we've provided them with nearly double the typical enrichment items. Luckily, even without all of this, the duo can find joy in each other. The cheetah pair get along exceptionally well, and are nearly inseparable at times. Overall, the penultimate section of the safari is rather tame compared to what came before it, and especially what's to come after, and this was 100% by design. The reason we didn't go overboard on this habitat was because that's exactly what we have planned for in today's episode. Today there's more to be seen than can ever be seen, and more to do than can possibly be done, but that's never stopped us before. As we find our way on the path of glory, just remember, it's the circle. Let's finish Baobab Safari off once and for all, and get this zoo open. If you'd like to support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members not only receive early access to videos, but your name will also be permanently etched into our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely critical. Engagement is the fuel to the algorithm's fire, and by liking the video, leaving a comment, or even sharing it with your friends, you're helping us grow and reach an even larger audience of animal enthusiasts. The channel's growth as of late has been absolutely stunning, and with your help, that momentum's only going to continue. Thank you all for being a part of this journey, and let me know in the comments what episode of Keystone Wilds or even Keystone Park brought you to the series. The final species of Baobab Safari is the West African lion, a critically endangered subspecies of the famous feline with a wild population of 250. For having a wild population so low, their habitat range is surprisingly large. They must be spread incredibly thin as a result. Luckily for us, they only need a land requirement of about 700 square meters, so that's relatively easy compared to what we've done in the past. One thing that certainly differentiates lions from other feline species is that they're actually social animals, and prefer not to spend time alone. Today we're going to be building for a single male and a single female, and hopefully in time we'll bear some cubs. Lions are incredibly expensive to keep in captivity, as you can see by their dietary options. They're also very loud, so this is exactly why we put them at the end of the safari. Guests are going to be able to hear them the entire ways through. Obviously, as you could have guessed, lions don't have any interspecies enrichment bonuses with any other species in the game. They don't get along with hyenas. That's a well-known myth. In fact, it's exactly the opposite. They really don't get along at all. Rumor has it the last lion who tried walked away with a scar. Baobab Safari so far has some absolutely breathtaking visuals, but the finale has to blow all of them out of the water. While the first impression is key to maintain enjoyment throughout, the finale is what's going to get people talking. Today we're going to be tackling what is likely to be Keystone Wilds' most iconic landmark, among some stiff competition I might add. Capping off Baobab Safari is Operation Pride Rock. While the build is certainly going to involve some backbreaking rock work, for now, like normal, we need to lay the foundation of the habitat so we can build off of it. Planning out a build is absolutely critical to make sure the remainder of the process goes as smooth as possible. I personally like to use terrain a lot to map the future elements of the enclosures. By taking an extra few minutes to plan out your builds ahead of time, you can end up saving hours in the long run. From a behind-the-scenes look, the lion's habitat isn't going to be overly complicated. They're simply going to have 2 areas they can explore, both being outdoors. It'll be significantly easier to focus on the more standard environment before working on the rock formation. Let's get to work. This habitat is going to sit on 3 separate levels of elevation, so naturally we're going to have to build a rock-solid foundation before we get to the more intricate detailing. The first layer is going to be the runoff for the moat, and since the lions won't have access down here, we won't go into enough details quite yet. This is actually going to be the very last thing that guests are going to drive by on the reserve, so we'll certainly have to come back here later to make it a fair bit more memorable. For now, a simple waterfall blended into some standard terrain is going to do just fine, with the added detail of having the trucks be able to drive over some of the shallow flowing water. This definitely looks good enough for now, and down here technically isn't even part of the habitat, so we can definitely leave this for later. Let's travel up the waterfall and work on some of the safety features. The West African lion's habitat is going to be situated on top of this cliff, and while it looks nearly impossible to be able to see them from the ground, just remember that the guests aren't going to be standing on the ground. Our safari vehicles provide nearly 5 feet of elevation, meaning that the guests are surely going to get an amazing view of the finale. To start, we're going to have to make sure the view isn't too good, as lions and guests don't tend to mix. In a worst case scenario, this fence running through the water should keep the lions at bay. The water's deep enough to prevent any jumps over, and the fence itself is climb-proof. From here, it was surprisingly simple to blend everything together, starting with our standard foliage palette of creosote bushes and buffalo grass, and then building up the cliff face using the exact same rock palette we'd used for the runoff. I'm actually quite happy with the look of things so far, and now that we've maximized guest safety, I think we can officially start on the flashier part of the habitats. Pride Rock isn't exactly the most complex shape ever made, however, because it's so basic, if we don't capture it absolutely perfectly, it's not going to look very good at all. Like with our waterfall, it makes by far the most sense to start with the base and work our way up. If you've ever seen the film, or in general just know what Pride Rock looks like, you'll likely recall that there's 2 distinct features. The first is the path that the lions walk out on to observe their subjects, and the second is the absolutely gigantic backdrop of said catwalk. Naturally, we're going to work from the ground up, which means we're going to be starting at the foundation and viewing portion first. I've already gone ahead and placed a very small patch of tall grass. This is going to act as our target for the support beam holding the massive structure in place. Of course, it's all being made out of rock. Pride Rock in the films is shown throughout a variety of different times of day, so it's going to be a bit tricky to nail down the color scheme exactly correct. Sometimes it looks more red, and the other times it looks more to be a muted gray. Today we're going to be going with a look to make it fit in of not only the source material, but also the rest of the reserve. This means we're mainly going to be using temperate rocks with some taiga and tropical mixed in for texture. The catwalk appears to jut out at around a 30-degree angle, so it's imperative we capture the basic shaping of this, otherwise the entire build is going to fall apart. For now, we don't have to worry about the fine details, let's just get the skeleton looking exactly size accurate. One other thing to take note of is that the West African lion is a base game species, and these typically have notoriously poor hitboxes, meaning we're going to have to keep the ground as flat as humanly possible, leaving absolutely no traversable area to chance. Once I found the shaping to be acceptable and was fairly confident that even the most finicky species in the game would easily be able to climb the structure, I began to polish up the ground layer. To detail Pride Rock is actually quite simple. We just have to use a few more rocks and difficult textures around the rough skeleton. We'll certainly delve more into how to do this later, because let me tell you, this was the easy part. Far and away the most challenging aspect of this entire enclosure is easily going to be the enormous rock formation that sits right behind our catwalk, and to build this accurately, with also it being functional, we're going to have to get a little bit creative. To start, I copied over exactly what we'd just made. If you recall, it was critical to make it as flat as possible, and referring back to our reference picture, the front of Pride Rock looks pretty flat to me. Getting the angle exactly right wasn't the easiest thing we've ever done on the channel, especially since in the films it's a bit exaggerated, but eventually I got something I was finally happy with. The next step was to build up the sides of Pride Rock, and this was easily the most challenging aspect of the process. I started by making 2 tall towers of under-detailed rocks on either side of the flat formation we just installed. The job of these rocks is simply to hold the corners together, and provide us with a safe place to merge even more of the copied portion throughout. Now with the place for everything to meet up, I could then again take the copied flat portion and use that to capture all of the iconic angles as accurately as possible. By creatively reusing the base's support structure, we were even able to capture some crucial shaping and detail on the base of the enclosure side. It took a really long time, and admittedly it still looks a little bit rough around the edges, but I'm finally in a place where I can start to see the final vision. All we have left to do is polish it up now, but that's a lot easier said than done. First and foremost, we need to get rid of the temporary rock towers on the sides, as they no longer serve a purpose now that everything is in place. Once they were gone, however, we were left with 2 large ravines running vertically down the formation. To eliminate any and all gaps, we had to tweak the angles a tad more, as well as add in some more rocks with a bit of purpose to the empty spaces. Once that step was finally complete and the shaping was for the most part finalized, we had to do something about all of the repetitive textures littering the rock. This is an unfortunate downside of building with a considerable amount of reused assets, but there is a very easy workaround. All we have to do is quite simply layer thin rocks around the already reused textures. I tried my best to do this in layers that make it appear as a slightly different color as you get closer and closer to the spire. It's certainly time consuming for a minute and subtle effect, but I quite like the way it turned out. And surprisingly, that was the end of Pride Rock, and I have to say I'm extremely happy with how it turned out. And as the land surrounding it develops even further with some foliage and additional rockwork, it'll look even better. Now though, we have an entire lion habitat to build, as Pride Rock was just a simple feature of the larger overall picture. With the backdrop finally in place, we can officially start focusing on the final stop of Baobab Safari. Thankfully, much earlier in the build process, we used the terrain tools to map out precisely where we want the borders to be, so adding in the gate and the accompanying null barriers was especially simple. To make sure we don't lose the invisible wall's location, we'll draw over the revised version one more time using the terrain tools. Now that we have the rough dimensions finalized, I want to focus on the lion's enrichment items. They were placed very intentionally within the habitat in order to give the guest the best possible chance of seeing the lions interacting with various aspects up close. Our secret weapon, though, are located on the tip of the catwalk, as the hidden blood scent marker and food tray are going to allow the lions to use this space of the habitat fairly often. It's going to be rare, but it's certainly going to be possible to see the lions on the rock in their iconic pose from the safety of your passing by vehicle. From here we used a basic technique repeated in nearly every single episode of the Safari series. By building up a layer of rock and foliage by using our palette of creosote bush and buffalo grass to blend it in, we can efficiently make a very nice natural barrier to keep our lions contained. Next, I started by using the terrain tools to get a variety of textures on the ground using the terrain paint features, and then amplified everything by placing a full layer of buffalo grass and faux rocks over top. It's a bit tricky to tell from above, but this habitat uses significantly more elevation than it would appear. This is in an effort to hide the lions when they don't want to be seen by the guests. While the guests certainly should be able to spot our lions most of the time, the rest of the habitat won't typically be within view. This means we don't have to go absolutely overboard on the details like we usually do. But trust me when I say if the details are what you want, just wait for the full tour of Baobab Safari coming next week. This is officially going to mark the opening of Keystone Wilds to the public, and I couldn't be happier with the progress we've made in such a short amount of time. The Safari is certainly the greatest achievement out of any Keystone property, and now it's nearly 100% completed. Let's make that officially 100% and welcome in our last residents. Once our West African lions finally entered their home, a wave of relief swept over the entirety of Keystone Wilds. After so many back-breaking builds, late nights, and countless hours of work, Keystone Wilds is officially in its final stages of opening. We definitely still have final preparations to make before the gates officially open to the public, but for now, let's meet the newest members of the family. Our Pride of Lions may only have 2 members, but they seem to greatly enjoy their new home so far. As usual, if you have any name suggestions, feel free to leave them in the comments below. Just know I won't be able to fit 30 different Simba comments on screen. Our lions were certainly a bit hesitant to explore their habitat, especially the Pride Rock portion, which typically would have been a bit disappointing. However, our patience was eventually rewarded. After our head keeper led the way, the Pride, who we soon realized, just like many cats, were food motivated, quickly followed behind. The 2 lions on their iconic rock is truly among the best sights in all of Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds together. The safari guests are going to be in awe at the spectacle. As per our initial observations, just like in the films, it appears that the male enjoys the vantage point a fair bit more. Our lioness much prefers to explore the main portions of the habitat, and is especially fond of all of the enrichment items scattered about. Thanks to our prior planning, we got the height of the habitat exactly correct. From the elevated position of the safari vehicles, the lion are going to be in perfect view. Lions typically spend a majority of the day resting, however the desire to hunt sometimes is still present. Knowing this, our keepers have been preparing food for the Pride using our zebra piñatas to simulate their natural predator-prey relationship. This is one of many examples of a way Keystone Wilds can stimulate the minds of our animals. The duo certainly seems to enjoy it, but let's see what it looks like from the guest perspective. Of course, that's going to be one of the most important angles we can possibly get in the entire reserve. After rounding the final stretch of Pachyderm Pass, you're immediately greeted with the silhouette of the Pride Rock. It's a bit difficult to tell, but it looks like we actually got incredibly lucky, and our male lion is currently on top of the rock as we speak. The sheer scale of this build is rather impressive compared to anything that we've built before, and that doesn't even include the giant baobab tree that we're about to loop around. We're certainly going to have to do a lot of foliage work off screen to hide Pride Rock from the rest of the safari. We want this to be a surprise for guests at the very end. Before the official tour, again coming up next week, we're also going to be eliminating all open grasslands like you see right ahead of us. This is completely against Keystone Wilds' quality. We want this to be absolutely immersive, so we're going to be hiding that before the final product. If I was a safari rider, personally I'd want to see the lions come on Pride Rock here. This is as close as you're going to get to them, and you're on the loop for a fair bit of time, probably about 20 to 30 seconds total. If you could somehow time a safari ride of the feeding times of one of the lions, that view would be absolutely spectacular, and with some luck you might even hear them roar. But unfortunately, as you can see off in the distance, that is the back of the Mountain Pass station, which means after this final loop, Baobab Safari is officially concluded. But let me know what you guys think about it in the comments below. This mini-series has been incredibly difficult, but also incredibly rewarding. It was my first time trying a project of this scale, and I think we knocked it out of the park, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Unfortunately though, as we round the final corner of Baobab Safari, I think that's all the time we have left from today's episode. I'll catch you next week at the official tour of Baobab Safari. It's going to be an epic video, so be sure to stick around. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Kingpin out. Welcome to Baobab Safari, explorers. My name is Kingpin, and I'll be your guide today as we head into the heart of Africa. Please remain seated at all times, keeping those arms, hands, feet, and legs inside the vehicle, and be sure to watch your little explorers as well. We're about to embark on a journey through sprawling savannas, dense forest, and winding riverways, home to some of the most incredible animals on Earth. And trust me when I say it's not a place you want to get lost in. Lobby 1, clear for entry. It looks like we've just been given clearance for entry by the Safari Warden, so hold on tight because here we go. Our adventure today spans multiple ecosystems carefully designed to mimic natural habitats of the species on their reserve. Many of the animals you're going to see are part of various conservation programs across the world, and several are endangered or even near extinct in the wild. Simply just by visiting our facility today, you've done more than you can possibly imagine to further conservation efforts worldwide for every species on the reserve. Baobab Safari is incredibly special because no two journeys are exactly alike, and I can tell right away that this is going to be an incredibly special one, as if you look directly to your right, you're going to be met with an incredible view of the okapi, one of the most elusive and mysterious animals on the entire reserve. Typically, the okapi is quite wary of the safari vehicles, as in the wild they weren't even discovered until 1901. They're an incredibly difficult species to document. What we do know about them is that the okapi is actually the giraffe's closest relative, despite looking nothing like them at a first glance. They have long, prehensile tongues that they use to grab leaves and even clean out their own ears. I'm not seeing anything quite yet up ahead, but now's a good time to mention that these habitats are absolutely massive, and technically speaking, seeing every animal in the reserve isn't exactly guaranteed. They have the ability to go absolutely anywhere, but it looks like straight ahead and coming up on the left is actually going to be our next critically endangered species, the black rhinoceros. As of now, he looks to be a bit tired, and I doubt we're going to be able to see him moving around. However, when they do choose to move, they're surprisingly agile, and able to run at speeds of up to 35 miles per hour. That's quite impressive when you remember they have to carry around that massive horn everywhere they go, which is actually made of keratin, the same material as your fingernails. Unfortunately, this massive horn is a large reason as to why the species is currently critically endangered, as it's a very highly sought-after material by poachers on the black market. I hope none of the little adventurers on board are afraid of the dark, as the upcoming foliage tends to shroud out much of the sunlight. It's a perfect habitat for a species that's garnered the name the ghost of the forest. This is because, despite being the largest as well as the heaviest forest antelope, the bongo is actually one of the most elusive species in all of Africa. Straight ahead and coming up on the left, we're going to be able to spot 3 members of the family, including 2 females and a sole male. While both the male and female have horns, the males are significantly larger. They can also be incredibly protective of their mates. There's absolutely no reason to panic. A bongo couldn't damage his vehicle if he wanted to. But if you look to the left, we'll actually notice his pregnant mate hiding in the undergrowth. He's simply being defensive. Baobab Safari was designed to be as unintrusive as possible, and the animals can cross over the tracks at any point in time. Believe me when I say, this has happened before. Thankfully, since we were calm and showed no signs of aggression or harm towards his pregnant mate, the male bongo decided to leave us alone and explore a different section of the habitat. That seems like an excellent idea, and I think we can follow suit. And as you can probably notice, it's getting a little bit brighter, and we seem to be going uphill. Typically, when the average person thinks about Africa, they think of a dry and arid environment, and this for the most part can be true. However, there are also ecosystems where water plays an absolutely vital role. This is especially true for the pink-backed pelican, and you can spot a flock if you look to the right. We'll certainly get a closer look at them later, as they're a very interesting species, and the first of 3 avian found in Baobab Reserve. If you look to your left, you'll be able to spot a pod of hippopotamus, including a juvenile taking a nap on a nearby island. There are actually 2 hippocalves in this habitat. However, seeing both can be rather difficult, as they're so small compared to the adults. Looking back over to the right side of the vehicle, we'll get a much better view of the pink-backed pelicans. Their cooperative hunting style is a marvel to watch, as they herd fish into tight groups and hunt in flocks. Just like we mentioned before, water is a critical component to the hippopotamus' ecosystem, as well as the pink-backed pelican. Hippos spend most of their day submerged to stay cool, but don't let their lazy appearance fool you. They're incredibly territorial animals, and one of the most dangerous species in all of Baobab Reserve. At night, they graze on land and can walk several miles in search of food. And a fun fact, their sweat actually acts as a natural sunscreen, giving them that iconic pinkish glow. While many species like the hippopotamus use the water to sustain themselves and help stay cool in the hotter months, some species like the Nile crocodile, who you'll be able to observe if you look over to the left, actually use it to hide and hunt. The Nile crocodile can completely submerge itself in the water, leaving only its nose and eyes above the surface, meaning it can both breathe and see you while staying completely hidden. This very simple playbook makes them one of the most effective ambush hunters on the planet. Fossilized remains of Nile crocodiles have been found dating back to nearly 7 million years, so they've clearly been successful for quite a long time. As we leave the riverbanks and head into the more open country, take a look at the distinctive silhouettes dotting the landscape. These are known as acacia trees, some of the most important plants in the African savanna. Their umbrella-like shaped canopies provide shade for countless animals, and their nutritious leaves are a favorite of many herbivores on the reserve. But don't let these delicate leaves fool you. Acacias can actually protect themselves with very long thorns and often rely on insects living within their branches to help ward off hungry browsers. These trees, just like many species on the reserve, play a crucial role in shaping the entire ecosystem, creating gathering spots for grazers, browsers, and even predators who wait in the shade. And speaking of animals who love acacias, if you look straight ahead, you may just be able to spot a reticulated giraffe. Their beautifully patterned coat not only helps them camouflage, but also regulates body heat. While looking off into the distance, you may spot some smaller shapes darting between patches of shade. Straight ahead and now running to the right of the vehicle is the sable antelope, known for its sweeping horns and confident stance. Sable herds are matriarchal, led by a dominant female who guides groups to watering holes and grazing areas. If you look in between the silhouettes of two of the larger acacia trees on Baobab Reserve, it looks like you can see even more of the reticulated giraffe. If you look very closely, you'll also manage to spot a springbok, the national animal of South Africa. These peculiar species can launch themselves 6 feet up in the air in a single jump. It's a display of fitness and communication. If you look down and to your left, you'll spot the African painted dog, known for their molded coats and massive ears. These dogs hunt with an incredible coordinated teamwork and a very high hunting success rate, even toppling that of the mighty lion. If you look to your right, it looks like we're going to get an excellent view of a plain zebra. Each zebra on Earth has a unique stripe pattern, much like a human fingerprint. Their stripes may help confuse predators, regulate temperature, or even repel biting flies. Zebra are actually much more closely related to the donkey instead of the horse, as to why you've probably never seen footage of somebody riding a zebra. They're incredibly stubborn animals and can be rather dangerous. Also visiting the watering hole, we'll get another excellent look at the sable antelope. Notice their horns. They're significantly larger than anything else that's present on the reserve, except for a much larger species we'll see in due time. If you look on top of the hill onto your left, we'll get an excellent view of a reticulated giraffe. This female, however, seemingly is done grazing for the day, as she sits down for a nice rest. They spend all day standing, and surely can get tired. If you'll take a quick look to your right, we'll get an even closer view of the springbok, and from this angle, you can see just how small they actually are compared to the rest of the species on the African savanna, and significantly smaller than the blue wildebeest, who we'll get to see running if you look straight ahead. The blue wildebeest is famous for their massive migrations across the Serengeti. These animals are endurance athletes of the savanna, capable of traveling hundreds and hundreds of miles in search for fresh grasses. As you can likely tell, the African savanna is the largest section of Baobab Safari by a significant margin. This goes on for acres and acres, giving the animals on site plenty of grass to graze on. Every species in the African savanna has the clear capability and capacity to walk directly across the tracks. It's not uncommon to be stopped by a herd of giraffe. It looks like they were just fed by staff on site, so they're not going to be much of a bother today. You can get a clear view of them on the right. However, the blue wildebeest directly in front of us seems to want to slow down our tour just by a little bit. However, he doesn't necessarily seem interested. He must have just found some fresh grass to graze on. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we were able to spot any of our Thompson gazelle today, one of the fastest antelopes on Earth, who can actually reach speeds of over 50 miles per hour. If they were running full speed, I'm pretty sure one of us would have spotted them. But what I do spot is a fallen tree on our left, and there's only one species on the reserve who can possibly put out that much power. Before we find them, and as we head into the next section, take a moment to notice how the entire landscape begins to shift around us. The open savanna slowly closes into a more dense woodland, and the air cools beneath a thicker canopy, and the sounds of the plains fade into the rustling chatter of the forest. These transitional zones, where one biome blends into another, are some of the most biodiverse places on Earth. Animals travel through them for food, shelter, and safety, creating a constant flow of life in between the habitats. Here at Keystone Wilds, these spaces are just as important as the habitats themselves. They allow the animals to behave naturally, choose what they want to explore, and interact with the environment on their own terms. If you listen closely, you might even hear some of the forest residents before you actually spot them. And speaking of the residents, there's one species here that brings more color to the forest than the trees themselves. Those would be our mandrills. The males have incredibly vibrant faces and rear ends, which get even brighter when they're excited. They're actually the largest species of monkey in the entire world, and live in massive social groups. You'll be able to spot 3 here at Baobab Safari. If you look straight ahead and slightly to the left, you'll notice the towering baobab tree, often called the Tree of Life. This is exactly where Baobab Safari gets its name from, as these ancient icons can store thousands of gallons of water in their massive trunks, allowing them to survive months of drought. Their bark heals quickly from damage, their flowers attract a wide range of pollinators, and their fallen fruit feeds countless of animals across the entire savanna. They truly are a keystone species. Continuing to look straight ahead, you'll notice a massive herd of African elephants, and it looks like we're going to get an incredible view of all 4 of them. These are the largest land animals on the planet, with very strong family bonds and remarkable intelligence. Elephants use their trunks for nearly everything, from drinking, to eating, to dust bathing, and even greeting other family members, as you can probably hear them doing now. Despite being the largest land animal on Earth, they actually have a very real fear of bees, which, as you can likely notice, we have simulated hives of on the borders of their habitat. This keeps our guests safe, as well as the elephants safe, since this is a species that you don't want to meet face to face. They're so incredibly powerful and strong, they have the ability to completely uproot a tree to get the nutritious leaves on top. They also frequently rub their tusks on rock, as you can likely see by the residue left behind on the mud walls to your left and right. African elephants truly are spectacular animals and can completely change an ecosystem to their will. A surprisingly little known fact about the African elephant, as well as any species of elephant for that matter, is that they're actually capable swimmers. They have a surprisingly large pool here at Keystone Wilds, although unfortunately it doesn't look like we're going to get to see any of them using it today. If you can look past the acacia tree on the left side of the vehicle, it looks like we can spot an elephant feeding off in the distance. Transitioning from the largest animal in the reserve all the way over to the smallest, the greater flamingo is an incredibly interesting species as well. When born, as you can tell by one of our juveniles, they're actually a pale white. However, they get their iconic pink hue over time due to their diet of shrimp and algae. As you can probably guess by the name greater flamingo, there are in fact lesser flamingo. However, the reason the greater flamingo are named this is that they're actually the tallest of all subspecies of flamingo on Earth. Continuing to look past the flamingo on the left side of the vehicle, it does look like we're going to get a glimpse of the elephants enjoying their pool. As mentioned before, it's completely impossible and improbable to see everything that we have on Baobab Safari in one tour, so you're more than welcome to ride again after we get back to the station. Up ahead in the grasslands is the southern white rhinoceros, and if you look to the right, you'll actually see a common ostrich with them. White rhinoceros are grazers and often found in small groups, and can enjoy a variety of different habitats, which is precisely why one of each is present on either side of the tracks. They also have rather poor eyesight, but an endless amount of curiosity, so it's not uncommon for them to get incredibly close. But as a reminder, please try to keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times. Don't forget to keep an eye out for the rest of the flock of common ostrich as well. They're actually the world's largest bird. They can't fly at all, they're completely flightless, but they can sprint at over 40 miles per hour, making them the fastest animal on 2 legs. You can easily tell the difference between a male and female ostrich by the plumage on their rear ends. Males have a completely white back, as you can tell by Axel, the ostrich that happens to be right in front of us blocking our path. As we continue to move on, keep your close eye on the left side, as there's someone here who specializes in disappearing. The cheetah, the absolute fastest land animal on Earth, can go from 0 to 60 in just a few seconds. Built for pure speed with a lightweight frame, long tails for balance, and a semi-retractable claw for grip, cheetahs are pursuit specialists rather than ambush hunters. Their unique black tear marks can help reduce sun glare and hyper-focus in on prey during pursuits. They're the first of 2 felines on the reserve, and we're about to meet the second very soon. Until then, you'll be able to catch a few more glimpses on the left side of our common ostrich. They're very curious animals with incredible eyesight, and it's not too uncommon for them to get right up close to the vehicles. As we begin our descent towards the mountain pass station, and past the final baobab tree on the reserve, we'll be met with the habitat of the West African lion. These lions are the most critically endangered species on the reserve, and smaller in number than their eastern and southern cousins. Lions are unique among big cats for living in social groups called prides. These very complex social structures are usually made up of a group of related females who do most of the hunting, working together with impressive coordination. Their preferred strategy is stamina and teamwork, driving prey into ambush zones, surrounding them, or exhausting them through group pursuit. A well-coordinated group of lioness can bring down prey many times their size. Unfortunately for us, typically lions can spend upwards of 18 hours a day sleeping, and if I had to guess, that's exactly where they are now. Hopefully we'll still be able to get a good view. Male lions usually act as the pride defender, protecting territory that may span dozens of square miles. Their very deep roars, which can be heard from over 5 miles away, serve as both a declaration of presence and warning to rival prides. Territorial disputes can be intense, with rival males challenging control of a pride in battles that shape out the next generation. You're going to have to keep your eyes peeled as they're rather difficult to spot when laying down. They're surprisingly well camouflaged. However, if you look straight ahead, you're going to catch a great view of both of our male and female lion.
He's so Della!
Conservation is absolutely critical for the West African lion, as unfortunately their numbers in the wild have declined dramatically due to habitat loss, prey shortages, as well as human conflict. Today, they occupy less than 10% of their historic range, and many of the remaining populations survive in simple isolated pockets. Unfortunately, our safari tour is rapidly coming to a close, but before you head back and enjoy the rest of Keystone Wilds, we want to thank you, not just for riding with us, but for choosing to spend your time here. Every single visit supports our mission to create immersive habitats, care for endangered species, and contribute to global conservation efforts. Your joint interest truly does help fund research, educational programs, and the protection of wildlife across the entire globe in both human care and in the wild. Places like Keystone Wilds truly do matter because they connect people to animals many may have never even seen in their lifetime. A spark of curiosity here and there can truly grow into compassion, understanding, as well as action. Whether it's supporting conservation efforts worldwide, learning about a species, or simply sharing what you've seen today with your friends, you truly do play a part in protecting the future of wildlife. Thanks again for joining us today on Baobab Safari. Please gather your belongings and remain seated until we come to a complete stop. We hope to see you back soon. As you exit to the right of the vehicle, you'll be able to purchase custom pictures taken directly on the safari we just embarked on. Every tour on Baobab Safari is 100% unique and can never be replicated, so if you want to commemorate this moment forever, feel free to make a purchase. Don't forget to like and subscribe either, and keep your eye out for the Asian expansion coming very soon. Welcome to Baobab Safari, explorers. My name is Kingpin, and I'll be your guide today as we head into the heart of Africa. Please remain seated at all times, keeping those arms, hands, feet, and legs inside the vehicle, and be sure to watch your little explorers as well.